pause it when it starts and say, "Oh, we're live." Okay, and then we're
Yeah.
not live. We're recording, and then we can start speaking.
Yeah. We be going, brothers.
Okay.
Alright, Ace. Don't start shouting gamer words. So
Well, I mean, to be fair, some
little
words
bit of
are still
restraint, please.
now allowed.
Doritos, Mountain Dew, Gamer Sups, Fortnite, flossing.
I think
Real
they
estate
They
agencies.
just changed the rules recently that you're allowed to say spicier words.
Yeah.
Obviously not gamer words, but
Yeah, you're allowed to say
mainly
fuck.
personal words.
Yeah.
However, I wouldn't test it because obviously
I
the
wouldn't
YouTube
say
bot can
that.
still be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So actually, before we get into this, what is this? What are we covering?
So this,
Just context, not a full breakdown. Just context.
This is a ViDoc that was never released, and was found on a ViDoc, a video documentary. For those who remember Halo, ViDocs were a thing since all the way since Halo 2, and it's basically like the behind the scenes stuff.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're saying this was intended to be released, but was never released?
Yeah, this was never released. This was found through a Vimeo link, which had a password requirement, and somebody was able to go in, find the solve the password.
Brute force?
And yeah, probably brute force, or I'm not 100% on the method that was used, but because of that, it's now been made public on YouTube, and there's a lot of information in here.
Oh, okay.
I've done a small summary, not a complete summary, in Kretosis' server, but it's some interesting things that are going to be talked about here.
Were there any other ViDocs about Infinite, or...?
There were other videos, like, before Infinite came out that you'll see a lot of pre-production stuff. It was usually some testing in regards to using Unreal Engine, but they never ended up committing to using Unreal. In fact, that decision is discussed in the video, and talked about in the video,
okay.
I should say. So you'll find...
Was there ever...
Hey,
Sorry,
you on stream yet?
Yes,
Oh,
yeah, we're starting streaming, yeah.
Yeah.
Stream.
Yeah.
We're specifically not streaming, just in case anyone wants to get a little bit more spicy. We're recording.
This is a pre-recorded EFAP.
Was there ever a reason why it wasn't released?
Because it is drastically different to what ends up being in the final game, and also this was before some people ended up leaving. Especially the main design lead, he ended up leaving before Infinite, and then Joe Staten came in to basically fill the role, and then we got Halo Infinite.
Yeah, so like this would be missing. This would be out of context by the time that new people would be coming in.
Correct.
It would be like a Dark Souls 2 making of documentary where, oh, this game looks like nothing like the game. Oh yeah, that's because this is the first half of development before Miyazaki was called in to fix the game. Or even Halo 1. First part of this documentary is kind of looking like an RTS. It's like,
yeah,
this doesn't look anything like Halo.
Yeah, because it was.
Yeah.
Oh, Halo Wars?
No, yeah.
The first Halo was going to be an RTS.
Yeah, and then they moved it to a third-person shooter, and they were like, no. They moved it to a third-person shooter because they wanted people to get closer into the action, and then once they started third-person shooter, they were like, this is nice, but let's go further, and so they went in and made it an FPS.
Yep.
Some of the greatest things are done on a whim.
True. Are we all good to go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
kind
we
of the
got
case
some
for
context.
Bungie that they develop the games like within months.
Pretty much.
They're very good at going balls to the walls when it comes to this shit, because it's always the case that the developing games for the Halo franchise has always been
Rough.
horrific, to say the least.
Listen, as much as we can all say that crunch isn't necessarily what you should have to go through as an employee, games, broadly speaking, seem to just somehow be better when they are crunched out, or the developer will go bankrupt if it doesn't make a success. Now, this isn't always perfect. Some companies do end up going bankrupt, but
Yeah.
you get some of the best games for like Halo 1's multiplayer, as I've been told many a times, was basically done in like a couple weeks, right?
It was a couple, like, the last year of development is when they ended up doing it, because the original plan for Halo CE was that it was going to be far more like Battlefield, in large scale, massive, like large scale multiplayer, and instead, because they weren't able to get it to work, they ended up scrapping it, and then it was originally just going to be after that decision, they were going to say, okay, we're just going to go in and do campaign only. There's not going to be any multiplayer. And the multiplayer lead, who was also the multiplayer lead for Oni, when that got axed, he was like, no, we're going to go in and have a game in here real quick. So he and I think maybe one or two other people involved basically built multiplayer in the last year.
Because like
Yeah, it
haven't you
tracks.
told me that like some of the variables in multiplayer were changed basically a week before release?
There was a final patch, but as to my understanding, that is in regards to like the Combat Evolved pistol. What everyone thought, or at least the main rumor was, is that the Combat Evolved pistol was a lot weaker, and then there was a final patch that went in and made it better, and thus the 3-shot pistol that we have today.
Right.
And that has been disproven. There was still a final patch, but it was to make weapons more viable in campaign. So in campaign, they made it so then the pistol is actually more accurate, as well as the plasma rifle. So in multiplayer, they spread out a bit more than they do in campaign. So it makes them more viable in regards to the larger combat distances that you'll be engaged with in campaign. So that's how that's
So I don't
the
suck
actual
in multiplayer. Just my favorite weapons are less effective.
Nah, believe me, the fucking Magnum is still juicy in multiplayer.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah,
that's
it's
my
great.
baby.
I love playing
get-
CE.
No, I'm terrible at CE's multiplayer.
I go from getting stomped by Glow in Halo 2 to like actually being able to hold my own in Halo 1.
And then as soon as we make it public, there's this one guy who hasn't stopped playing, and he just fucking wipes the floor with all of us.
But yeah, like limited developments, sometimes rushed, trying to just get something out, get it done. On the verge of bankruptcy. Morrowind, for example, one of my favorite games, if not my favorite game. Bethesda would go bankrupt if they didn't make a success from that game.
I think it's the situation.
No offense, Steve, I wish your favorite game of all time failed.
Blame Microsoft, because that's part of why Microsoft could. So they would have went bankrupt basically if Microsoft wasn't like, yeah, put it on the Xbox. And then Oblivion, Microsoft is heavily invested in. We want this basically as a launch title on our platform, on our Xbox 360, and so Bethesda basically is like, oh, that's just guaranteed sales. I don't think it came out as a launch title, but it was intended to be a launch title. So, Bethesda has always had a bit of a failure to get things done on time mindset. But at least for Morrowind, oh baby, they got that one done.
I think the main reason is well, I don't think it. I'm pretty sure it is that the reason why these more crunch titles, regardless of how bad crunch is, generally speaking, it's because it really gets you to focus down on what makes it great, like what makes the experience enjoyable.
And even just what you can get done.
Yeah.
Because if you're given like many years development schedules, you end up wasting
it kills
time.
Project creep and forces artists to actually focus on something and not,
exactly
the perpetual tinkering to do, my perfect little vision.
As much as people can like Red Dead Redemption 2 and my criticisms of it, do we really need horse testicles adjusting to the weather? No. there are some flaws here and there in Red Dead Redemption 2 that could have been ironed out rather than focusing on horse testicles.
But then how would you peel the Calbeck?
No, No, the horse testicles is mostly just so that for a marketing. It's like, oh look,
Yeah.
this game is so detailed. The horse testicles shrink is part of why they did it, but I feel like that's instead of making a better game, you're just focusing on the marketing so that people will buy your title that you spent millions upon millions upon millions of dollars making. But yeah, we should get back to it.
6 seconds in.
How long's the recording already?
3 hours.
Yeah.
Well, I've been in the VC for an hour, but we didn't start an hour ago, so we got time.
Yeah, we got plenty. All right. We also have that follow video to watch after this, so this will be fun.
I think the state of Halo today is it's an interesting question.
That quote is the reason why I thought we should watch this, because that quote alone.
I mean, you're true.
So,
So you've got
yeah.
the context of what that when you're answering this question. This is pre-Infinite.
Yeah.
But post Halo 4, Halo 5,
MCC as well.
MCC as well. Like MCC with its bugs and issues is still relatively a good thing because you've got the original games, not in their original forms, but as close as one should expect. But then you've got, like I said, Halo 4, Halo 5. You've got the many disagreements with the story, the way that 343 kind of just retcon stuff. So what do you do going into Infinite? You have to still deal with the story changes that you've done. So you're stuck with your story. How do you make the gameplay good to make people start caring again?
Another thing that's interesting, because you brought this up, they do talk about Halo 5 story a little bit in this. And it's an interesting thing that's that they bring up. I
And if we're willing to ask that question and answer it with some actions, that's a fundamental change.
When I think about what we did on Halo 4 and Halo 5, we're always trying to do something that had a huge amount of ambition.
Chris Lee is the one that was working with Halo Infinite and then bailed mid-project, so he was the one that got replaced by Joseph Staten.
I'm a bit worried about that statement. With Halo 4 and Halo 5, we were trying to do something with a large amount of ambition or something, to paraphrase, rather than rewinding and rehear it.
Right.
And making an open world Halo isn't ambitious. when did they decide Infinite was going to be open world? Because if it wasn't from the get-go, did you just ambition and then change your mind, and then when the guy that you had developing the game, you fire him or he leaves, you then get someone else, and did you decide to randomly make it open world? Probably not. So it's a bit weird to front end, because again, this would have been intended to be released, but it wasn't. It's a bit weird to front end it with we tried being ambitious in the past. It's a bit of a complicated history about, how much people like the games.
Right.
And now here's our most ambitious one. What? If ambition was what caused the disagreement with people, then why would you want more ambition? Yeah.
The big thing about the open world, since you brought this up, will be brought in, talked about more here, but the big thing that they talk about is, well, not a big thing. It's not like they go on like a massive diatribe of it. Well, kind of, but they want you to explore the entire ring. Not just that little tiny island section thing that you get in the final product. It's the entire ring you get to explore.
Okay.
That just feels like going against the core concept of Halo, because you can't really have the 30 seconds of fun on an entire ring. The Forerunners aren't going to have installations that give you new set pieces all over the ring. You're going to have specific sections that are more interesting. You'll have bits that's just, this is just a forest.
Yeah.
How interesting in the Halo gameplay can you make a forest other than enemies hiding behind trees?
Right.
Well, it's as interesting as base Halo Infinite open world, where it contributes literally nothing to the story. It feels incredibly tacked on, and it's just pointless meandering just to do. It's just busy work.
There's a reason in CE when you get onto the dropship and go to a different location that it's a loading screen / cutscene, because having to wait for the pelican? Question mark pelican.
Yeah.
Having to wait for the pelican to fly from one location on the ring to another location on the ring would be fucking boring. And whilst you could get some new gameplay out of having to pilot the pelican whilst
Who
Covenant-
who needs to change their batteries? I heard a beep.
wasn't I don't think it was
I didn't hear it either.
whilst Wesley's telling on himself. Whilst having like pelican combat as a mission to do would diversify what you're doing, I think most people the most enjoyment they get out of CE is, you know, your normal missions, not I'm now in a pelican doing a pelican mission like in Halo 2.
Halo 4, you mean?
More
Halo 4 was the one
concisely,
that did that.
a mission with
Halo 4, sorry.
direction rather than the directionless
Yeah.
that is Halo
Because
Infinite's open world.
the objective would just be go from one location to another location and survive the Covenant that are assaulting you. It's it's less to do than, hey, there's this area you need to go rescue some Marines. Hey, you need to investigate this cave that's not a natural formation.
That would be at least one of them, you know, like
that's
absolutely.
the novel of Halo CE, and then with Halo 2, the novel aspects are, wait a minute, this is like a city, this is like a human civilization,
Yeah.
and then you've got, wait, I get to play as Arbiter. Spoilers, guys, spoilers for a game that's really really old, but you get to play as Arbiter. It's like, I get to be an elite. What?
Also, quick thing. I thought when you were kind of going in and describing Combat Evolved for a second there, I thought you were. My brain, for some reason, rewrote the connection so that you were talking about like mission ideas of like what could be done in the open world Infinite game. So,
Well, if you were trying to make an open world Halo, that's what you do. You'd place things of rescue Marines, explore this Forerunner thing for some sort of, like, I don't know, power weapon that's used, because when you have open world design, you need to facilitate that with making the reason to explore more than just superficial.
Right.
If it's a cosmetic that gives you no benefit, someone will feel as though they've had their time wasted. It's like, oh, I've gone in this cave and I've unlocked the color blue.
yeah, like AKA how it is currently.
Yeah. And like sometimes that can be even just a challenge, right? If you make challenges that are designed to be used as the set piece for a encounter zone, you have to make it so that you don't overuse that one encounter. People hate when their open worlds have the same boss fights in all the places, because it's like, well, what's the point of going anywhere if it's all the same everywhere?
Yeah. And Infinite having even worse of a problem because they're basically just the stock, troop unit, that maybe they have a weapon that's different, and they're a lot more spongy.
There's a reason when you're doing war games, for example, most of your wargaming is the actual combat. There is some logistics here and there to facilitate, but when you're loading up your figures, it's usually to shoot the other guy's figures.
Yeah.
It's not to wait for 5 minutes because, this is role playing the advance towards the battlefront. You have to wait 5 minutes because that's how far your troops have to travel. And so by gamifying that aspect of combat, by making you actually traverse through the landscape, it just drags out. And if the combat that you finally get to do after driving across the map isn't compelling enough, people are just not going to care overall. And a grappling hook and like the way that you can blow things around being slightly different from original Halo isn't going to be good enough to justify people wanting to play, which is what happened with Infinite.
And also the grapple hook.
I think. Sorry, go ahead, Setter.
Oh, okay. All I was going to say is on top of that, the grapple hook kind of makes any vehicle outside of air vehicles redundant. Because why would you use a vehicle that would go up a path when you could just grapple hook up it?
Yeah, I mean, and it gets in the way of the content that's in the game, and it doesn't give enough of a benefit to justify its own inclusion. It's just, hey, if you want to climb up a thing, just use your grapple hook. If you want to do this, just use your grapple hook. You want to get an enemy closer or get closer to an enemy, just use your grapple hook. It becomes the Stanley knife that you're always using, and then it's not that entertaining. It's
Yeah,
this isn't Just Cause 3. Sorry, it's not like
yeah, like when you have so much freedom to approach every, problem, you basically
How
just
long have we
start
been going off on this
approaching
one
it.
thing?
God damn it, let me finish. Let me actually say something. When you have so much freedom to approach a problem with, it really just boils down to I'm just going to choose the quickest, easiest method. I mean, I think Halo Infinite's gameplay is the antithesis to what Halo's gameplay is.
How many open world combat games have it be like, yeah, you can charge on the front gate of a tank, or you can like sneak in the back and stealth. Like, why are you getting in the tank? This is meant to be a stealth option. We weren't actually expecting you to use the tank. No.
Yeah.
Also, Wesley, welcome to the concept where you use the video mostly as a springboard for discussion and also to critique specific sentences, often for much longer than the sentence really deserves, but mostly just to get the ideas out there.
It's almost as if we had another goddamn rant going on.
It's almost.
But that is fair. I think
some tangents are guaranteed. Yeah.
we've kind of excised the entire point of that ambition. They had too much ambition, which was a problem through all of their games, and they could never deliver on the ambition, and ultimately it was just a bad decision to focus on those ambitious ideas.
Going one.
Yeah.
If Halo Infinite is the antithesis, what is its thesis to make synthesis?
Oh my god, kill yourself.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, good enough. Welcome back,
Our
Caesar.
dialogue with the public is more around that power fantasy.
And so we focused a lot on sandbox, we focused on fair starts, we focused on all of these things that made kind of classic Halo great for the core.
It's easy to take what's new and compare it to other games, but doing so accomplishes little. Halo 5 is easily one of the best playing shooters of the year, and it reaches this height on its own terms.
People were proud of their individual components. I think when we took all of them and put them together into the game, the team as a whole felt that we didn't achieve what we wanted with the holistic experience.
If only the story met the same standard. There are times when the game makes narrative leaps that don't add up.
I think we had multiple dialogues.
The fact that they have that in there is actually another thing that I'm surprised that they were willing to put in, kind of thing. It in the same vein of the state of Halo. Good question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's also a degree of it sounds like they're using like an IGN review or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what review this specifically is, but
it was that or
there's a
Game
lot of-
Informer.
there's a lot of,
I didn't read
This
it.
is really, really good. It's really fun and great. If only the story was as good. It feels like when I know Halo 5,
Yeah.
yes, the story is the main critique, but it's not just critiqued only the story.
Right.
People, from what I can tell as an outsider looking in, people just haven't liked playing the games that much. They've just they've liked them less and less and less. And Infinite was supposed to be this promise of, don't worry, you've got your classic Halo back, just in a slightly new delivery. You're going to have your childhood back, basically. And then it just doesn't deliver on that. And so people just hate Halo, not Halo, but hate 343 even more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Because,
will.
the video is titled, "The Promise Failed to Deliver."
Yeah. I will say Halo 5 did surprisingly well in regards to multiplayer, but it was almost exclusively like new players that came in that enjoyed the multiplayer, not necessarily a lot of old fans. There were some people who were the old guard, but I think it might be more of a brand loyalty thing that kept them playing it, but
Right.
it was primarily like new faces that have yet to play even like any of the older
Because wasn't it basically as soon as you've got MCC, why would you play any of the other ones?
Yeah.
And then when they start adding like more stuff to MCC, more games, like why would I want 4 or 5 when I've got 1, 2, 3 and Reach? Even if you dislike Reach, you've got all of them on MCC. You know?
Yeah. Obviously, there's still some issues that need to be dealt with, but I think
Sure, but like
for the
it's-
most
it's like-
part, for like most people, I think it's well enough.
yeah. So would you rather put your foot in a turd or just muddy water?
Yeah.
Probably muddy water.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And that was the problem.
But nothing from that podcast is ever even explored.
My interpretation is we didn't know what that dialogue looked like. We just kind of started talking.
I feel like the more we talk about Halo's story, the more I'm like, Halo's story is kind of dumb. I'm gonna be honest, guys.
It's gotten rough. 5 took us there, man.
Yeah.
It's all Halo 5's fault.
Fix it, right the ship, or we're just gonna keep declining.
That's a choice that's available to us.
That's both a really scary thing.
Stepping outside of that gives
The Asian guy that is wearing the glasses, he later shows up in a future update, like a dev stream that they have for Halo Infinite, and he's talking about, like, Halo's always been competitive. You know, like the MLG, like that type of conversation where Halo has always been that way, right? And I remember everyone just being like, "The fuck you mean, you dumbass bitch?"
Yeah, I don't know.
Here's the thing I think most people need to remember and have forgotten. A competitive game is not a good game. A good game can be a competitive game, though.
Correct. It's
What
this.
made Halo the springboard for the MLG, pro community of gaming was that it was just good in a well-balanced sandbox and fun to play.
It's to some extent, I've made the statement before of Halo being effectively the Smash Brothers of the FPS, where it's this fun party mode that everyone enjoys. You want to keep playing it, and because of it, you want to get better at it, and then thus the competitive scene rose from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. One followed the other.
Correct. To steal a Nintendo Wii quote, if it's not fun, why bother?
gives me an enormous amount of hope if we're willing to, and so far we have been, match that with the actions that it does take to make that investment real and tangible.
And a really cool thing.
Oh, sorry. Bad.
Because it gives us a chance to do some awesome stuff. So we can leverage the strengths that we do have, which are recognition, our status as an icon, the fact that, like, if we put Halo on something and it's a high quality product, people are going to be interested in checking it out.
I mean, yeah, that's about right.
Kind of obvious, though. You want that for your brand anyway. If you have an IP, you want it to be good, so that when people think of the IP, they think it's going to be good.
If product
like-
good, it good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this
the only reason people don't think that with Halo is the mistakes you've made in the past.
exactly. So this is one of
after this line was made, like
yeah. So this video, the I believe it's Unreal that they ended up using, is part of a video on Vimeo that is just these collection of different animations and renders, and you'll see them being used as this background footage that they have here. So it was, I'm assuming this is during the time when they were like testing out Unreal kind of thing.
hello, welcome to the video. If you want to join in, the watch together's in the Naga suggestions.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
All right.
Talk about Halo.
Yeah, and then
We are
Oh my
recording, by the
God.
way, so
yeah.
don't say anything crazy.
No, we could say something crazy. It's because we're recording. If we were streaming,
This
on the other
this
hand.
isn't number 0. Excuse
No
me.
rules,
this isn't
baby.
Number 0.
Yeah.
This is like number 10 or something.
Yeah. I think with you guys, it's number 7. No, it's 8, because 7 I think was the Metal Gear Solid 1, where you it was primarily you and I, and it was Metal Gear's an RPG. That video.
Oh god, you made you picked that just like whoever picked that just for fucking me.
No, I think it was you picked it because it was so annoying to you.
I don't remember picking that video. I think Get Out might have picked it.
Maybe.
Number go up, so it's an RPG, right? Yeah. So episode 6 was that. So we're episode 7.
Okay. I think we had it. Yeah. Oh no,
I
had
might
it.
have picked it out of the list, but I didn't pick it directly.
Right. Right. Oh man, that was a funny video to watch. All right. We all good?
Yep.
Yep.
I know.
We're good.
Alrighty.
There is no better way to clean the slate than a reboot. By rebooting, taking things back, kind of simplifying the core elements, it lets us return to really the fundamental things that
You've said this with Halo 4, that Halo 4 was a soft reboot. You said this also with Halo 5, that it was a reboot, and it was going to be for the classic fans, and we
It's okay.
saw how
Everything
that
can be a
went.
reboot.
Yeah.
You
And
lie every time.
yeah,
if
I'm sorry, but this is kind of dead at this point.
Yeah.
Stop saying reboot when it's not a
Yeah, just-
fucking reboot.
I don't
just goes
remember
to
them
show that they
saying
don't
that it
learn
was.
the lessons.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
remember them saying that 4 and 5 were reboots, but that effectively, because of what they did, they're effectively reboots. You know what I mean?
I mean,
spiritual
Glow said
kinda,
soft
yeah.
reboots. It's like
Right.
when you you can see what 5 was doing, because 5's the one where they have the guy that fights with Chief, right?
Yeah, and also the thruster
And
packs
you
and
have
shit
the
like
meme. You have the meme video where it's no, he just gets knocked out immediately.
that.
You can tell that they're trying to introduce a new era of Halo with Halo 5, so that you try to bond more with these new Spartans, right? Reach did a similar thing with Bungie, where it's like it's a prequel, sure, but they're trying to sell you these new characters so that you don't feel as bad about playing Chief. They did it better because it's a prequel, but Reach also has its own problems because Bungie isn't infallible.
Yeah.
It just turns out that Reach is better than 4 and 5. I'm saying that without playing 4 and 5 or Reach's story. I'm just going to say that because it's probably correct.
All right. Yeah, we good?
Made Halo special.
Yep.
That's what Legacy Halo is to me. It's the gameplay that introduced something that no other
Side-
game within the industry had.
And I think
Side note: I think it's hilarious that they're using like some of the OG Xbox footage and not MCC, because again, MCC came out at the time. So to be fair, it was still kind of in a kind of condition.
It's also kind of funny how they're kind of doing like the corporate meandering vagueness of like, it introduced something that no other game had. Okay, what is that? I know he's probably going to say it like, in the next like minute or so, but I'm just like, they can't really nail down anything,
Yeah.
I got
It's
here,
like,
the last few minutes, but the funniest thing is, you see this with every other Halo content creator that they use CEA footage. They're using the original one right here, which is just funny to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you think they'd use CEA with MCC because it just came out?
Nope. Because again, you're trying to appeal to people's nostalgia and saying, "Don't worry, this is just like your childhood." So they're going to use CE because it's just like your childhood.
Yeah.
Just like your childhood.
My question is not to make it too much of a tangent, but if you had to say one thing that Halo CE did bring to the table that nothing else did, what would that be?
Obviously, at the time, it would have been one of the first to have regenerating health with the shield system, and then the control scheme.
Not health.
Yeah, regenerating shields. It's effectively a health system, regardless. That's I'm talking about fundamental, behind the scenes, like how they would perceive it. You know what I mean? It's just a form of regeneration health. Anyway, to get back to it, that and the control scheme for basically every first-person shooter ever since CE, with the dual stick setup, and the methods of actually getting it to actually work on a console so that moving and shooting on console feels nice to do. And like I said, it uses effectively, it set the base control scheme that any other shooter uses.
Because obviously, me, little being a Call of Duty rat, did Call of Duty copy Halo, or did it not have it all ironed out until a certain point?
It was around, if I recall correctly, like Halo 2, since they removed the technically the health is still there, but it's just hidden. But
because like basic gaming knowledge is like GoldenEye was the first two-stick shooter. I think.
No,
one of the first, if not the first.
You had to use 2 controllers. It was very, very clunky for GoldenEye, because remember, it was using the fucking 3-prong Nintendo 64 controller. Like the majority of the time, people would play left hand using thumbstick and trigger, and then right hand using the C pad. So with Nintendo's D-pad.
Right.
And
because obviously you've got people on Halo saying, was Halo CE the game that essentially invented the twin-stick shooter control scheme? They say Unreal Tournament had it.
I wouldn't say
GoldenEye
invented, but it
technically had it. But
I'd say
I would
popularized
accept
it.
100% that Halo CE popularized it.
Yeah.
It formalized it, is what
Yeah.
I would say it did.
Formalizes it.
Yeah.
Because especially like Xbox Live as something that popularized and made like as a mainstay the multiplayer interaction, right? That's how
Yeah.
you play multiplayer, being able to yell at people over the internet because you paid for Xbox Live Gold so that you can call them.
You gotta be careful about that, thief. You are in Britain. That is now a felony offense to do that.
To mention Xbox Live Gold.
No.
To yell at people on the internet.
Yeah.
Come down, Smithy. That's for Danny G. I'll come in me house and I'll break your fucking legs.
Oh man. Sadly, see, they were trying to get Xbox Live, if I recall correctly, to be with Xbox as a launch, but they weren't able to get it going. So, which is why CE doesn't have Xbox Live features, and was thus Halo 2 was the one that. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, Halo 2 is effectively what it introduced was matchmaking as we know it.
Yeah, like each one, like Halo 1 is as you said, Halo 2 is as you said, and then Halo 3. That's even me as a COD kiddie. I've seen Halo 3 clips because it's that iconic. It's the one on the bottle on the fucking popcorn bucket for some reason.
Yeah.
It's on fucking everything. Everyone was obsessed with it. The only thing that you'd do if it wasn't Halo 3 is their best Call of Duties.
Yeah.
And even then, that's the entire war, COD versus Halo.
Yeah. With Halo 3, it was more of refinement, but it did introduce some good features. For example,
Literally any other franchise in the history of ever on their way to one-up Call of Duty.
Yeah. Man, back in the fucking day, man. Hell, even Medal of Honor tried to take its stab at trying to go after COD, but because of that, it also killed itself.
Medal of Honor was EA's answer to COD, and I'd say was better than COD, even back then.
I think with the...
I played
a modern game.
Yeah.
Well,
I can't remember which Medal of Honor it is. I played it with my granddad. It was I think War. Okay, I'll look this up.
The one
I might have the case over there still, but I'll still just look up the games.
The one that I played was Rising Sun. So that was exclusively like the American-Japanese conflict portion of the World War.
I played the 2012 one, Medal of Honor Warfighter. That's the only Medal of Honor I've played.
The modern Medal of Honors were the ones where they tried to go after, like, obviously because Medal of Honor was
yeah,
also...
it got me. I was a Call of Duty player.
Yeah.
But my granddad played it, and he said, "Oh, it's pretty fun." So I played it as well.
Yeah. Let me rephrase that. Obviously, they were competing with COD back when COD was still doing World War II shooters. And then once COD made the jump into the Modern Warfare, Medal of Honor tried to copy that and tried... Well, not copy... they tried to copy that, tried to go into the Modern Warfare setting as well. And when...
kill the franchise.
Yeah, I was... effectively, yeah. God.
The real thing for what Halo CE did is it made multiple alien races that just feel good to kill.
Yeah. That was another thing, true.
There's a humanity fuck yeah joke in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Now I'm on my computer, so I sound better. One thing I actually had to say about Halo that CE did over everything else was a lot of the games were multi-weapon shooters. You know, you had Half-Life with like this arsenal of weapons. Halo, you only carried like 2.
Yeah.
And most people carried the assault rifle and Magnum because cheese.
Yeah.
Or if you were me as a child, you carried the shotgun, the rocket launcher at the other half of the game.
Yeah, but I mean, Call of Duty did that plenty as well.
Yeah. Call of Duty originally started out also... That's another thing that Halo ended up doing, is that it popularized the two weapon shooter. Because Call of Duty also
Call of Duty copied it from Halo?
Yeah, because Call of Duty even early modern Medal of Honor also had like a kit, so you had multiple weapons, like especially with Rising Sun.
Sure, I've played the original Call of Duty's Medal of Honors. I don't remember that.
Medal of Honor Rising Sun, you had effectively a kit, so you could have multiple weapons and you could just cycle through them. It was an interesting.
Are you sure you played one specific Medal of Honor and it's tainted your entire viewpoint of the entire franchise.
That might like I would not be surprised if they ended up changing
I
it.
Call
But
of Duty 2, it has 2 weapons.
the Call of Duty 2.
Yeah.
What year did that come out?
Oh, fucking hell. COD 2. Could have copied Halo, let's check. COD 2, 2005.
2005.
COD 1 came to 2003, COD 2 was
2003.
2005, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
COD 1 would have copied Halo, because Halo was 2001, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, Halo did it first. So
Yeah.
Halo is the reason Call of Duty would then come to dethrone it.
And then, yeah. God, I'm thinking back to it because playing Medal of Honor Rising Sun. Now,
I know Shadow's right. I'm just
Yeah.
making sure we're getting the dates in order about this
Right.
because I watch a bunch of like boomer shooter YouTubers,
Yeah.
and amongst that community, there's this whole lament that Halo killed fun shooters because that whole community don't like reloading and they don't like 2 weapons. They want to have all their guns and they just want to have an ammo pool. They don't want to have a needless mechanic that breaks up the gameplay, which is what they consider reloading to be. So
fucking boomers.
I just got back. Sorry to bring up a older tangent, but to kind of clarify my point about they've always said it was either a soft reboot or a reboot itself, I may have got it mixed up with them saying it's a return to form a lot.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
In
they've
order to
said that.
placate the older fans. Yeah.
Halo. They didn't say it to Halo 4 because they were like, "Oh, this is the next thing," and then Halo 5. That's when they did the return to form shit, and then they continued that with the Infinite.
Blow One pulled out his phone whilst he was on the toilet taking a shit to make sure he got the quote right. And he was like, "Fuck, I got it wrong. It's a return to form, not a soft."
No. I was peeling potatoes actually, and I was like, "Huh, I remember." Yeah.
Anyway, we can get back to it.
What really has changed for me is value of that legacy.
I started to realize that Halo was bigger than any of its members.
When we start to try to distance ourselves from the things that made us unique to begin with, that's when the fun factor starts to be diminished.
We don't want to just cruise along.
You don't
we
say.
don't want to just flatline as a franchise.
People don't expect as much out of Halo, which I think is pretty empowering because it gives a team a chance to come out of nowhere with something brand new that people didn't expect.
So all of this effort we're doing around the tool set is crucial to the longevity of the studio.
It's really solidifying our ability to be a full service. You don't just make content.
So as you can see, they're testing things out in Unreal with that one. Also, the music track, Halo 5, The Trials, for those wondering. I hate that I have like...
Yeah, okay. They said a full service. Was Halo Infinite always going to be like the whole... You put it's free multiplayer, right? Free multiplayer?
There's
multiplayer campaign you pay for. Was that always going to be the case, or was that something that
there were rumors flying early on in Halo Infinite's development of, hey, they're going to separate multiplayer and campaign, and that multiplayer is going to launch first and then campaign. And a lot of people didn't believe it, and then the multiplayer effectively, we had the flights before the multiplayer release, and then the multiplayer itself released, and then campaign happened a month later.
Yeah, it felt very much like a corporate decision,
Yeah.
Because even what he said there, like he said service, not
Yeah.
game.
Oh yeah, their live service was definitely planned.
Yeah, so there's definitely the degree to which now that we're in this state, long past this, and more people are starting to realize that live service games are kind of fucking cancer. It definitely feels like, hey, it's a time capsule back to when companies thought saying live service was a good thing.
Yeah. Oh man! All right, let's keep it going.
Content and walk away from it, which means we need better workflows to allow us to iterate and create that content fast.
Man, it's like it's like the UE5 trailer, like the little showpiece that they made of those environments in Unreal. It's like, man, we got to do these workflows. I find it funny that it's a repetition.
Workflows so we can get the content out faster. It's
Yeah.
like, why? Oh yes, because this is going to be live service.
Yeah.
So you want to make it so that you can keep people from like disengaging with your service, not product.
Yeah.
Your service, because the only reason people end up joining a live service if you have frequent updates, because everyone's like, why would I play this when Fortnite's getting updated? They did this, and why fucking Marvel Rivals is getting this, this, and this. If your service isn't getting updates, people then start to think, wait, why am I even playing this? I can play something better. I could just go back and play CE. Why am I playing this?
Oh God.
I just find it hilarious that they're repeating themselves between this and the UE5 video, which I find that hilarious. Also, there's going to be another reveal at the next HCS, which I think is the next the final HCS, which I think is in October. I'm gonna have to double check that again, but they're gonna do some more showcase stuff of behind the scenes, much like how they did the Unreal Engine trailer at the last one. So we'll see what the fuck they're doing. Supposedly, there's multiple Halo projects on the way. Supposedly.
Oh, joy.
Yeah. Okay, side note. This is one thing that's always annoyed me about Halo content creators, where there's just there's not enough content, and you need to make more games, and I'm like, I'd like there to be a quality game first before we try going out and pumping out multiple. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard that
Back
a lot.
when we got one game every 2 to 3 years,
Yeah.
and that was expected to at release be enough to tide us over for the entire period.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Bethesda taking 10 to 15 on average.
And flopping a live service that dies immediately.
It's okay. The Fallout TV show will be out this December, and the next Fallout will be out in 30 years.
It's funny that Bethesda taking 10 to 15 years average only happens because of Elder Scrolls 6. Because between Morrowind and Oblivion, it was 6 years. Oblivion to New Vegas was Oblivion to fucking Fallout 3 was what, 2 years?
Something like that.
Fallout 3 to Skyrim was again about 2 or 3 years. Skyrim to Fallout 4 was 5 years. Fallout 76 is in there as well.
Yeah, I think it was a year
that's
or 2.
2 years.
Yeah.
Right, 2019-ish.
Yeah.
And now we're in 2025. It's already been 6 years. A game should have came out by now.
Oh yeah, Starfield. I forgot about that.
One did. Starfield. But don't worry, that was 25 years in the making.
Yeah.
So that doesn't count. Actually, for a moment, I was living in ignorance. I was blissful because I actually forgot that Starfield existed. But yeah, 2024 for Starfield. Since 2016, I don't count 76. Sorry, the same way I don't count ESO. 2016 to 2024, 8 years. Still not quite at the 10-15, but then we've entered pre-production on Elder Scrolls 6. Pre-production? Excuse me?
Last I checked, isn't ESO and 76 different teams entirely as well?
ESO
that top it off?
is completely a ZeniMax thing.
Yeah.
100% different. 76 obviously had some Bethesda involvement, proper Bethesda involvement.
I think it was Bethesda Austin or something like that. Did it?
It was we made one of our subsections do it, and then we eventually palmed it off to a bunch of different companies. I have a friend who works at Double 11, and he works on Fallout 76.
Oh, nice.
Which I don't think is NDA-able. I think he's allowed to tell me that. So
Okay.
he's not allowed to tell me anything else, but
right.
He's worked on Fallout 76.
Oh man.
Anyway, back to this.
Faster and easier.
Instead of just making an incremental leap, really make a giant leap and raise the bar and hopefully reinvigorate the franchise.
Want to hit that kind of reset button in terms of what the expectations are immediately.
I want us to figure out how we can capture people's imaginations.
We want it to feel like it's this continuous story that kind of grows and evolves over time.
Here's an experience.
Hey, I have an idea of how you can make it a continuous story. Now, hear me out here. This is a wild idea.
I'm sorry, that's just an...
Hold on, just let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Hear me out here, guys. Hear me out.
What's Wesley's wild idea?
Fix the lore and stop writing the humans as not being Forerunner, so that way it's actually compatible with all of the original books and games.
Well, Wesley, I have another author.
That's not very imaginative or creative. We need new ideas. We need to surprise people. What if the suit actually jacks him off.
The funny thing is, with that whole human Forerunner retcon, is that they then just say, oh, humans and Forerunners are related well enough. Because they just gave up on it, because it's like, okay, we can't, like... we can't put the genie back in the bottle with this one. Like, this causes too many problems, so they're just related, guys.
I mean, they retcon so much stuff in general to where, like, the entire point of the Human Covenant War has been entirely done away with. The entire fucking point of the Halo setting is done away with, i.e. the humans being Forerunners. That was all done away with. Like,
and with
if you actually look at the vast amount of changes that they've done, it's mostly been retcons to Halo's lore.
And with Halo Wars 2, it effectively retcons Halo 3. And with Halo 4's intro, I thought we had a truce with the Covenant. I mean, retcons Halo 3 to the fucking Halo Legends.
So many changes that their latest book, Halo Empty Throne, it retcons some portions of Halo Infinite. I'm
fucking
not even joking.
Lamau!
That's
and it's because the entire fucking book is written by 3 different authors.
What?
So of course it goes fucking everywhere. I'm not joking. Look it up.
Oh my god.
The other thing I gotta bring
That's
up
hilarious.
is they have the issue of trying to make the Forerunners not human, but then you see them tie in so much stuff that is like, oh, this is from the Forerunners and everything. It's like, at that point, just make them human.
Yeah.
Because you're just making an alien that's not human. Are we their product? Or are we their children? Or what are we?
And the funny thing is that they then proceed to make weapons that, if they were still humans, would make a little bit more logical sense. Like the fucking shotgun. You know what I mean?
Well, to give an example of how convoluted it is literally you're a reclaimer, but you're not reclaimer. Okay, some of you are reclaimers. It's because of a gene song that was edited into your DNA by the librarian bitch. And in doing so, they've kind of retconned Halsey discovering Spartan armor and a smart AI. Nope, that was all the librarian's inventions because she left it into the gene song. So yeah, they took away the 2 biggest accomplishments of humanity and relegated it to being a fucking, I don't know, a redeem code in your fucking DNA. They're just supposed to achieve at some point.
The librarian used vaccines to give humanity autism.
The funny thing is that if you think about it in any way, the librarian's the reason for the Holocaust. Because she had to basically pre-program humanity.
To be fair, that's a problem with Bungie's lore too, because in Bungie's lore, the Forerunners left things behind that were influencing humanity. They were the road builders. They taught us Latin. That Rome existed because of the Forerunners. So everything Rome did wrong is also ancient humanity's fault, even in Bungie lore. So that doesn't change.
No, it's just
very funny to think about either way.
Well, in this case, instead of Bungie's lore, where it's like, okay, it's happenstance and humans still end up making those decisions, the librarian is, I am having this so then these certain circumstances end up playing out throughout your history. So they are the reasons for the Holocaust. Exactly. I find that hilarious.
Is like I feel like I've been told by you guys. I've been told by you guys that the librarian had this master plan, and the events of the game have you in the exact position the librarian wanted you. Because so it's all been orchestrated. It's less the Forerunners are a slightly manipulating entity. Their technology and whatever has caused humanity to away from what they would have done unguided, as opposed to, I programmed Hitler.
Yeah.
If Hitler didn't exist, World War II wouldn't have happened. Eventually, humanity would not have united, and so you wouldn't be here today. So I had to make Hitler.
That's so fucking funny.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that she could have
this librarian
coded this shit in to avoid this kind of shit.
Yeah.
With Bungie's lore, I do have a problem with you, Wesley. Saying that it was the same problem under Bungie's lore, because we don't really know the extent to where the Forerunners influenced humanity. Either we were cloned,
it's
or
a much lesser
it
extent,
pushed
but you could
us
make the
to
same
evolve into
it's not the same problem. It's just very similar. That a lot of what can be pointed to as humanity's achievements could be influenced by Forerunners and has some influence here and there, rather than a librarian put it in our DNA that Hitler has to happen.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird to
Fair
me.
enough,
Why did
fair
they
enough.
put it in Stephen Hawking's DNA that he had to get ALS to do all that amazing stuff?
That's another thing.
It's much like playing GURPS. He had to take the ALS disadvantage to be able to be given the friends with Epstein advantage.
Oh God.
The thing is that it goes from, okay, there's some influence that they have, right? But relatively speaking, the humanity has free will, into humanity were predetermined into this outcome. Humanity has no free will. At the very least, humanity doesn't have free will until fighting the Didact in Halo 4. That is the bare minimum until when humanity can finally have like proper free will, because everything else was preordained, pre-programmed into humanity.
I'm gonna be
Librarian orchestrated that too.
I'm gonna be soy Reddit. This is just like Loki, where it's revealed that all the events of the Marvel Cinematic Universe was ordained by Kang, and then they kill Kang, so they all have free will now. Prior to them killing Kang, which he also planned for them to do, by the way, no one, any free will you had would get your timeline erased. you had to follow the guideline of the one above, or whatever the fuck his name is. So yeah, there was no free will in all of those movies. But people praise that show. It's like the exact same premise.
Funny enough, I think it actually it happened before that. So in other words,
Marvel copied Halo 4.
Oh God.
Genius decision.
Also, the other thing.
What's the other thing?
Yeah. The one other thing, and that is that the librarian programmed into humanity what males prefer in regards to body types, which I find that so fucking.
Futanari.
She like it's based on her body type apparently. That's what humans find Unga Boonga, which I find that fucking stupid and hilarious.
What's the body type specifically that's pointed out in the game? Is
It's
there like a specific
it's
diagram?
not in the game. It's in like one of the books, if I recall.
There's no diagrams for me to say. Okay, what did the writer canonize his fetish as?
I think we are actually reading a bit too far into how far the Gene song may go, but still.
It's funny, so it's canon.
Oh God.
Anyway, let's get back to
experience that is Halo to its core.
For old players, it has a sense of nostalgia and awe in its history. And then for new players,
These are
there's this
also
big
those
mystery about what is
Unreal
it.
Engine
I
test
get to
clips that you'll
explore
see.
this world and I get to experience its mysteries. I'm telling you what I want out of the game, but I'm telling you that because I know that's exactly what the team is trying to build.
There's nothing scientific about that. Like, there's not a formula for that. But when you get it, when you play it, you know it. That's the game that I want to make, and that's the game that I think we're making.
That was the project title of the game.
Cop pulled me over in Kirkland and said, "Where are you going with 6 TVs in the dead of night?" And I said, "We're
Projectile
playing Halo."
for Infinite.
Halo was the first game that had LAN parties, was it not?
That was my first experience with LAN and people just hanging out and having fun together, literally in a basement.
The hardest I've ever laughed ever was in a multi-flag game on Snowbound.
I was playing Capture the Flag, and I really had no concept of what this was other than grab the flag and run.
2 scores to 2 scores with 3 to win, and he was bringing the flag back.
I was running, and I see the flag in front of me, and I just remember hearing over comms my friends saying, "Somebody grabbed the flag," and I was just about to do it, and they said, "Except for Lanny." And I was just like, what? Like, what was that?
He's going to the Snowbound base, people are chasing
suck.
him. He's right about to cap it, and then I melee him in the back, take it, and then drop the cap to score. And I laughed so hard. It's so cruel, but it was one of the funniest things I've ever done in a video game.
Just feeling that adrenaline and my heart pumping.
But I'll just remember that story forever. I have the saved film.
That was one of the things that got me hooked on Halo and playing multiplayer with friends, was just that excitement and the trash talking and the laughing.
It was that.
Irony of talking about trash talking when every fucking company and every single shooter is like, we're going to use AI to make sure that you're not trash talking.
Please, before you join this multiplayer lobby, please agree to this EULA that says that you will not say a mean word or anything.
Stories feel fake.
Yeah.
To bring up a little bit of trash talking, I didn't know they hired Justin Roiland.
That's funny. I didn't know. So this is just how much of an outsider I am. I didn't know fucking David Cross was in Halo 2.
Yeah. He's the guy.
He's the Marine. He's the
Yeah.
Marine voice.
Yeah, he's the
Hey,
Marine.
voice, sorry.
Yeah, he's the Marine that you see in the outskirts cinematic when the Scarab is walking across the bridge, and we need to get the hell out of here. That's him. You hit Marine? No, sir.
He's the guy in the wheelchair in Scary Movie 2.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, gets cum on his glasses.
And also the fucking black light where it shows that he's been sucking himself the entire time.
Yeah. Listen, Scary Movie 3 is obviously the best one, but Scary Movie 2 still has some funny jokes.
Oh yeah. Scary Movie 1 even had a couple of good ones in there. This is
Yeah,
also...
they've all got like some funny jokes, and obviously they fall off going in 4 and then 5.
Oh yeah.
But like, just the fucking drag race that they have in fucking wheelchairs.
I completely forgot about that scene. Oh my god, that's so good.
That's got to go on like a fucking watch list. We gotta watch
man.
the first 3 scary movies.
Hell
Anyway,
yeah.
let's get back to this.
Defining those years of my life where all I thought about was when is the next time I'm getting together with a bunch of people and kicking someone's ass in Halo. And you may want to cut this one.
Speaking on that, when are we gonna have another Halo game night?
You fuck. Do you know what? Considering that I want to like fill the slot of Monday, maybe we could do like game nights on Mondays if people are available. If we can't get get people in because of scheduling conflicts and stuff, we could change the day. But
I know.
There's a very nice mod we should play. It's called Ruby's Rebalance.
Oh, shut up.
You should
Also,
kill yourself.
Yeah, I would like to live stream those
that
game
sounds
night
good.
ones. I feel like those could be real fun, especially since my internet's doing all right.
Sure you want to do that?
Yeah, it'll be great.
Oh,
I'll be banned on Twitch in like 12 seconds. It'll be great.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, I could just record it and then I'll. I guess I could record it and then I'll just. I'll record it and then. I'll upload it to Rumble, like the last game night recording. So we'll put them up onto Rumble. That way we could go in and go hog wild, and it would be funny and fine. Oh, that'll be good. That means I'll have
fans that their games aren't real.
Yeah. Also that we need to do something. I need to do something for Monday then. If the game nights aren't going to be released on YouTube, they'll be released on Rumble. Shit.
Monday.
I'll have to think about it another time. For now, back to the video.
Let's get back to this.
Literally do victory laps around players, so we would have someone singing in the front.
The just kind of goofy romping that we'd have, beating each other up and yelling at each other. That's the stuff that sticks with me in the long run.
I'm not going to forget that forever, and I'm sure that the team that we faced will never forget that either.
Like those handful of really exceptional games where you would start playing at 7:30, 8 o'clock, no concept of time, zero, and would be shocked and upset, but somehow a little bit proud when you go to leave and the sun was already up. And there's so many emotions that, like, I can't. But you had so much fun. It was fun.
That's me with
so
me
many
and Fuck
people
Kingdom.
talk about not the fact that it was 60 FPS or the fact that the ring was this big open space, but they talk about the memories they have playing with people.
Halo is a universal franchise. It should be for more people. There's players out there that want to play Halo. They want to get into it, but there's that barrier, and so we're attacking those barriers.
I'm not opposed to the idea of more people should experience great art, but the idea that there's this barrier to playing the games, yeah, like the idea that there are these barriers to enjoying Halo, where it's like what the barrier of paying the price tag for MCC or an Xbox and Halo CE. The only barriers for getting that original experience is, hey, you shut down the original servers, numbnuts.
Yeah.
Nobody can get that experience anymore, dipshit. So the only way they can is in your shitty MCC system, dumbass.
Thankfully, Project Sunrise. Yeah. Thankfully, Project Sunrise has brought back Halo 2 and Halo 3 and Reach servers. They're community ran servers, mind you. So, but you can still use the multiplayer and online matchmaking because of them. So thank
Yeah, like
the
that's the only
community.
actual barrier. Like, oh look, you show a bunch of diverse people, obviously trying to appeal to some sort of like, Halo is only for like white male gamers or something.
Yeah,
because
that-
this
yeah,
is the
whole-
era. This is the era that this video is being made in.
Right.
It's like no, everyone like yes, people are gonna say fucking mean words on the internet over fucking voice chat, but that's just friendly ribbing.
Yeah.
When people start having actual hostility, they get actual hostility back at them because this is all about having fun with like-minded individuals in video games. If you're not if you're trying to not have like-minded individuals, if you're trying to have the people that want to make it Call of Duty, the people that want to change it to something that it isn't, then obviously that's going to be a problem because the entire point
Yeah.
of people enjoying the game is for what it is, not for what it isn't.
It's very much this game's all right, but what if it was for the modern audience? You know, it's just a case of like, okay, I would like to ask you, what barrier needs to be removed in order for the game to be more enjoyable for people? Other than picking up the controller and playing the game, that's like your only barrier of entry. Like, obviously, if you don't have any hands, you're probably not going to have a good time playing the game unless, you know, you're very skilled with your feet.
Right.
And can play the game on, I don't know, a fucking Guitar Hero keyboard.
People of like the Dark Souls, like I remember there was this amputee, like they didn't have arms and they were playing Dark Souls with a controller with their feet, and it was like, damn, congrats on them for beating the game. I forget who it was
Players
though.
are themselves inhuman. That is an unrealistic expectation to place on normies, though.
Yeah.
Because like because Halo itself, its control scheme, relatively speaking, compared to even other shooters, is simplistic. That's not an insult, by the way. It's just.
I wasn't paying attention. Am I inhuman for playing Dark Souls, or what was that about?
No, I mean like the hardcore Dark Souls people.
Listen, I did Fist only as Silent Demon. It was awful, but I did it. Fists don't scale in Dark Souls 1, so you're doing like I think it's 20 damage per hit. But you also can't plunging attack with fists either. So I believe, at least if I'm recalling correctly, so it has 813 health. You have to hit it. 20 feels too high. Then let me check. But it's a long burn, and then each boss just gets more and more health.
Yeah. That's the thing, though. Going back to the conversation, is that Halo itself, its control scheme is simple as is.
Mm-hmm.
What barriers are needed at that point? Like,
yeah, like the only barriers are like, yes, if no
not
one's ever
needed,
picked
but
up a
you know what I
game-
mean.
If no one's ever picked up a game before, the whole twin stick concept can be a bit confusing at first, but it's relatively easy to get adjusted over just a few hours of play. So if you're like, that's the only thing I would suggest. Like aim assist for consoles, there are many facets to make it a bit more easier to get you into the swing of things. Like you could even have like a beginner section of the matchmaking where if it's your first time, like what was it,
Boot camp,
one of the Call of Duty, like a boot camp type thing.
I think there was like one in I think it was like the original Black Ops, wasn't it? Right, where it was like, or at least in the older CODs, they would kind of quarantine.
And it's like
they would like quarantine like
newer people into the section so they're not being completely stomped on, and they can get adjusted to the controls. And maybe when they're playing into the normal thing, you start turning on things. Hardcore could turn off aim assist, for example. Like you could have these things. Like again, like
I don't know.
You show me a bunch of brown children or women or whatever, and it's just like, yeah, this game is like. Many people have made many friends. Oh, sorry. Many people have made many friends in these games, and it's not them. They never said, "Hey, send me a picture of yourself through Xbox Live so I can tell if you're a white fellow like me. If you're not a white fellow, I can't play with you. Sorry, you're really good and fun at the game, but I can't play with you because you're not a white fellow."
Yeah, it was primarily like it was just like it to some extent, like you could say the ribbing and insults were almost like a universal litmus test for everyone in the group to figure out who's in the group and who's in the out group kind of thing. And the out group being like the normies or just, kids that would like cry at like anything, or, of course the actual racist and shit.
Because if you're trying to make the same racist jokes
Reminder for
over
the
and over,
normies watching this: this podcast does not endorse racism, even
Unless
though
it's-
sometimes they-
only if it's funny.
Yeah, only if it's really, really, really funny.
Like even if you're
No.
gonna make even if you're gonna make racist jokes over and over again, like people get bored of that. Like you have to mix up your jokes. You have to
Oh,
make
yeah.
sure that you're not just being completely hostile. If there's an element of a jest, right? That's the entire point of being a jester, is that you're trying to, you know, if it's something that criticizes
I
someone
mean it in
or
jest.
whatever.
It's a term for a reason.
Yeah.
Hey thief,
yours-
British people have bad teeth and bad food. Ha 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 ha.
Get some
You for-
additional material.
You forgot to be funny,
mean-
Glow.
Well, that's just true.
That
though.
was
There's
sarcasm,
no,
dumbass.
There's no joke.
I was making a joke at it, my god. Oh my god.
When I say if you really want to make it, if you really want to make a joke, you got to strike deep, like how you fuck your sister, or how Wesley hasn't beat
That's not
Fallout
an
1 or 2.
insult, Thief. He actually does that.
What? I
Or how Wesley
don't.
hasn't beat Fallout 1 or 2, or Shadow likes mommy ASMR, or Law Hunter's jokes are all derived from someone else's jokes, or that Ace has a fetish for the sunflower in Plants vs Zombies.
Makes fun of me a lot.
Anyway, we can get back to the video.
Yeah.
Players discover games through watching their favorite
You know it,
streamers.
baby.
How do we make our game more watchable and more visually interesting?
Wait, I'm so sorry.
How
I
does our-
forgot. I forgot. We have to go back. We have to go.
Yeah.
How far back
Is
was
a
that?
universal.
I
franchise.
hit
It should be
I hit left twice, and my guess is it's about 5 seconds
for
each,
more people.
kind of
There's
like normal
players out
YouTube.
there that
I just
want
need-
to
I
play
just
Halo.
need
They
the-
want
I
to
need
get
the
into
frame.
it, but
Yeah.
there's that
Yeah, you
barrier,
got your women
and so
and your
we're attacking
minorities
those
and your
barriers.
kids. Attack the barriers.
Players discover games through watching their favorite streamers. How do we
Mixer.com/grayscale.
Yeah.
Mixer, baby. Mixer.
I remember Mixer. It was a good
They
time.
they were so hopeful. All that money they paid to Fortnite Ninja Blevins.
I actually streamed on Mixer for 8 bits.
Same.
Remind me what Mixer is. I'm actually unaware of this one.
Mixer.
Microsoft's
Yeah.
personal streaming service.
Oh, so it's terrible.
No,
they paid Fortnite Ninja Blevins a lot of money to come to Mixer. Nobody would migrate to it, even if it was a better service, because it's Microsoft, right? You've got Twitch can only compete because it's Amazon on the back end. So if you have a similarly large company like Microsoft, it could be a fine service. It's just everyone's already comfortable on their Twitch streams.
Yeah.
Everyone's already comfortable watching their YouTube videos. Why would they go to a separate service that's got some of the inherent problems of Microsoft? It's like saying, why didn't Microsoft phones work? It's like, yeah, it's because they're shit. But also because you're trying to make people diverge from what they're already using to, you need to give them a reason that's better than just, oh, it might be a little bit better for streaming.
I will say though, as somebody who was using Fuser, which is what the site was before the Microsoft buyout, that was actually really fun to use. And even when Microsoft bought it, it was still, relatively speaking, like a really fun, like it was really engaging. I liked the mechanics that they had within it, right? But then, because they introduced the channel points system that Twitch now uses.
Right.
But Mixer/Fuser had the buttons on the bottom, which you could then have certain effects so that you could spend them on that, and it was, relatively speaking, really fun. You'd have a lot of these like really stupid like soundboard effects. You'd have like all sorts of stuff programmed attached to it, right? It was really fun. It was really engaging, and then there just wasn't, like, as you were saying, it was people who were too comfortable. Like, people were too comfortable staying on Twitch, and they didn't want to migrate over to Mixer. It was not
Even if you have those,
now.
yeah, if you even have that little integration thing like you do a Mixer, like Twitch eventually adopted that. So like,
yeah.
Even if Mixer was still going now, what necessarily would it have over Twitch other than Fortnite Ninja Blevins? Like,
Yeah. And what ended up happening is when they closed down Mixer, everyone kind of got integrated into Facebook streaming, which that was a big ripperoni.
anything to just not pay Amazon money.
One of my,
I find it funny how Facebook streaming is really only popular for people going out of their way to commit crimes and
Help
or
me, Donald Trump.
shooting people.
Help me, Donald Trump.
On
Donald
stream.
Trump, help me, Donald Trump.
It is only known for that and little else. Yeah.
I decided to actually look into TikTok streaming because that was a thing that was going on, and
TikTok streamings are awful.
and it's exclusive. You cannot multi-stream, and I'm like, that's cringe and gay. I'm not doing it.
If you streamed on TikTok, you'd be dead to me.
And then also checked out Rumble, and Rumble you have to have a follower. You have to reach the follower cap before you're allowed to stream on Rumble. So once that happens, I'll be streaming on Rumble as well.
I have a little very short story of one of my experiences with someone who was streaming on Mixer, and they were like they did Fallout streams, and I remember coming into one of their streams, they were doing Fallout 76, and I basically said to them, "Hey, I'm glad you're having fun with the game at least, because I know it's because this was very early in its release time, so it's had a whole lot of problems and shit." And I was like, "Hey, I'm glad you're having fun with the game still, even though it's got a lot of issues and whatnot." And then he fucking crashed the fuck out like an absolute tard that I said anything negative about his precious Fallout 76. And he ended up banning me from his channel.
Oh man, God,
I don't know. Like, you'd be defensive if you quit your job for becoming a Fallout 76 streamer.
God, I just remembered. I did the what was it? The Black Ops 2 Origins Easter egg solo on Mixer. I ended up streaming that. That was such a pain in the ass trying to do that solo. God, I just had fucking flashbacks and shit. That was back when I unironically was like streaming at 144p. Hence why there's a joke.
141p?
144.
I was like,
Yeah.
did you somehow get 3 less p on
Yeah.
this site?
Which is why I very rarely nowadays, because my internet's better, but 144p gang for whenever my internet just shits the bed and the fucking stream quality goes into the dumpster.
Rarely, but that's like every other stream. What are you talking
Uh, well, I was talking back then. Like nowadays, like the stream is generally speaking pretty fine quality wise. Like it's not like god tier, but it's a lot better.
You get a mosaic sometimes. It's funny.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
What year was this you were streaming in?
God, this was early. Fucking hell.
Oh, okay. Okay, for a sec, I thought if this was like late 20-teens, I'd be like, what the fuck? You're streaming in 144p? I was fucking watching YouTube videos in 360p in 2012.
Yeah,
He only recently got good internet, so...
Yeah, only recently. It was I think mid to late 2010s, because I was doing Black Ops 2. Yeah, it has to be like later on the later end because Black Ops 2's release year was 2012. And streaming Origins, and it was long after the Easter egg was solved and things like that. So I'd say like I think it was around 2014, 2015, maybe 2016.
The more years you add, the weirder it gets.
Yeah. I'm leaning more towards 2015 and 2016 though.
Sending
like between
your
those
stream
2
view
years.
as the next frame of your stream through carrier pigeon. It's
Yeah,
like, oh wow, he's doing the fire stuff.
Yeah. Fucking streaming via carrier pigeon.
Don't you know, Thief? See, carrier pigeons are extinct. You have to get a different bird.
Oh god. The idea of that. Whoops! I accidentally hit forward on the. Now we're back.
Mixer.com, yeah.
This fucking. The idea
Anyway,
of streaming via carrier pigeon is fucking great. Yeah, let's get back to it.
Make our game more watchable and more visually interesting.
How does our game differentiate, and how do we make something that feels new and fresh but feels like Halo to its core?
You decided to do none of that because it feels like every other FPS shooter.
But it had a blue lady, and it had Master Cheeks, so it feels like Halo.
Honey.
and it had
Yeah.
no. She's like an adult woman. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And then you also have a grappling hook.
funny.
Grappling hook makes you feel like Halo, right?
You don't have to be small to be cunny. You just have to be cute and funny.
Okay.
You've
See,
killed the
you're gonna get the reputation. I mean, you don't want that reputation. This one might actually go to YouTube, so people might actually see this video.
Oh god. And then it's just fucking hell. Like the map design is the big thing that completely makes it not feel like Halo, because it's map design that would fit for any of the other shooters, like primarily COD, but as like the main example, right? It's just okay. It's just I could go on a rant about that, but I won't. We've already gone on enough rants.
Yeah, let's get back to it.
And then offsite, we decided that we need to be disruptive in pursuit of making the best Halo game ever. And we
In regards to the Halo community, we saw we saw that snapshot of that slide, like I'd say about a week ago. So this video kind of reveals like the context of that slide.
we can't continue to operate in the fashion that we have.
When we're thinking about a service, you don't just make content and walk away from it. No, you have to be consistently shipping great, high-quality content, which means we need better workflows.
High quality content then.
Yeah. Remember when people had to wait 6 months for a season? Oh god.
To allow us to iterate and create that content faster and easier.
We talked about a number of things that we wanted to investigate fixing in our tool chain, and then we put all those on pause so that we could go investigate Unreal to see if that would be a better path forward for the studio.
We've always put trying to make a great game ahead of enabling ourselves to make a great game.
It's kind of funny how that guy sounds like Joseph Staten. It's kind of funny. He's not dead on, but he's close enough, and it's kind of funny. So make you kind of do like a double take.
Attempt to do some of the stuff we're talking about doing, our tools had to get upgraded.
I decided that the most important thing that we could do was investigate, could we make a better game in Unreal?
Well, let's take a look at it. Instead of spending man years of time building the tool set, maybe we can buy the tool set and then spend the time trying to recreate our game experience in that engine.
Because Unreal's pipeline and what artists can do in Unreal is extremely powerful.
At the end of the leadership offsite, we asked for a vote of where people stood on the engine.
And what we found through the investigation was that the Halo engine actually is a much more powerful engine at runtime.
The result of that vote was about 85% roughly to stay in our engine.
And that was a mistake.
It would have been like another 2 man years of work to rep.
In a cave with a box of scraps.
Replicate our in-game systems that kind of make Halo Halo, and then we would be able to play the game we have today in the Play Lab.
It gave a lot more context to what was out there, what our competitors were doing.
We want to go after making this engine a modern competitive engine with Unreal or other first-party engines that other companies make.
If we think about the engine as a product, it starts to make you think about how the engine fits together in a way that makes it easier to be a service, makes it easier for us to have people focus on workflow.
And that's where the true fun is found. You have a creative, cool idea, but then you need to be able to quickly iterate on it.
That cinematic, as well as that little animation that was playing on the computer, doesn't spark your brain for a second there. That's
Why were they showing Anthem?
That's when they were originally talking about. Remember the Halo as Overwatch? Yeah.
Yeah. Many times, try it out in game as quickly as possible and have those tools to innovate and find the fun.
But the reality is that we need to be critically thinking about where we are in order to make a large leap forward.
Arena was critical to start with.
Rather happy to share that even before the free play period, Halo 5 has had the highest monthly active players for a Halo title since Halo 3. Since 3. That was like one of their biggest.
Yeah, that's not a surprise considering 4 and 5, Halo 4. Anyway.
Yeah. Also,
like I said, it's primarily the case of new people that ended up jumping into Halo 5. which
I mean, there's also to agree that the gaming market just keeps getting bigger and bigger. You can't just say it's our biggest so far when fucking Fallout 4 sold millions of copies in its first 24 hours, not on merit alone,
Right.
but because because people had played Skyrim as one of their first games. Elden Ring became such a popular game, not because Elden Ring is a masterclass of game design, it's a pretty good game, but because From Software has built up a name with Dark Souls 1 through 3, Bloodborne and Sekiro, and we're in this zeitgeist where more people are gaming than ever. So you can get games selling millions of copies, millions upon millions of copies, so much easier than you can back in the day because gaming was a smaller landscape.
Right.
Like it's like, wow, we did better than Halo 3? Yeah, how many years has it been since Halo 3? Oh wow, how much bigger has the industry gotten since Halo 3? Oh wow.
Yeah. Reminder that Halo 3 peaked at 1 million players on just Xbox alone, which is still crazy because of it being a console exclusive at the time.
Like, there's got to be someone who can figure out a way to adjust for inflation with the gameplay industry. Like, back in the day, there were this many people that played games. How much percentage did Halo 3 have? Nowadays, this many people play games. What's the percentage that are playing, right? Because it's similar to like, oh, this film made X million dollars. It's like, yeah, but I mean, if you released it back in like 2003, it would have made like 1 million rather than like the fucking 20 million.
Yeah,
and that's not just because of inflation, but because less people or more people were watching movies.
Right.
It's really silly to be like, because again, these are just people trying to publish like, hey guys, Halo's back because Halo 5 popular, whatever. These are just like people trying to farm the hype for Halo so that they can get views, they can get money. But still, there's a degree to which it's like, yeah, player count isn't exactly a great metric when player count sort of everything is basically going up. Unless you're like Concord, you're gonna get players.
Yeah. And to top it off, the player count was hidden in Halo 5. Halo 4 was the last one to actually have a player count, and that one died off immediately. Halo 5 at least had better player retention, but also because its updates were monthly, it actually, was able to keep the ball rolling, even though that the game launched very bare bones. Because it was able to update monthly, and you had a consistent update period throughout
I mean,
the
you're also
entire
just
year.
you're going to get more people, fresh accounts.
Oh, yeah.
It's never always everyone who bought it and played it day one is going to be the same people playing it throughout its entire lifespan. And as the player count drops, that's people not playing anymore.
Right.
Is that often they don't have a refresh period where they can get more people in than are going out. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, yeah, until now.
Our number one priority was making that multiplayer competitive because we wanted to bring back the HCS, and I think we nailed that.
Amazing when you watch it on a hyper-competitive level, but as a new player, it's overwhelming.
We're in a fine line between renovation and classical legacy.
We still need to evolve, we still need to grow and expand, but we need that legacy as a foundation rather than throwing it out, build upon it.
There's a tons of things that we've done that sometimes were great, but that added a lot.
We need that legacy as a foundation, and we can't throw that out. It's it's funny that you say that.
I've never seen someone come out of the hospital with a pair of crutches and then decide to file away at their own crutches, and then say these crutches are really important for me to walk around with, and then the crutches snap and they say, "Wait a minute, I need those crutches." Maybe you shouldn't have filed away at them, you dumbass. What the fuck do you think?
Also, that fucking helmet design, God, I fucking hate it. So fucking stupid. I hate Halo 5's art style. Anyway.
Cluttering and noise. We want to make sure that all these visuals will be clearer, more readable for the players, and instantly recognizable as something that will be more connected to classic Halo.
once multiplayer launches, the whole campaign begins, right? From our perspective and marketing's. And so here, I think we would likely start even talking about Road to the Ring. We're going to start seeding in the context for what's going on right away. And it'll be in a light way instilled in everything you're doing. And so the front end is a good example of that because it's the first thing any player will see. Pocket levels are a thing that we will have and do have, and those will change every quarter in some way. We have this concept of these pocket levels, and that is fully immersing the UI into the context.
For us, in a lot of ways, that's where starting with your multiplayer Spartan.
That's interesting that they have this sort of mechanic,
Every quarter
not
in
mechanic,
some
but
way. We
this
have
thing in
concept
the
these
UI
pocket
of
levels, and that is fully immersing
this,
the
where you have kind of like your stat run through, right? Never made it into the final game. And obviously they're using Halo 5 assets just to practice this out, right? But it's interesting. It's kind of funny to think about where they have this lobby here and yet they end up never using it. Ever use it. Outside of maybe like the customization menu, right? Where you're going in and you're like on the little core stands and things like that. You don't have stuff like this where you're going in and like seeing, you know, who has the best like headshot average, you know what I mean? Or things like that. You know what I mean?
UI
This, like
into
stat
the
reading stuff.
For us, in a lot of ways, that's where starting with your multiplayer Spartan.
In fact, there
having a
wasn't
little
like
bit of a
barely any
story that
stats at all.
there, I think will help start to bridge that gap a little bit. Like, oh, this even has a narrative context well before the campaign even shows up.
And so I come.
Also, that Spartan commander that they have, the Black Spartan, I forget her name. That's the reason why I'm referring to her as this.
Yeah.
She seems to
about
be,
her?
yeah, she seems to effectively be
Starting
here
with your multiplayer
since
Spartan and having a little
effectively
bit of
the
a story
beginning
that kinda
in
starts
regards
there,
to
I
their
think will
idea.
help start to bridge that
Is
gap a little
that
bit. Like, oh,
Right.
she's here like since the beginning. Kind of like
It's black.
you'll see
It's a
it.
very light skin.
Yeah, it's you'll see. She's a black England individual. So probably
An
half-
England individual, a black England
Yeah,
individual.
yeah, a black British person.
I mean, she could be English too, but I mean,
Yeah.
a black England
Yeah.
individual is very funny.
Yeah, yeah. Phrasing,
I would point out this whole idea of you can see your characters in your lobby before you're loading up, and so it gives you a context about how it's in story. Yeah, it's also in Borderlands 2. It's just a fucking main menu, dumbass.
Yeah.
It's just a fucking main menu that you put the characters in. It's really simple, and yes, you can adjust it. I'm pretty sure I know of another game that does a similar thing where the main menu is like a little thing that your character's sitting in. I know Warzone has the people walking
Yeah.
along the fucking floor.
Yeah.
Like this like you weren't even the first to do it. Borderlands 2 does it. It's a fucking basically a single player co-op game.
Yeah.
It's not even that innovative. It doesn't even work in the subconscious level because all you're doing is you're going to make people press for where is this? Where is this scene? Oh, like in Borderlands 2. Oh, it's up in the Highlands for some reason in an inaccessible area.
Yeah, and in Halo Infinite, it's taking place within the academy in an area you can't actually like walk into at all.
Yeah. It just feels like I get you're trying to show during development your ideas and your concepts, but if your concept is what if our main menu screen wasn't just a bunch of text on a black like yeah, it's not that innovative, it's not that ambitious, it's not that fucking it just feels like fucking wanking yourself off for the idea of what if we actually load some of our assets into a scene. Anyway, let's get back to it.
And it's not even dynamic on like Reach, because Reach actually in the original game, the game's backgrounds for the main menu would change as you progress through the campaign.
Oh, but you see, that's what they said. They said they wanted it to change. They wanted it to be more dynamic, you know, as the new seasons come out. Obviously, they didn't do it. So, again, it's good to have as a way of presenting, like, hey guys, this is the new content. So it's like, oh, it's a Halloween thing that we've done, and so oh look, it's all spooky in the lobby. Anyway, let's go back to it.
It's even.
Oh,
No,
never
no,
mind. Let's
pause
say
here.
long.
Because I have something to say about this picture. I look at it and I'm like, is this Halo or is this some other sci-fi?
I see what
It
you
doesn't
mean.
look like Halo. That's the other issue.
Yeah.
The helmets are the only thing that's even pointing to it, and
feels
even
more
then,
like
it's
If
hard.
you didn't see the pelicans in the back, this would be the Expanse.
Oh, and the Pelicans, you're right.
The
No, I
Expanse.
think the helmets
It's
aren't
sci-fi
too,
slot. It is
the
sci-fi slot.
Yeah, It's like you took Halo and passed it through a sci-fi slop filter. That's correct. Because like in the background, I can see that kind of looks like an ODST's helmet. That kind of looks like a Spartan's helmet.
Also, they're using the Halo 4/Halo 5 trooper helmets for the Marines in the back, and it's those really weird like wraparound fucking helmets that look really stupid.
Those helmets that look like they're out of Destiny. You remove the Pelicans. You remove the Pelicans. The rest of this just looks like it's out of Destiny.
Yeah,
The
kind of.
Expanse.
Yeah.
This looks like any generic sci-fi setting.
Yeah.
To be fair, there are degrees to which you take away Master Chief, you take away some of the vehicle designs, and you don't look at a Forerunner piece of architecture. You just turn around and look at a Marine. It won't and you show a person, they're not going to intuitively know that it's Halo until you
look at
like
ODST,
point out
it's
specific
designed like
context clues.
Right.
Like, oh, this helmet is this way because this is like the visors or this and this. When you go to the more specialized stuff, like the vehicles, like the Spartans, it's like, okay, that's more iconically Halo. That's why they put Master Chief on the box art, because he is the imagery.
I mean, if you look at ODST, it doesn't
Jump ahead of the stream a bit. It's literally the reason that Bethesda will not allow Super Mutants or Deathclaws to die. It's like, they're too iconic. They're the face of the franchise. If we took them out, how would you know you're in the Fallout world and not just some generic post-apocalyptic setting?
Especially so in Fallout, yes. Especially so in Bethesda Fallout. Like, wow, these buildings look nothing like Fallout 3, New Vegas 1, 2. These are like weird fucking like Jetsons buildings.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's
It has a narrative context well before the campaign even shows up.
And so I come in and it's like, oh, okay, I'm already in the Bay of the Infinity and I see a bunch of recruits. The thing that I personally like about this recruitment aligning with the players and the product and what's happening in the universe is it's speaking to you as a player.
You need to connect people to what the core values of that franchise are.
Showing people that you can be a hero, that you should have duty, that you should be able to do the hard thing, that matters. Like, more now probably than ever.
And he's got his recruitment armor.
How much you bet? I want to bet with that comment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what do they mean more now than ever?
Yeah. How much you want to bet? Current dayism.
Yes, now more than ever looks back at 1943. Yes, now more than ever looks back at 1917.
So
yes, now more than ever.
Because when did it start? When did this game start development?
Not long after Halo 5, which would have been 2015. Which, effectively for them, it would have been 2016, because Halo 5 had that 1 year of post-launch support, and I wouldn't be surprised if they started around 2015, but 2016 really hard.
A certain orange individual was elected, and so now more than now more than ever, we need to inspire people to be heroes and join the military. Who runs the military again? Who's the commander?
Oh god, yeah.
If I remember, this is either like, I think this is like 2018 when this video was being recorded. So yeah, it would still be his presidency.
Hey folks, Master Chief here. Have you ever thought about voting?
Master Chief, care to explain what you're doing in that polling booth? Sir, I'm with her.
Oh, that sucks. Sir, I'm with her. Kill me. All right. Now that tangent came to pass, let's keep going.
Right, and he's in the foreground of the pocket level, and he's looking off, and there's a bunch of people in line, and they're all kind of joining up.
When we talk about onboarding, we talk about Spartan Academies. We know that if you go into multiplayer, you don't kill anyone, you die a lot, you don't come back.
If you've never played Halo before, even if you've never played a shooter before, we want to provide safe spaces for you to learn the controls and learn our maps and learn our modes and play against bot opponents if you're too intimidated by human opponents.
Don't say
ramping
safe
people up
space,
in a
just
way
say
that you
tutorial.
feel like
God.
you are getting better, and there's a huge amount of depth to it.
But you're also going to have these quarterly beats where we have new content, new modes, and new experiences coming out. And the UI will kind of expand over time and grow to reflect the new.
Here's their concept for the main menu UI.
God, that's terrible.
So I do obviously fucking modern slot, but I do like the whole the UI will evolve and grow. Didn't they not have a game mode added because this fucking spaghetti code of the UI for like how long in fucking Infinite?
Also, they have the friends list on the right there, like in Reach, instead of pocketed away in a separate fucking menu, like how it is currently.
No, because you need to know that all your friends are active and playing the video game. Look, they're having fun. Why don't you have fun with them?
Yeah, like that was one of those things where...
My bad.
Yeah, it's all good. It's one of those things where it's like, it's kind of funny how they were like, oh yes, let's have the Reach style / Halo 3, because Halo 3 also had it, where you have your friends and like what they're doing and things like that. Infinite even conceptualized that idea, and then in Halo Infinite, how do you tell who's in your party? Just a fucking number and the logo. That's how you can tell if there's anybody in your party. And you have to go into a separate menu to then see who you've played as well as your friends in a completely separate menu.
To tell
It's
who's
so
in
stupid.
your party is you say, "Hey guys in the Discord chat, are you in my party? I think so. Okay, I'm queuing us up. Oh, it says we're being queued up. Okay, yeah, we're in the party."
Yeah. Oh god. It's just one of those painful things because it's just like that extra thing of like, motherfucker, have the goddamn UI. Anyway. Also, side note, notice that there's some players that have the Mixer logo next to their profile. Possibly
Of course, they're streaming.
Yeah.
Hey?
God, back when they were... Yeah, gee. All right, that's good.
Also, I worry at the concept of VIPs. Like, how are you going to be a VIP in a video game?
Yeah, how is there a VIP? Yeah, how is there a VIP for? I'm assuming that's what the pink label on the right is for.
I'm assuming
like all
all
those.
those people are VIPs.
There's a couple that aren't.
Yeah, no, as in all the pink ones are VIPs.
Yeah, I'm questioning like, why are those not VIPs? Are those the people that have the battle pass? Is that the thing?
Yeah, is it some sort of, hey, don't you feel left out that you're not also a VIP?
Yeah.
Why don't you buy the battle pass to become a VIP? Look at all the stuff you're missing out on for not being a VIP.
Also, side note, this is kind of funny but stupid at the same time. Notice how there's two BTB playlists.
What's that say? New? What does it say?
There's new game on there on the bottom left. That's
new game BTB, and then you've got the weird Wayland Yutani BTB, Arena Academy, Watch, 16?
Yeah.
16,123 viewers, or 18,100, and then Rex.
Yeah. The reason for that is that the second BTB is the Warzone logo, which Halo 5's Warzone, to clarify. Halo 5's Warzone is the one that had loot boxes. So then you could call in Rex.
Yeah. I'll give them that benefit. I'll give them that benefit. They're just they're just reusing
no.
assets.
In this case, well, in regards to the two BTBs, yeah, I can see that. But they were planned to have Warzone. If we were to go back to the slides that were showcasing, like, hey, here's the future content kind of thing, right? Warzone is a part of it. And so
anyway,
the Rex system would have come back in Infinite.
Yeah, let's see them dig the
activities that you can do in the game.
I think the possibility that this gives us to innovate is really exciting.
Sockets are about giving players the choice to play the way they want to play.
Here it is.
Okay, they're about to go into the big criticism, which is socket system, but I get that you're recording this as like this pseudo documentary about the development of the game, but please shut the fuck up about, hey guys, we need to all get into this meeting room, look at this fucking
this particular shot.
Whilst we say innovation, ambition, progress, campaign, season one.
Staring at the ass.
Yeah, they are staring at the ass. They're having a good time. Ass for cheeks.
Yeah. So we're gonna.
I hate. It just feels so artificial.
Oh
like,
yeah.
When you sit Todd down and he's like, "Who's laughing now?" That feels genuine because Todd's autistic.
Yeah.
Whereas you see these people in their little boardroom with their fucking like boba tea or whatever coffee they've got from Starbucks, and they're looking at the presentation of Master Cheeks. It's like, are you reading off a script? This is all about innovation and ambition. It's like, yeah, that you kind of established that, like when you started the project. Why do you keep needing to remind your game developers that, don't remember, guys? This is ambition. This is ambition and innovation. You need more passion.
To be fair, it's a bit of a
feels like
voice of
this
God
is a
situation. It's not like
recording room, you know?
it's not like
Yeah.
not
And
like
I
what's
get
being
that's
said
like
here,
the
but
part. It's part of the point for it being a documentary,
right.
Because it's a pseudo documentary. But that's what I said. I'm pointing out why I hate these things.
Yeah.
Because they feel so fake. Whereas if you see them scattered around a fucking monitor and they're doing shit and they're not even focusing on the camera, like they're not focusing on the camera now, but like this just feels artificial,
right?
Because obviously you had to have a camera there. If it's more candid, it's better because you get to see the people actually making the thing rather than giving emotional speeches about this game. It's going to be the game of all time.
Yeah. So we're going to be getting into the.
We should going onto the socket.
The socket system.
Yes.
This is where we got the whole Overwatch classes. It's because of the socket system. We're going to
Put a
learn.
socket up his ass. Let's see.
It's a foundation that allows us to modularize.
Can we go back like a bit more like frame, or no? No, we can't go back. Yeah, we're gonna have to
innovate is really exciting.
Sockets are about giving players the choice to play the way they want to play.
It's a foundation that allows us
high agility, silent movement, melee boost, gravity suit, cloaked armor, medical support, hollow Spartan. So I'm guessing like hologram, like Halo Reach.
This is the Spartan abilities.
Yeah.
Modularized game.
Oh, I could see what the last one is.
Modular.
Fuck.
Look like hack.
I guess hacking, because in further context, like a hacker is like a thing. So
you needed to give the context that hackers are a thing.
Yeah.
As in, it's probably like some sort of fucking Sombra Overwatch thing, or EMP-esque thing where you can turn off someone's ability, or hack. Like in old Call of Duty, you could hack care packages if care packages were to exist.
Right.
Like it's like you can take a piece of technology and either disable it or make it your own.
Also,
like,
I would like to say that you had this long diatribe, the video that is about returning to form, returning to roots, and you're just making cringe fucking Overwatch essentially. Like what? Was that literally just like a corporate mandate thing of say, yeah, that too, but the video clashes with itself because, like, on one hand you have Overwatch, and then on the other you have the supposed returning to the roots. I'm just like, what?
One of these things is not like the other.
Pretty much.
Oh man.
Modularized gameplay functionality.
The socket system is a structure that allows us to add and remove functionality from a frame / armor, weapons, and vehicle. So if you're wondering why the core system was in the game, this is why. Night vision, jump jet, super shield.
It goes back to their whole design the engine first type philosophy, which I would agree if you were making a new IP, this could be a good thing to do so that you can implement new mechanics and systems if people feel like, oh, I want this in the game, and you can, test it out. But not for your going, like you said, going back to formula, giving people, their nostalgia back, the fun, the competitiveness.
BRB brothers.
Try and reinvent the wheel when you're
But
also
they're doing
trying to
just
bring
that.
people back to the franchise. Why would you reinvent the wheel like this? You don't need this. This is unnecessary. In terms of customization, I can understand the whole, you can pick colors, you can pick specific windshields or something. Like, that would be a fun way to give people personalizations while still keeping it in the general aesthetic rather than just, we'll slap a ugly skin or an ugly model swap. You have to pick from existing models. But again, that wouldn't be anything new. You'd just be reinventing the wheel from 3 and Reach, right? Reach especially. So like, there's no need to go engine level. I don't know if we should continue without Shadow. He did say he was gone. He's basically one of the experts here, like you, Glow. So I'll leave it paused. But
no, we can continue.
Okay.
And these components can be added or removed from the different sandbox items, and that's like your armor, weapons, vehicles.
These like, yeah, like, why are you explaining? Yes, these sockets are things that you attach, and they can be added or removed from it. Like, why are you trying to explain basic attachments to people whilst not using the word attachments? Because what you're really doing is Call of Duty attachments. But they're not just attachments, they're also like attachments that can make you invisible. So it's like a combination of a class system and an attach system all bundled into one, and you just don't want to say the word attachments for some reason.
Yeah.
What that gives us is great potential to innovate with new types of gameplay. If all you have is a weapon and you're better at using a weapon than I am, well, you're always going to be better than me. But if I have the potential to play a support role, that allows me to be a valuable contributing member just by adding new abilities or new features through the sockets.
Really about you becoming a Spartan. So how do we make you feel personalized?
So yeah, the hack was like an EMP.
Yeah.
And that you're having these amazing moments happen to you.
We're going to give the player more control over the cosmetic appearance of their Spartan than we've ever had in any Halo game. Leaving Red
Pay for blue, please. Pay for blue.
Meanwhile, Reach exists.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Versus blue in the past, and letting players have their normal colors in game.
We draw outlines. A blue outline means that's an ally, and then a red outline means that's an enemy. And it's really easy to pick that up, and you kind of don't even need to explain it to people.
You know what also works? Red versus blue.
Yeah.
It's really easy to pick that up. Not at higher resolutions.
Yeah, you have free-for-all game modes where you can have your custom colors, and you have team-based game modes where you don't get your custom colors. You can still get other customization, like the specific models that you chose for your dude, but he's still red or blue. We didn't need outlines back in the other games.
Yeah.
I wonder why. I don't need outlines in TF2.
It goes to show that
need...
this decision was made pretty early on as well. To
Again,
chuck that.
Overwatch has outlines, so this is probably another thing they just copied from Overwatch.
True.
Because Overwatch has the outlines because of the fucking awful visual clutter of like 50 different effects going off. 50 is an exaggeration, but like a shield in front of you, an ability of your character, another shield, an ability of like 3 other characters, all on your team, by the way, and then the other team also has their shield, maybe 2 of them, and all the abilities going off, and the visual effects and the burns, and then your HUD on top of that, and then other HUD elements like, oh, the point is here. It just adds to the clutter. So to be able to tell that, you know, the person attacking me is actually my enemy in a fucking 6v6 game mode, they have to have the outlines. But even though it's like pretty obvious for the most part. But anyway.
As you play, you'll be able to see wear and tear on your suit. If you want to show people your battle scars that you've earned, you can.
It's like you're part of this living experience.
The road to the ring is this building up of armaments, right? And building up of your army.
It's your progression, it's your customization and cosmetics.
That's where I ended up posting that screenshot in the Halo chat of progression, and you end up unlocking more cosmetic slots, so then you can change more of your Spartan as you progress through your rank, which, not a bad idea.
I mean, yeah, because like, there's a degree to which you should let people be able to customize whatever they have, as long as they like earned that customization. In terms of like, you can't just put on the samurai armor until you beat the game on like hard mode or whatever. It shouldn't just be, oh, you can just turn yourself into like badass McBadassitude by just joining the game, and then people see badass McBadassitude, and it's like, oh, that's a noob. It's like the Gibbous in TF2. Everyone sees the ghostly Gibbous, and it's like, that's a noob.
Yeah.
There's a hat he got for free for killing one person or something.
Yeah, that is one of those things.
It's good reward to give people so that you know that person has unlocked the medallion slot. That means you know that they've played probably at least X amount of hours. It's a good way to gauge that. I do find it a bit funny. It's like, why would you want to look shit? You can show off your battle damage, and then the battle damage is like, yeah, we just put this in like a deep fryer. It just looks shit. It doesn't look like you've got like cool scars in areas. It's not like you get to put like a fucking crack over the eye in the visor, so it looks like you got shot but survived.
Yeah.
No, it just looks shit. It looks like all the colors faded away, all the patterns are faded away. It just looks like shit.
Yeah, like on one hand, it does at least separate you from the noobs, because the noobs will have like this fresh coat of paint, and then you're the one that, like, the vets have like their stuff like completely
Yeah, but
fucked up
you
to
don't
hell
want
and back.
you don't
but-
want it to be completely fucking dirty. You want
Yeah.
battle scars, not we dumped this in grey paint.
Yeah, I kind of wish they would have, well, obviously, I wish they of many things, but I think the better route would have been what Doom 2016 did, where they had a scarring and dirtiness slider that you could change for your character.
Yeah. And well, you'd still probably want that to be tied to like a level or a thing.
Yeah, that would be
Isn't
like a
it way
level
too rich?
customized option, yeah.
Yeah. Like you can choose to be the badass samurai covered in fucking scuffs and dirt, or you can be the badass samurai not covered in scuffs and dirt because you also earned the badass samurai and it's not part of a battle pass or something you paid $20 for. But anyway, back to
The story is you in the multiplayer.
The 2019 release will signal to fans of the franchise that...
But why?
2019, that was the original planned release.
So that concept image, by the way, that concept image was fall 2021. That UI was supposed to be 2 years into the game.
Yeah.
Life.
Yeah.
And it had what, 5 buttons, a friend menu, and a big box on the. Didn't seem like it was 2 years of content.
Yeah.
It was 3 game modes and 2 optional things.
The old modes of distribution are no longer necessary.
Our build-up and crescendo is the battle for the ring.
I don't have to wait 3 years between experiences arbitrarily anymore.
Yeah, you just have
That's
to wait
where
6 months. Yeah,
Yeah.
big difference.
Yeah, so...
Half a year.
In other words, what they were, at the very least, insinuating here is that this is this is going back to the whole 10-year plan thing, that original statement that came out.
What is that abomination of a helmet on the left? Do you see that? Is that
Yeah, that looks...
Is that the remake?
Is that the
ODST
JFO?
helmet?
Is that the
Holy
Breach
shit, you have
JFO?
Daft Punk right next to him.
What I find funny about that promise of you don't have to wait 6 years, right? He said 6 years, right?
Yeah.
So obviously Halo 3 to Halo 4 is 5 years, 2007 to 2012. Halo 2 to Halo 3 was 3 years. Halo 1 to Halo 2 was 3 years. Halo 4 to Halo 5 was 3 years. No, there's no 6 year wait for the main games. The biggest gap is Halo 4, Halo 3, which was 5. Just 5, not 6. You know what did have a 6 year wait? What was the 6 year gap? Halo 5 Guardians 2, Halo Infinite. 6 years between release and release. That's very funny.
Good shit.
Where the UNSC is going, that's where they need to go to save humanity.
And further, the team who is bringing me this is learning how to make it better with every week that goes by.
Didn't they already know how to make it? Sorry.
I thought they did the workflow thing. What?
Yeah.
And then campaign comes out and you're on the ring.
We are starting to see some great games come back to the map. And this is the first time anybody has ever seen it. It's the first time they've debuted it. Halo is the name of this game.
They go in and throw the 343 Industries logo instead of the Bungie logo on this. That's
Slapping their tag on the man
It
who.
didn't exist until like 2010.
Yeah.
They should have
When
thrown
did
Bungie in there.
Yeah.
When did Stephen Bells die?
Ah, God, it was early, like around 2010.
2011.
Yeah.
2011.
Lick my balls.
Yeah.
And we're going to see, for the first time, Halo.
When the game was revealed, and it was revealed to be this kind of open world looking, super ambitious at the time shooter, I remember watching that video and thinking, oh man, I'm going to get to explore that world.
I used to be like a Mac fan, and I remember seeing the videos and also reading an article coming from the people who had done a game that I really liked. So they had done Myth: The Fallen Lords, and I was like, oh my god, another game, and it's a shooter, and it's coming to Macintosh. So I was excited. I remember that.
Microsoft is buying Bungie software products to add games for its personal computers and Xbox and video game console. Bungie's computer-added video games include action.
Because it's supposed to be like, because he's hyped up because he's a Macintosh person, and then Microsoft buys Bungie, which means Halo doesn't come to Mac.
Sorry, I thought we were watching.
Yeah, so
I
it's
thought
just.
we were watching the Fine Bros for a second.
Yeah, I
and
know,
it was,
right?
and it
Gotcha.
was
I'm not a
3
dinosaur, so
employees
yeah, I
react.
wouldn't know.
Yeah, so it was just a. It's fake. It comes off fake as fuck, but it's also kind of funny.
Would
An epic dubbed Halo.
be able to run on a Macintosh computer?
Yeah, they were able to get Combat Evolved ported over to Macintosh after they got it to PC.
Halo CE was able to be ran on a shitty school laptop. It could probably handle it.
Yeah.
Exclusive, the rest is history.
I am going to be playing Halo in the flesh on the Xbox. On behalf of the whole Halo team, this is Halo.
GameStock 2001.
And this is you. An elite military unit, you are the last of your kind.
I vividly remember Chief crashing on the ring, looking up and seeing this crazy thing in the sky and the beautiful environments and the open spaces and just being completely blown away by it.
Recognizing this is a place that I'm going to be able to explore, this is a place that I'm going to be able to move around and go to locations that maybe are off the beaten path but have still been realized in the artist's mind.
Marooned on this Halo. They have to piece the story.
Sorry, I just wanted to pause this really quick. I think it's kind of funny how they started with like, oh, from the get-go, from the development, Halo was supposed to be this, open world. Look at how grand it is, blah blah blah. But they don't really talk about the negatives that came with it and why it was dropped. It seems like they're basically just using the development as like, evidence to like, okay, well, Halo Infinite should be more open world, and look at what we got with, them trying to do the open world thing, know?
It was due
It's
to
like-
limitations of the original Xbox, which is why the open world, and that's the reason why it became a lot more linear. Now, obviously, there's still some open segments, like open level segments, like obviously the original Combat Evolved, and of course Silent Cartographer being an open one, but relatively speaking, it's still pretty linear. Combat Evolved.
There's a degree to which they're being like, hey, when we first saw this game coming out, we thought, oh my god, it's going to be this, this, and this. It's going to be this, this, and this. And then you get a great game, and it's not the this, this, and this. It's still just a great game. It wasn't that perfect game you envisioned in your mind. So it's like, what if we did make that perfect game you envisioned in your mind? The problem is, many people are going to have different interpretations of what that perfect game in their mind is. You need to give them a great game and not try to appeal to their nostalgia of what about when you first saw the Halo rank and you thought, I'm going to get to explore all of that, and then you find out you
See
don't.
that mountain?
Nobody was disappointed that you don't get to see the other side of the ring. You get a sense of scale of the ring when you see it fucking blow up.
Yeah.
I just feel like they're just missing something huge here. It's like they don't acknowledge the problems that came with having it be a open world.
It's like they're saying, hey, you know how you like Halo CE, right? But wouldn't you like it if actually it was the entire Halo ring and that was the only thing majorly different? It's like, no, not really. I don't think you can stretch Halo CE across the entire ring like that. It would feel like butter spread over too little butter spread over too much bread, or whatever.
Yeah,
the
and
fuck I'm saying.
Is it butter
yeah,
or jam, this
and the
analogy?
only way that they did it was like, oh, in Halo, this mission, or well, the second mission technically, is you landing on the ring. Temperate forests. Third mission is Truth and Reconciliation. Oh, it's a desert plateau. Silent Cartographer, it's a island. The next one, Assault on the Control Room, it's a winter. You get the sense of scale just by the, just the massive change in environments.
It goes back to what I said earlier. How entertaining would it be if you had to go between the fucking desert section to the fucking winter section? It'd be fucking awful.
I mean, literally, like the sense of scale in Halo Infinite. Oh, it's a coniferous forest, and that's like 100% most of the time of the outdoor environment. And if it's interior, it's like gray bland corridor.
I think doing that sort of setup with the level. I was thinking about it when you first brought it up, Thief. I think it could be done. It's just going to be done through a fade to black and a time skip, and then thus you arrive at the new
Yeah, but that's the
location.
thing, that isn't the thing. That's not you actually going there. That's just a time skip. That's the loading screen. That's what we already had.
Right.
In CE, like actually putting that as a thing where you have to do that travel either requires like Daggerfall, you just speed up the travel speed, or like most games, you just skip it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back
But
to the video.
I guess you would have the situation, you wouldn't be traveling long distance. Like, you'd have these short travel
Yeah,
distances.
but if you weren't traveling long distance, that
and
means
then-
why have you got the entire scale of the ring to work with?
Oh,
You're trying to make
yeah.
you're trying to make a campaign that explores all of the ring or most of the ring, so
Right.
that the person feels like they're getting their money's worth out of this campaign.
Right.
All on one ring. It doesn't really gel well. And then you've got the fact that we move away from the ring real fucking quickly.
Yeah.
First game, we blow it up. Second game, I'm in a city in the middle of fucking nowhere. Covenant's going back to the ring stuff and doing all that weird nonsense, but like, I'm in like fucking Nunumbani. We moved away from the fucking ring.
And then we came back to it after the city mission, but
Yeah, and then you come back. But the point being, like, there's a degree to which there are certain things you just can't have, right? You can't have a proper human settlement mission because unless you're saying that we need to, like, it's a war for the ring or it's the road to the ring or this, but there are just you just have colonists living on it. It kind of jars with the entire idea of the Halo rings as being these mega structures that are alien, but not alien.
I would
If you just had people living there, it's like, well, yeah, you can have that fun dynamic of trying to defend the people from the Covenant or the Brutes or whatever. But you then have the issues like, yeah, but people just live here now. Why would I want to explore when people are living here? People have already basically explored it if they're living here.
Right. I would say to make it so then you still have this traversal of the entire ring is that you effectively push your way through to the other side of at least one large landmass, right? And then once you've pushed through it, you're able to go in, like, you take the long flight to the next kind of section of landmass. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think of, like, how I would set this up. You know what I mean?
What if we scaled down the ring, put 100 people, and they have to pick a drop zone on the ring, and it's a battle royale?
Oh.
You know what I mean, though, right? With, like,
I get
how
what you
to
mean,
try
I
to make
just-
it feasible.
Things
like
just,
that.
even making it feasible, it's just like, yeah, you now have to develop so much more content to try and fill all these gaps that you're doing, and it's just as a justification for we
Okay,
need
I can
to.
think of like two ways to have like the habitated inhabited ring words work, which is either one, there's a colony in the sense of people are living here out of necessity because, well, Cortana fucked everything up, so like they have to live in the ring as it's basically a refugee colony, or have it be where it is a colony in the sense of it's a scientific colony with scientists and support staff and their families, and they're actively in the process of exploring it, and like something goes wrong. It's like, I thought the UNSC declared the location safe. Evidently not.
I don't think this is a case of colony in the sense of, like, civilization has come out here. I think this is a colony in case of, like, the remnants of the Infinity.
I just meant any way of like with the Infinity, you'd obviously have your thing that kind of has crashed or landed on the thing. You'd have people mostly using the Infinity as their main base of operations. You'd have your fucking tarps and your tents and your ramshackle buildings made out of what pieces they could salvage.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't venture that far because they're basically crash landed on a fucking ring that could have anything fucking on it. Or, like Wizzy said, it's a scientific one. So rather than the Infinity being like this last vessel that you crashed on, it's, hey, we found out that the UNSC put out this thing, and it's like Antarctica, where you've got specific bases that have scientists that went out in this way, and then the dynamic of, oh, in this section they encountered this, in this section they encountered this, and that aids the exploration by kind of making it a little quest system where we got a science report that we have to do this, and then you as Little Master Chief or Marine or whatever character you are can go out and like go into this cave that's not a natural formation and find the information that we said might be there. But this isn't what Halo is supposed to be. This isn't like you're kind of just making an RPG out of Halo rather than just making a Halo game.
Right.
You don't need the entire ring. None of them needed the entire ring.
Yeah.
You didn't have the entire ring.
Yeah, it's like exploring the entire ring was honestly done better in CE because the story took you to multiple different parts of the ring that you had to look around on and explore as a consequence of the campaign.
Yeah.
Like, you can have us go all over the ring and not have it be a true open world sandbox experience.
Exactly.
The breadth of the sea, but the depth of a puddle.
Yeah. Anyway, back to
of what happened. They have to piece together the plan of how do we move forward from here, and they have to piece together what
Ace, you're echoing.
Oh, sorry.
what's left of humanity.
The big focus of this presentation and the update is about how we got to this clean slate state for the story. That doesn't mean we're throwing out canon. Everything we've done here still fits, but we said to ourselves ultimately in that spiritual reboot kind of way, why not put the game state in
Humans
the place
are
where we want it to be? In our
Listen,
hearts right
everything
away.
still fits, guys. Come on, everything still fits.
There's a cost of entry.
Just because you have to force it in and there's a little bit of blood, everything still fits.
You have a story that's running.
Now, if only there was blood in this game, right? There is, because it's a T for teen, but like there is no like corpses or anything like that. It's like really, you know.
Across many games, we want to be able to allow people to come in and not feel intimidated by our franchise.
Correction, there obviously are corpses in Halo Infinite, but there's not like fucked up shit. It's more of just like a body slumped over and things like that. Like you're not having like somebody who's like had their arm fucking removed, you know what I mean?
Silly drawing that I put up that is actually a spine and a rib cage coming off of the spine. With our open structure, we can tell a very simple story in the core main thread that is very easy to understand. What I mean by easier to understand specifically is this main story thread is what we want to be as simple and straightforward as possible. But we have these subplots and these submissions directly connected to the main story, but it has its whole deep backstory in and of itself. They're still very first-class citizens. They have all the elements of a critical path mission, but they
God damn it. Okay, we have to go back.
Lots and these submissions directly connected to the main story, but it has its whole deep back.
One, why is there 3 screens showing the same gameplay? But 2,
in and of itself. They're still very first-class citizens. They have all the
notice the icons on the bottom left there?
You've got vehicle, you've got gun, and you've got horse?
It was a gun, but alien.
Yeah. No, that's a horse.
elements of a critical, elements of a critical.
Yeah. So some people have been thinking that because of that there may have been mounts.
Ruins of Waystation Ligma. Lima 9 Ligma.
And
again, with the way it shows up, they're making like their own fucking. They're making Starfield before Starfield came out.
Yeah.
They're not making Halo. They're making their little RPG, but the only IP they're allowed to work with under Microsoft's banner is Halo. So much so that they're now called Halo Studios rather than just 343. It's like Microsoft won't let us make a role-playing game. We want to make a role-playing game, so unfortunately, here's your Halo role-playing game. Oh fuck, that didn't work. Quick, shit out a fucking multiplayer, please.
Oh god. Oh man.
It's like they heard the word campaign and thought, like my hecking Critical Role. I love Dungeons and Dragons.
Mission, but they are opt-in.
We want people to fill in their own blanks.
Giving Cortana her own deep narrative in one of these ribs that is opt-in allows the player to feel ownership over that journey.
How do you guys feel about giving Cortana a deep narrative, as though she doesn't have one?
Yeah, I know, right? In other words, Cortana's death and replacement were planned since the beginning.
Yeah, a deep narrative where Chief has to deal with that he doesn't have his Siri companion anymore. Sorry, Cortana, because Microsoft called it Cortana. She can't arrange his files or download MLP porn for him anymore. It's so sad. But you only get to experience this if you find a hologram pointing in the shape of her butt cheeks, pointing to the map in a cave. That's not a natural formation. Then you can finally have this epic scene. And then she immediately gets replaced with the weapon because we want the same like idea of Cortana, but we kind of fucked that over in the previous games.
By
And
first
it
killing
brings you
her
down
off
all
and
of the
then
twists and turns
bringing her
and
back to
eventually
then kill
ends in
her
her
off again.
redemption and her sacrifice and how you got to that point. Now, obviously, the player won't know this stuff explicitly right off the bat when they start. We want them to actually start with questions, and then throughout playing the game, they answer those questions. Titans have met. Cortana had a failsafe built in that allowed her to do 3 very important things if she were to ever lose the ring and lose it to somebody who was going to use it for ill. First, the ring is moved into deep space. Second, an encoded message is sent to the UNSC. And the third thing that happens is Cortana sacrifices herself while she's on the ring and destroys a critical piece of it to prevent it from being fired. And that's why you see in the skybox this pretty meaningful scar. Ultimately, one of our goals here is to get Chief and Cortana reunited.
Taking the story back to the nucleus, which is Chief and Cortana, bringing them back together.
The game opens on this squad of Marines. They are going.
Yeah. Heckin' Cortana was totally working for the UNSC guys. Ignore that she literally EMP'd the entirety of Earth.
To some coordinates, and they're going to get the package. And they come around a corner, and at the end of the hallway, they see this device. Once they get close enough, Sentinels erupt from the rooms, ripping the Marines to shreds and cutting them down. But they did already activate that device, and as you can see, Chief is within the device in some sort of stasis or cryo. But during that sequence, we cut from the cinematic to first person, and the thing opens up, and you're him all over again. You come out, see the carnage, you scan them, and you find out they're from some UNSC camp and says you need to go north, and you leave the installation and you're on the ring. The UNSC is on the down and out. They've lost the battle for the ring. They are on the ropes, and they need someone to come in and lead them, and that's the player. That's Chief. For many, many months, the UNSC didn't know where he was, and so he comes in from the cold, in from the wilderness, joins up with the UNSC, and he's also introduced to a new Cortana AI in the process. He, at the time, doesn't know what's going on exactly in the play.
So she wasn't even the weapon at this point. Huh.
I mean, it's a new Cortana AI. Maybe
Yeah.
they would still have the weapon. They just didn't want to call it the weapon in this.
They should have said
film.
new Halsey AI at that point.
Yeah.
Player doesn't either.
Resetting her so that she starts at the same level playing field that the player is and Chief is, and you get to experience that together. She'll have her own insight, but she won't have the literal knowledge to tell you what actually is happening.
Her arc will be...
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. It's like, part of what makes Cortana a better character is that she can try and interpret things and explain things to the more stoic and does what he needs to do Chief. She is the... You can't just have them both be the people figuring things out, because, like, why is... Like, she's a super smart AI. She'd be figuring things out way faster than Chief, way faster than the player. Should be scanning things like that, and then immediately start, like, inferring things from the knowledge base she's worked with.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to sound like a coomer, but did they... Why is the Halo 4 model looking way better than whatever the fuck this is?
She's got a flat mannish chest rather than titties.
Yeah.
Anyway, the
It just looks weird.
I just so happen to remember a Joe Staten quote where he kind of offhandedly made the comment after he made it after he went into 343 to work with him, was that Chief isn't the type of guy to be skinning pelts and things. This is not word for word because I can't remember it, but it is like Chief is not the type of guy to be skinning pelts for survival. And I bring that up because I wanted to say it originally when we saw the little the fact that there was mounts as an option. I just happened to remember that. It was
Do you think they were gonna try to do a Breath of the
Red
Wild?
Dead Redemption 2 came out 2018. Breath of the Wild was like what, 2017?
I would say they would do more of like a Far Cry situation in regards
open
to like
world
skinning.
survival, open
My
world survival
response
crafting
to
game
the
for
whole idea
Halo.
that Chief isn't the kind of guy that would skin an animal for survival is like, yes, he would. He'd kill his own fellow servicemen for survival. Spartans will do literally anything to get the mission done. That's the entire point of them.
No, I think
What does he mean they wouldn't skin an animal for survival?
No, what he means is not in the sense of survival as in trying to live, as in like survival game. Like you're
Why
not.
Are you trying to put survival aspects in a Halo game?
Yeah, that's the
like I said,
main.
They wanting to make their RPG, their open world survival crafting game, but they're only allowed to work in the Halo IP, so we have to do Halo.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say that's what they're saying. It's like it just feels like what they're doing. Where Microsoft is the evil overlord is saying, "You must make us a new Halo game." It's like, but we really want to make a role-playing game, or we really want to make our own Red Dead 2. No, you will make Halo.
I will say though that Joe did like backtrack a little bit on it and say like, no, they weren't trying to do that. I'm just saying, giving it an example of what he wouldn't do. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, given that Microsoft cleaned house at 343 several times over, even to the point of rebranding the entire fucking studios because it had a lot of baggage, I have seen a lot of discourse being like, "Oh, don't blame 343, blame Microsoft." But from the evidence that's provided, yeah, Microsoft may be a very bad, corporate overlord to be under, but like, it seems like a lot of these issues stem from the fucking studio, not
Yeah.
Microsoft.
Microsoft is a problem because they're not getting involved. Like that Microsoft is a notoriously like very hands-off approach when it comes to things, but it's so hands-off in regards to 343 that it's to its own detriment.
They're letting them make fucking Skyrim in space rather than just Halo. They spent this long making fucking Skyrim in space.
That they then proceed to like scrap like most of it too. Top it
Don't
off.
worry. No, actually, they weren't making Skyrim in space. I was just making a joke. Okay, I mean, I had just got done playing Red Dead Redemption 2. I had skinning animals on mind. Okay, come on, guys, come on. Yes, it's open world. Yes, there's a crafting mechanic. Yes, you can ride a horse. Yes, you can do base building. Yes, you have to drink water and food. But
it's just like the OG series, so yeah.
there's no cowboy revolver, so it's not Red Dead 2. So it's just like the original series.
You know,
Just like
I think
when
the
I was
worst
a
part
little.
of all this is the game they're describing that they seem to have wanted to make seems like it would be a genuinely more fun game than what we wound up getting in the end.
Yeah, that's their burden of being slapped with needing to use the Halo IP, where you're trying to make a fucking open world sci-fi role-playing game, or budget role-playing game if you're using my definition. But because Microsoft is like, you must make a Halo game. You're trying to get Halo fans back and make people like this game. So much like Game Freak has on occasion made games that are on Pokemon, and they're a bit better than Pokemon. Being burdened with being the Halo studio, now literally, not just the figuratively, literally Halo Studios, is going to just make it fucking worse. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of developers that probably grew up, like shooter developers, maybe not big scale, that would love to make a Halo game that's more back to basics, core gameplay design, that you could hire on to make not like Fallout New Vegas in terms of a role-playing game, but we got a studio to make a game whilst we let 343, now Halo Studios, make something not Halo for once.
Which would be ironic that the Halo studio. It's ironic considering the fact that Halo Studios will now be, in this theoretical, would now be the one not making a Halo game.
Yeah, I mean, they're named after Halo, but there's a degree to which you're working on the Halo. You're working at the Halo company rather than at a game company where you can make games, not just a game over and over, but fail each time.
Yeah. Do you think that that's what they're probably doing now? As in, Microsoft is from what we've heard of, there's going to be several different Halo projects being worked on apparently now. Do you think that they're literally just going to do that again, as in shotgun the IP to different studios and see?
I think they have
I feel like that's probably their best choice that they can do at this point.
I feel like after Helldivers 2 blew up, whoever denied the ODST Helldiver like game has probably been taken out back and shot.
Yeah. I mean, you could easily have something in the Halo IP that still kind of pulls towards this like survival crafting thing. People don't need to play as Master Chief all the fucking time. ODST is a thing.
Yeah.
Give us a Forerunner installation survival game where I'm a normal Marine.
Yeah. What about insurrectionists, right? What about the fucking insurrectionists? If you want like bare bones using AKs type shit as a spin-off game for some fucking single A or double A developer to make, let them have it. If it's shit, it's shit. But you've got the promise of better games to come. It's not that, hey, this game didn't do as good, but we didn't put that much money into it, so we don't care as much. Let people experiment with the IP without saying, and also, yeah, do the big job of, no, Forerunners are humans. That's it. Boom, done. Humans are Forerunner. It's like, take 6 years to develop a game that nobody fucking likes because for half of its development you were making fucking Skyrim in space.
An entirely other different game that ends up not even really showing up in the final product.
I should
outside
really
of
say
like
Fallout
remnants.
in space, but
Yeah.
guns with Skyrim with guns in space. I'm gonna say Skyrim in space, but just because it's better. Space Skyrim, like even Starfield isn't space Skyrim. It's somehow worse than space Skyrim. They were trying, at least 343 were trying to make a ring with defined like environments and not we prop-gened a bunch of planets. Anyway, let's continue.
This clean slate, fresh perspective that is being built up over time.
Some of the best levels: Silent Cartographer, Assault in the Control Room, 2 Betrayals. You could list almost every level in the first game. There was a pervasive reality of exploration.
But now we're just taking that and giving you 10 times more choice.
So the ring specifically, and
16 times the detail. Sorry. I don't know why my brain decided to make that connection.
The more they drone on about this, the more it sounds like a kiss of death. But sorry,
Assault on the Control Room is a relatively linear fucking level.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going on the bridge, is the bridge sections part of Assault on the Control Room, where you go across the bridge,
Yeah.
in the little room, across a bridge, in the little room, across a bridge, and then you eventually go into the Forerunner facility in the big hangar doors, and you go down, right?
Yeah, you do have
Most
like a
that
couple of
is
vehicle
fucking
segments.
linear.
But
You have
yeah.
a couple of like, hey, you can get in the tank and go up a ramp or down a ramp. But for the most part, it's just linear, a bit of an exploration room, linear. There's a lot of linear that disguises itself as exploration.
Yeah.
You're basically doing a 10 times nothing here because it's a bunch of like, when I tried exploring, again, this is my common go-to, when I tried exploring and jumping from one bridge to another to see if I could see, oh, do I get to go in that room? And I was in a room early, I broke the fucking checkpoint system because the game's pretty fucking linear.
I look at the ring as a character. Will separate us from other games.
There's this wonder of it with the, oh, it's a world and a weapon.
It's going to be this living, breathing entity that even has a battle scar.
It appeals to something deep inside you that desires to go to a place like this and longs to see and experience and interact in a place that is completely otherworldly, yet very grounded in reality.
We really want to have people stay and give them an experience that makes them want to stay. And I think just doing something like Halo 5 again would not achieve that.
People want a game that's super sticky, that they want to
Isn't this
come back
multiplayer
to.
still
They
active?
also want their friends to.
What was that?
Isn't Halo 5's multiplayer still active?
There is still an active player base, but it is very minimal. It's primarily like on the PC side of things, and it's a very niche group of people. There's still some players that at least enough for matchmaking. And
Yeah, but like I mean like the Warzone community specifically.
I don't know. I think it's primarily like a Team Slayer affair for Halo 5.
I'm sorry, I tried Googling just to get a quick result, and I searched Halo 5 multiplayer from 2 years ago. I just played Halo 5 multiplayer again, and it made me realize how pathetic Halo Infinite's multiplayer is.
Yeah.
Fucking Reddit, it's funny.
It's sad that Halo 5 in 1 year of development had more content than fucking Halo Infinite after how many?
It took them how many years to add a fucking Falcon?
Yeah, it took
No,
it
hey,
nearly
the Canadians
4.
here.
Yeah, I've been here. I just haven't had a chance to speak on anything.
Hello, Mr. Warcrime Stick.
Yeah, Vimmy's here, now
also
Lama's
here.
We be ballin', brothers.
Yeah.
I will have to hop on and off a few times because I'm doing laundry right now. Because I
hop on and hop off, and hop off this dick.
Goddamn.
Well, I'm not Forsaken, so I won't be doing that.
I may have to.
Hey, Lamont.
Anyway, video's almost done. We can finally get to Wesley's special interest, Fallout.
Let's go.
To want to come back to it as well.
We need to be defined as an experience that is able to bring together
She's more
players of all
Asian than
skill
black, I don't
levels.
believe.
We'll be successful if we can keep our
Inflation, if you
focus
will.
for the amount of years that we need to keep focus.
We will be successful with Olympus if we listen to our fans, try bold new things, iterate, and then continually improve along the way.
If you want to reinvigorate the franchise, compete with the changing landscape, you have to disrupt.
I think it is a challenge, but those kinds of challenges are what bring out the best in a studio.
I think the best thing I like about Halo is those crazy moments that happen during campaign or during multiplayer matches. So those are great moments that make players feel powerful and awesome.
We're just playing with this game because it feels good to play.
There are
No, it's
things
Halo
that we
5.
do really well in
I
terms of
recall.
gameplay and will always stand out. They will stay unmatched for a very long time.
It should be therapeutic. If you create a game that is not therapeutic for people, you're not going to be successful.
You don't want to be overly sweaty. You don't want to be
Wait, hold
pounded
on.
on by a
Pause for a
12-year-old yelling
second.
about chocolate milk. It's like, I want to.
If you create a game that is not therapeutic for people, you're not going to be successful. What the fuck does that even mean?
They're just throwing around fucking buzzwords. Again, the chocolate milk thing.
They
is
just
pointed out.
throw shit around, cut.
Yeah. In that case, it's talking about like some kid, but clearly the more accurate statement is the kid saying that he banged your mom last night. Like at the very least.
Mom, shit lips.
I'm not playing
Like,
Halo
I don't
to
like. I guess
have it be therapeutic. I'm playing it to have fun.
Yeah.
Yes, have a
What?
fun time. Maybe troll some kids if there are kids in a lobby. Maybe just have some fun with fucking oddball.
Remember, guys.
Fix your marriage.
Remember, guys. Throwing slurs at children is therapeutic.
it fixed that one guy's marriage, Shadow. Don't you remember? He and his wife.
Oh
would go
my
around
god,
the
yeah.
lobby, She would be in the turret.
Oh no.
Oh my god, I
His
forgot
wife
about that
he
video.
really needs you to know he has.
Yeah, fucking late
He and
night
he
gaming,
and she, they
Jesus.
play video games together, specifically Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
Come on.
Also, that fucking pathetic video that he posted out where it's the thumbnail is like, please stop playing Battlefield 6. Because the Halo Infinite update.
What the fuck?
Yeah, there was a new Halo Infinite. There was a
Me,
new
my
Halo.
wife, and my wife's boyfriend love Halo Infinite. Please keep playing Halo Infinite, guys. Please.
My wife's boyfriend keeps playing Battlefield 6. I need him to stop so that my Halo can get more popular again.
Oh my fucking god.
Let's get back to it.
Late Night Gaming actually asked people to stop playing Battlefield 6.
Yeah,
Not like a legitimate, yeah, it wasn't like a legitimate plea, but it was one of those things where it's like in the thumbnail and it's like the update is like a like normal update for like any other live service game. It's not that groundbreaking, and it's just the fucking thumbnail for that video is just so dumb.
Stop playing BF6, sad face.
Yeah. And it's just
You want people to stop playing Battlefield 6 because your cuck game is unpopular.
Yeah.
I want people to stop playing Battlefield 6 because it's
Wait. Thief,
You
did you
can't
really
even
say
think of a
this?
reason.
Yeah.
Did you really say this?
You're
I
about to
need
say
that
it.
comment. I
Okay,
need
here
it.
is the. I'll put it in spam hell. Maybe Shadow can pull it up on his screen so it's part of the recording. Just like open link so it's in your browser, Shadow, and that should help with the
Yeah.
recording.
Holy
Stop
shit,
playing
those numbers
BF6. I will also
Holy
copy
shit.
video URL
Oh my
because obviously,
fucking god.
oh, that's an edited image because Thief has custom. Fucking,
Yeah, there it
what
is.
Oh,
I'm
copy
quite
link address.
surprised. My Halo's new update.
So there's the actual video. There you go. So it's not just my edited image. It's genuinely there. Stop playing BF6. Sad face.
It's genuinely
Which
there.
obviously it's a
Halo
It's a bit-
shills are a different breed of pathetic. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, God.
Please stop enjoying the new game, please.
This guy has to
Enjoy
be
the
desperate.
old slop.
Like when he makes a 9
I'm
minute
quite
video about
surprised
every
by
ladder in
Battlefield
the Halo
Remastered's
series.
new update trailer.
Oh
Anyway,
god.
back to it. Yeah, back to it. We're done clowning on him.
We maintain the performance we had before.
How can we be something that's different and potentially that next meaningful thing in video gaming?
I want to make it look free.
That beast is not anywhere in the game. It's in the game files as cut content.
need a death claw.
Yeah, effectively, yeah. That's the. Oh my god, I didn't make that fucking connection before. They deadass made the fucking. They made a
plasma
death claw.
weapons on a death claw.
Can I skin it, put its pelt on my horse, and drive back to the UNSC outpost and sell it? That's really what I want in a Halo game.
Can you?
Can I absorb its death claw soul and start doing dragon chants?
Can I skin off its claw, put it on my hands in order to buff my melee damage?
Is it a female death claw? Can I capture it?
There's no laws against the death claw, Batman.
No! I can do whatever I want to it.
I can do whatever I want to it, Batman.
There's no laws against
Let's move on from this.
Oh god.
Very long-term bet instead of a short-term bet, and I think that's one of the best things that we've done here.
And I want to spend time.
Oh look, a biome that isn't in the base game.
On the road to success,
The
for
best
sure.
thing that you've
Multiplayer,
done.
it's campaign, it's story.
Nigga, none of
it's
this is in the game at
I
all.
want to bring the
Yeah.
joy back to Halo.
Oh, that fucking.
Looks like I'm gonna have to censor that.
Yeah.
My apologies.
I want to put the hungry back in Halo.
The fuck does that mean?
Make a game that feels like a phenomenon.
Bring the joy back to Halo.
Yeah, I wanted to go back because we missed that one. I want to bring the joy back into Halo. That's what he
At least
says.
they're admitting there's a problem.
To be like, that feels like, listen, okay, I may have beaten you, I may have raped you, I may have done horrible things to you, but I just want our relationship to be good again, guys. Okay, stop calling the police. I just want us to go back to how it was before I abused you. Okay, come on. Just want to bring the joy back into our relationship.
Oh god.
Things still don't have split screen.
Yeah. There's split
So, yeah,
screen
they're still abusing
multiplayer.
us.
Yeah, there's split screen multiplayer, but it's only 2-player. There is no 4-player.
Goddamn.
Hey now, some people are into the abuse.
Yeah, look at all the Halo soy tubers. Look at all the.
Back in Halo.
I want to make a game that feels like a phenomenon.
It doesn't need to be a phenomenon. It just needs to be a good fucking game.
That's how you'll get it to be a fucking phenomenon.
Phenomenon.
Before we go
Fallout
into
fan.
this, oh shit, fuck.
No, he's killing Manny.
That was an awful fucking video.
Yeah.
What were they thinking?
Fallout.
Presuming.
Did he die?
Fallout fans.
Thief died, I think.
Fallout
Oh.
fans are.
I stand corrected. My fucking internet
Fallout
DC
fans
Lamau.
are.
Well, let's get that back connected.
Fallout.
Discord's attention.
Okay, I'm back. I got
And-
disconnected. I'm back.
This is a video by a guy who is basically coping over people being critical of thing he loves, and basically continues to spend like 16 minutes massively misrepresenting every piece of criticism and basically doing the Fallout was never serious cope. So
This
that's point and
is
laugh.
also, as context, this is the same person who Patrician made like one minor mistake in his Oblivion coverage, like the old Oblivion coverage, not the remaster. where he had a formula calculated incorrectly because he didn't put a command in, I think, or something. And so this person took that one slight mistake and tried to make it how, actually, if you use this spreadsheet that I designed, you don't have to min-max. It's like, that's min-maxing. No, you don't have to min-max because you can just, so yeah, but what about the level scaling? What about this, this, and this? You don't have to min-max, just use my spreadsheet. He would obviously defend himself and say, no, you don't have to use the spreadsheet. I just use that for convenience, yada yada yada. There's a bit more to it, but for all intents and purposes, the common criticism of Oblivion, which is that to be able to do damage at higher levels, you kind of need to focus your skills and min-max to a degree more than you do in, say, Skyrim or Morrowind. And even though Morrowind has the same system as Oblivion, you don't need to do it as much in Morrowind. Even though it's a common criticism, people have given many a reason, and it's all mostly tied to health scaling. He thinks that's wrong because people just aren't playing the game right. Whatever. So that's more context on this guy.
Okay.
Let's get into it.
Fallout fans are absolutely insane. And you might be thinking, but I'm a fan of Fallout and I'm not insane. Well, you're wrong. And let me show you why.
You know, I think I'm already pausing. I just want to say, that assertion implies that he's not lumping Bethesda fans in with Fallout fans, and if that's the case, I'm very happy for this information because I also do not consider them to be Fallout fans.
Yeah. Also, the idea that usually it's like, oh, if you're a Fallout fan and you don't think you're insane, as long as you don't do XYZ, you're sane. That's fine. It's like, no, you are genuinely insane. All Fallout fans are insane because Enclave Emily, why I refused to play Fallout 4. Fallout 4 was kind of bad. Why Fallout 4 side quests suck. Bethesda never understood Fallout. Why Fallout 4 sucks. Fallout 4 is a nightmare, and obviously Kree's Fallout 4 isn't better than you think.
Yeah.
And Fallout 3 is garbage, and here's why, but he doesn't have the title. So, like, that's the basic gist of all these things he's showing. It's like, wow, you drudged up a 7-year-old video, a 5-year-old video, a 2-year-old video, a 4-year-old video, a 2-month-old video. Enclave Emily's is, I think, a few months old. Fallout 4 is a nightmare, which is, I think, not the second one, might be the first one. I think it's the second Up Is Not Jump video.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, and it's like, wow, 35-minute video, 17-minute video. The only person that you could even argue is insane is maybe H-Bomber and Kree for how long they cover it. But even then, that's a tired argument. What? You're insane because other people make YouTube videos and they get views. Let's see his elaboration on this.
Are we going to see Fallout 3's God tier in any of the next ones? Nope, it's just calling out Enclave Emily again. All right.
Kree's newest video.
Yep.
Enclave Emily, Kree's oldest video. Recently. It was really pretty recent. It was after his video came out.
Wow.
After Kree's Fallout 3 video came out. This guy, he was doing his Oblivion fucking video after video after video, and now he has picked a new target.
I'm hearing something real powerful for someone.
Again, Fallout 3 is garbage. Here's why. Kree again. Kree, he's reused the Kree thumbnail.
Yeah.
Why I hate Fallout 4 story. Like, why are you using Kree like 4 times and Emily like 3? what?
That's clearly his main target.
Yeah.
There are specific targets here. There are specific targets.
Enclave Emily because she's not.
And she just won't play Fallout 4.
She hates Enclave Emily because he's a transphobe. No,
cast their same spells against them. You know what I mean? Fucking just like, yeah, they're just transphobe. That's why they hate fucking Enclave Emily.
Maybe rather than just putting images on the screen, examples, maybe he can elaborate on why these examples mean that people are insane.
Now, you probably noticed that is a lot of negative Fallout content. It's mostly about Fallout 3, Fallout 4. I didn't even show you Fallout 76 and the show because that would fill up my entire screen 75 times over. Even from an incredibly pop.
So the guy's a bit stupid because, like, wow, you drudged back to like a 7-year-old video. This is a lot of negative content about. It's like, wow, you picked the top things when you searched Fallout 3 bad and Fallout 4 bad.
He also, didn't show a single positive one. It's almost like he's priming us for a biased opinion.
Yep.
But hey, look, now we got another person talking about the frontier
has ended.
The funny thing is
look,
that it makes
popular
you wonder.
tab. That's not even latest. That's the popular tab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
2
yeah,
years
no,
ago,
you're right.
2 years ago, 4 years ago.
Bruh.
Like, if you need to say, like, if you wanted to say that there's any, not to do a whataboutism, but if you had to
Yeah.
say
And
that there's
all
any
his
content
things-
that's overrepresented on YouTube, you would do fucking slop content where every single day, almost multiple times a day, latest person like Pirate Software has, he's crashing out again. It's over. Billion, like all the
Sean
fucking
Piper
those fucking China videos, billions of dollars unaccounted for. China is over. Industry's crashing every single day.
Go look at Quasar. That guy
9
is
days till
Every
tool
video
disaster.
he makes is just
7 days tool disaster. 6 days the end is coming. 7.
Like
Civil
those
War,
are
Civil
genuinely
War.
made by those are genuinely made by insane people. This is just opinionated people. If you
Yeah.
think opinionated people are insane, fine, but that's not a good rigorous fucking definition. And
Also,
go ahead.
If you think opinionated people are crazy, then by saying they're crazy, you will have become an opinionated person and are thus crazy by your own
It doesn't
standards.
matter if you have objective or subjective measures for your opinions. Fuck you, because you're making content that's negative towards the thing. That means you're insane. Because let's see.
Positive Fallout channel, like this one right here. It's very positive about Fallout. Very.
I'm sorry.
Hoshi,
Thumbnail.
seriously?
The Fallout the Frontier is finally over.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem very positive to me. Maybe he's positive in the video, but I mean,
Oh, no,
it
No,
doesn't seem
no.
very positive in that video.
Remember, he's talking about like even very positive channels of Fallout, like in this case, is talking
I
about
thought he
like
was
negative
saying,
stuff.
I thought he was, okay, let's double check.
Roll it back.
check.
We don't want to misrepresent him. We do
Go
want
back.
to be even-handed about this.
Zoom in.
Is a lot of negative Fallout content. It's mostly about Fallout 3, Fallout 4. I didn't even show you Fallout 76 and the show because that would fill up my entire screen 75 times over. Even from an incredibly positive Fallout channel, like this one right here. It's very positive about Fallout, very positive about 76 in the show. Their most popular video is complaining about a Fallout 4 update that broke some mods. The vast majority.
That's a problem. That's a problem
Yeah,
when
like-
Bethesda breaks shit.
Yeah.
Why is that a bad thing? And like, yeah, that is a bad thing. Sorry.
Don't be heckin' negative, bro.
Also,
That's
Chris,
already-
Also very cringe. He said 75 instead.
No, I'm already gonna guess what this
One of
person's
the-
opinion on this is.
Yeah.
It's a community that focuses on the bad more than the good, regardless of how much bad or good there is, are mentally unwell.
But no.
Because the mentality is basically if there's more good than bad, you should focus on the good because there's a lot of it. If there's more bad than good, then why are you here, bro? Because it's clearly a bad
But
game.
Wesley, look.
You should
Wesley,
go
look at the
somewhere
screen.
else.
Fallout 2 is nearly perfect. Fallout 2 is nearly perfect. Two identical titles. Who cares? Fallout New Vegas is genius, and here's why. Is Fallout 2 really that good? Yes. Well, I mean, they're clearly positive. So positive, it can't be that you're a negative person. It's obviously going to be about negative towards Bethesda. That's going to be the case.
How are you so heckin' negative against my favorite game of all time?
He brought up H Bomber Guy again. He showed the H Bomber Guy.
Hate your Bomber
Fallout
Guy's
3 is
negative
bad.
video, then his positive video.
Yep.
The bomber.
Seems kind of hypocritical. Like maybe he just thinks one game's bad, one game's good. He's not just hating on it.
Maybe if you watch the video, he can give points about why he thinks one is bad, one is good, and you can, cover the points actually made rather than this one's negative and it's a Bethesda game, this one's positive and it's not a Bethesda game. But let's see, shall we?
Popular content on YouTube is about Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and New Vegas. Now, Fallout 4 and 76 do have some normies, and there are some shorts that keep that content popular.
Ew, Ackman, get him out of here.
We got
Ackman detected.
You know what?
Ackman
No. Points to this guy. He called Actman a normie.
True.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah.
True.
Yeah, that's true.
Perhaps I judged you too harshly.
But no, to be fair, wasn't he saying that the normies cover the different games? Let's
Yeah.
rehear
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. He
Fallout
said.
4 and 76 do have some normies, and there are some shorts that keep that content popular, but it's not even near the level of Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas.
Yeah, so he's
Okay,
not really.
no.
Yeah.
He's like you could say he's calling Actman normie, but more so he's saying yes, the few positive videos about 476. Let's ignore Matten's entire Fallout 4 is better than you think, or Fallout 3 is
What
better
he's
than you
actually
think.
saying here, the jokes aside, is he's basically implying that when you do find positive Fallout content, it's not the actual Fallout fans, it's the normies that are like playing Fallout games, not the actual fans.
No,
who
he's
are
also
writing
4 and
games.
76 in
Above a
this
base?
case.
Playing it
Above a
by talking about
base?
shorts, which are inherently low commitment content.
Right.
So someone can just shit out shorts that like Fallout 4 is good because look at this fun little thing you can find in this dungeon. But let's see.
And honestly, part of this hype, and a little personal anecdote, this isn't really relevant to my argument, but I was very hyped up for New Vegas. I never played it when it came out. I didn't really hear about it. And so I played it for the first time this year. And I was told that it was a masterpiece, that its writing is perfection, that's the greatest game ever made.
Let's take a look at why Fallout New Vegas is the best game ever made.
And
Okay, there are genius elements of Fallout New Vegas, especially given the short time that they took to make the game and the ways that they, in the shitty Bethesda engine, still made a competent story, and you can use that as a point of comparison between Bethesda, who is incompetent, with the engine that they fork, that they develop. How did Obsidian got guidance from Bethesda, but they still did a better job? How do you explain this? Okay, because this, and this, these smart, clever decisions, and like the motivation behind the developers, such as Avalon, Sawyer, and Rodriguez.
Look, anyone who is saying
when they
Fallout
when
New
they
Vegas
play
is a perfect game is being hyperbolic. I have
Yeah.
said this many a time. I could write a book about how much I hate Sawyer and the stuff he wrote in this game.
Yeah.
It is far from perfect. Many parts of it are fundamentally unfinished. Granted, many of the things I don't like about it are because
Wesley,
of
you
Sawyer,
don't
because
like
it's
that all the
unfinished.
service rifles are pre-war?
Shut up.
Pre-war thing.
That's a nice opinion, Wesley. Did you find it in a pre-war cache?
No, but like as far from perfect as this game can be at times, with some of the dumber decisions or just the fact that it's unfinished, which is, it's unfinished, it's still an amazing game that still did many amazing things given insane limitations and massive crunch time. Like, if you thought Bungie was crunching to make Halo 2 and 3, nothing on what the developers of New Vegas were doing.
Yeah.
It is genuinely insane how little time they
It's
had
an
to make this
impressive
game and
feat
how
that
much
they
got
made this
done.
game, and then you can look at the content and what they were planning, and it just makes you long for Bethesda giving them more time, or them getting more used to the tools earlier, or just something to allow them. Maybe even, hey, Bethesda, can we just fuck it? Every patch can be new content for I don't know. I know you can't do that on disc, but still, like a new update, like a fucking Cyberpunk thing where you just download your update and it finishes the rest of the game for you.
Yeah, literally, just imagine if they had the possibility to do something like Cyberpunk, even No Man's Sky, a few years, they radically just make the game much better overall.
Ace, I will point out that as your sentences go, you do cut out. I think you might want to adjust your mic sensitivity. I know that it's hard because obviously you were also echoing, but yeah, that's just happening a bit. So
Let's see. Put my
I miss Steve 2 Gold. I miss Steve 2 Gold a lot. I'll be back.
Alrighty.
So it's just again, someone can even hold the position that New Vegas sounds like it. The problem is it's when you do a run-on sentence, and it's like, okay, does that cut out? But for example, someone said that Fallout New Vegas is the best game of all time. Depends on how they quantify that, but that could be an accurate statement. Because what they mean by best game could be a subjective measure, or it could be an objective measure, or it could be a mix of both. So, depends on how they measure it. If their best game makes me feel like a cowboy and is set in the Fallout franchise, well, I mean, it's the best game of all time.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And that would be objectively true, but a subjective measure, right? It is objectively true that you get to play it, you get to feel like a cowboy, right? You've got cowboy elements, and it's in the Fallout franchise. Those are objective measures. He just subjectively chose those measures to be the ones he determines what makes the best game of all time. That's the issue with objectivity versus subjectivity. It's which measures you're using. It's not that the measure.
How you're using it.
Yeah, it's like this measurement is still true. That's an objective measurement. This thing is still present. It's just how much you value that is the subjective part. So unless the person was actually making a critique of this guy saying this is the best game of all time, here's why, then it's kind of unfair to just lump people into all these Fallout fans are crazy, because there are genuinely crazy people on both sides. This is true. But again, we don't judge a community, even if you want to call Fallout fans a community, even though they're divided like 50 different ways. Even if you want to call them that, you don't judge them by their outliers or just prominent examples. You have to judge them as a whole. So you have to kind of get data on this thing because you're doing the exact same thing. I think they're crazy because they're a bit negative about Bethesda but positive about Obsidian, is what it seems to be framed as currently.
That's how it seems so far.
And
yeah.
they use hyperbole. They use hyperbole. You're the one calling them insane, meaning mentally ill. Do you think they're also genuinely insane? Are you being hyperbolic, or do you think that they should be, put on like a red flag list or something, or institutionalized? Do you think that they deserve to be put in a hospital, or are you being hyperbolic, and so it doesn't matter if someone says perfect or best game of all time? But let's continue.
That as long as I could look past the bad gunplay, the bugs, the crashes, and some of the janky systems, I was in for the best writing I've ever experienced in any video game. That the morality was gray, that it was very serious, there wasn't this jokey Bethesda tone. And then right away, I met with characters named Sunny Smiles, a cowboy who's a robot, a guy who tries to rob you, and when you have your back turned shooting geckos, he ignores you, and then he runs up to talk to you and says, haha, now I'm gonna rob you. And I think, okay, whatever, a few moments, and then I get to Boone, one of the companions, and spoiler, don't listen if you actually really care about the story, but it's got a meaningful backstory. His wife was kidnapped by slavers, which is like a legit faction, people that just kidnap people and enslave them, and that's supposed to be like gray morality. But basically, he shot his own wife in the head, who was pregnant with this kid, to stop her from becoming a slave. And then he wants you to do an investigation for him, and he asks you to lure someone out in front of this building and put a hat on, and he'll know to shoot that person in the head. Now, you're a stranger, and you can choose to pick anyone with no evidence and just have him shoot him in the head. And this makes him very angry with you if you just lure someone at random, or you don't have good evidence, or you just lie to him and you have him shoot his buddy. And, that's really fucking stupid. You could have just went up and talked to him and said, hey, it's this person, here's the evidence. But instead, he, willingly decides to put himself in a situation
he
where
just could have gone up and talked to people? No, he couldn't. They'd just fucking lie to him. They hated his wife.
No, he's saying no. What he's saying is instead of putting a hat on somebody, why not just talk to him
Boone
directly?
does very little to confirm that you got the right person before he takes a life. Is his complaint?
Yeah.
And that is a valid criticism. I will admit.
Agreed.
I mean,
but it's more so just a criticism of his character and pointing into the whole gray morality. It's like, yes, the character does a bad thing. What do we find out about Boone's character that might determine, the way that he makes decisions, and that he's kind of dull to the world and has lost most of his emotions? Because he has PTSD for committing a fucking war crime. There's context that you later find as to why he's a belligerent arsehole who doesn't care as much about things. If you reveal to him that yes, you just killed an innocent person, why do you think he gets upset about that? Is it because he generally finds killing innocents immoral? Well, yes, but it's also because he has previously done that. And so you are basically giving the dude PTSD for reliving that
Not
experience.
only has he previously done that, too, he's previously done that in the same context of shooting someone that he can barely see in the night under the pretext that they're an enemy combatant or an enemy of himself.
Now,
He
is it a
killed
bit
Cons
unrealistic?
in the night when he couldn't see them. He's killed a potential innocent person in the night when he couldn't see them. It's a almost shot-for-shot repeat of what gave him PTSD in the first place.
Now, is it unrealistic to say that this person wouldn't be more cautious about killing the person? In part, yes, but there is context. Is it a bit weird that Sunny Smiles is called Sunny Smiles? Why is she called Sunny Smiles? Well, I mean, she's a friendly person, and she probably picked that name. What's inherently weird about that? Oh, there's a cowboy robot.
Not to mention the fact that Sunny is an actual name in Arizona, fairly common, actually.
There's a robot cowboy.
Smiles may just be a surname.
A person who made AI, and did brain scans of people, made one of his robots a cowboy. How is that inherently a problem? It's like, are we talking about Victor or are we talking about Prim Slim? Prim Slim's like a carnival attraction. Victor is
because it's good
also a right-hand agent of... Well, because he gets to Boone, right? So Boone's way past Prim Slim, right? You go from
he
Goodsprings.
mentions the robot.
He mentioned the robot in the starting area.
I get that. But what I mean by that is he talks about meet Sunny Smiles, a cowboy robot. I think he says one other thing. The guy that tries to rob you with the geckos, all in Goodsprings. Then you do Boone. It's like, whoa, dude, you kind of skipped over so much fucking stuff here. All of Prim,
Yeah.
all of Nipton, the bits leading up to Novak, then finally meeting Boone.
Mojave
You can go
Outpost.
through. You can go through Novak and like not encounter Boone at all because the only thing that draws you there through the narrative is Manny, not Boone. And Boone keeps the night shift, right? So like,
Yes.
unless you're arriving there at the nighttime, you're going to be talking to Manny. Like people often go to Boone because they want to look out the dinosaur, but like there's so much in the way between you and Boone. And if you think
Not to
Boone
mention
is a
that
bad,
if you're making your way through the game on a natural time scale, most playthroughs, at least I've gone through, I arrive at night anyways. So
yeah, but I mean that's the same. That's if you're going up into the dinosaur, you might be at night. Oh, I need to sleep. I need to do this, this, this. You might be playing hardcore. There's many different factors. It's like you then Boone happens. He's not saying then directly, but like jumping from a character that is fine, a character that is fine, and a character that's a bit scripted a little bit weirdly. You then jump to this person just kills an innocent person if you tell him to. This is not morally grey. It's like, well,
Yeah.
I mean, it kind
also
of
his
is.
comment
That's
on
what vigilantism is.
I love how he completely and utterly boiled down the Legion to just being a band of slavers. Again, missing the context that Arizona was worse off before the Legion.
Yeah.
The Legion are good in context of everything else is utterly horrible in every way.
No, yeah, this is the you can't accept a faction if they do bad things. If it's just one bad thing they do or they are utterly irredeemable, you cannot even argue in good faith for that faction because they do the bad thing. Even if their lands are more secure, even if they are not allowing people to get addicted to drugs or alcohol, even if they have a more consolidated culture so that there's less division.
The
within
cannibalism
their
will
walls.
stop.
Yes, like even if they're setting down these rules, no, they have slavery and they're sexist, so you can't even want to do a Legion playthrough. And then that also ignores the fact that yes, just because you don't do a Legion playthrough doesn't mean you're now doing the good guy playthrough. You've got NCR House or fucking Yes Man. There are 3 more factions, my guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
All the way true to Kaiser.
Like
I bet he thinks the NPR is just straight up the good guy faction.
I don't think Caesar is the best option in the Mojave either. I think that Independent is actually a better ending than Caesar. I'd agree to that. But it's like to completely boil them down to they're just slavers, there's no more nuance is blatantly disingenuous at absolute best.
Also, by the way, the NCR also slavers because the NCR correctional facility used prison labor.
I genuinely
That's
do not
like for
consider
real
prison labor to be
California.
slavery.
Well, he said that the Legion are gray morality.
No, he said that they're not grey morality. His entire point is they're supposed to be grey morality, but they're just slavers.
He's basically boiling down anyone who defends them to, be idiots for saying, "Oh, this is a grey morality." When in his mind, it's just slavery.
Yeah.
You can think of contexts where maybe exploiting sex workers and generally wanting to overthrow people and bring chaos in the case of someone like the Emerters isn't a good thing. This must be grey morality like snow. It doesn't mean that there aren't black and white situations. It's pretty fucking black and white. The Emerters are fucking evil. But you can still side with them because yes, evil people exist. But there are more grey situations like how do you deal with this? Whilst it's morally good to not let the cannibals be cannibals, if you just reveal that the cannibals are cannibals, you might starve the entire strip. So you have to tell the dude, hey, you can't just do
I was
this
referring
'cause...
to Caesar, murder.
No, because I'm just giving context on other quests. I'm not talking about you, Wesley. I'm talking like there are other elements. It's not just hey, faction has bad thing, therefore all moral grayness goes out the window. It's that for the vast majority of Bethesda content, it's all black and white. The rare grey exceptions are like, by technicality, Colonel Autumn is grey morality because he just wants to do what you want to do, but he wants to be in charge of it, and you have to kill him or tell him to go away. He has the same goal as you. You're just on opposite sides of the combat for some reason. Whereas Eden, he's black morality. He just wants to poison people. Well, muties as he calls them, but he just wants to poison people. For the most part, most things are just, hey, do you want to do this really nice thing for this old lady, or do you want to steal from her and sell it for money? Hey, do you want to just help this town, or do you want to blow them up?
And the thing with Colonel Autumn too is like he's very clearly meant to be black morality. It's very clear like this is a bad dude doing bad things, but because of how Fallout 3 is written, it's accidentally gray.
Yeah.
Because when you actually think about what he's doing, it's just like we are literally doing the exact same thing.
But he shot your dad, so.
But
he shot your
the
dad, and he's part
dad.
of a fascist organization.
Well, actually,
so.
Wait, he didn't shoot. He
shot the woman, and then he was
Yeah.
gonna shoot the dad if he didn't
Yeah.
put his.
And then the dad
reminded of the
suicide
green
bombed,
text where
and
it's
for
like-
some reason Autumn survived the suicide bomb.
He took a syringe.
Somehow.
I'm reminded of that green text where I'm reminded of the green text where it's like Colonel. It has the picture of Colonel Autumn, and it's like he's evil because he wants to fix the purifier.
It's like the
Colonel
green
Autumn is
text
so
of like the entire
strange.
breakdown of the story.
Because like the only real reason you know he's evil is because he kills the woman and then it dies to your dad, but doesn't
makes
really
your
die
dad
when he's
kill
about to
himself.
kill your dad. But it's
and then he
just kind of like
kidnaps you, and then if you give him the right password, he kills you for no reason.
yeah, and it's just like the entire time it's just like, but why is he doing this? But why is he doing any of this?
He's 15. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work on him. He's
Like-
an old man.
15.
Oh my god.
I think he meant to say 50.
No, 15. I'm making a Wesley joke.
Oh.
like I think I've said this before, but Fallout 3 is just like a property rights dispute between an independent contractor and the federal government.
Yeah,
that's all it is. But it's really strange because like they make out the feds to be like pure evil in every way, but also like not really because they don't really put the work in to make them like actually part of it. It's like
They do a couple bad actions, so they must be.
they do a couple
morally
bad actions
completely
that
black.
make no sense for them to do.
No, what's
And
even
then-
worse is this when Fallout 3 came out, this was before Arcade permanently poisoned the well on what the Enclave were as a faction. So it's not even that they're la fascist at this point, it's just that they're la bad guys.
Yeah.
So it's even more simplistic.
Hold on.
It's just very strange. Again, it's like you're trying to point, and it's this weird. I can't remember what the specific term for the type of argumentation, but I don't want to just say you're committing a fallacy. But there's this downplaying of certain elements, trying to raise the absurdity of certain elements, trying to downplay certain things, and be like, I can nitpick this specifically slightly weird context. It's like that's me admitting, yes, Boone's motivations are a bit shaky, and a better version of New Vegas would let you try and confront him on that, right? So that you could like try and not have him shoot random people just because you have a hat on.
Yeah.
However, it is in character for you to just be walking along and then randomly Boone shoots a thing miles away before you can even notice it. So he just has an itchy trigger finger. But I think we can get back to this.
Yes.
See him coping about actually these quests aren't deep at all, guys.
He can be tricked because somebody might get suspicious if you go and visit him a second time and talk to him. Like it's just stupid, it's convoluted, and clearly the writers wanted you to walk in front of a dinosaur and have him peek his gun out and shoot them. Like they had a goal in their mind and then they worked toward that. And then you get to the strip and you're told that it costs 2,000 caps to get in. A guy walks.
Okay.
Wait.
Huh?
If he's following the campaign, if he's following the main quest directly, you get to the strip. No, you go to Boulder City first.
He does go Boulder City later.
You can turn off from Boulder City, to be fair. If he is again, he didn't talk about Nipton yet. Nor Prim. He skipped straight to that.
Yeah.
Let's say, and then is more so, and then at some point you get to Vegas rather than directly after Boone, you go straight to New Vegas. Even though some people
Well,
can
I
do
think
that. The quest doesn't direct you there. He's more so talking about along the line this happens, along the line this happens.
Yeah,
which
I
is
think he's trying to make a
poor
point.
argumentation.
He's
Especially
doing
when
it
you're
in a
trying to
way
make-
that if you're not aware of the actual context or series of events, you could easily assume it's a immediate and then.
It's definitely that's the problem. It does sound like you're being rapid fired with Good Springs, silly, Boone, silly, New Vegas, silly, because a scripted sequence happens, and let's see.
Up to warn you about it, and you get to see somebody run up and get shot by the robots too, which is like, okay, like really the timing, whatever. It's a video game. As you keep going, you find a gang.
Okay, what's the point there?
The complaint is more of just like the timing of,
Yeah, but he
that
even
happening.
just says whatever, it's a video game.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's literally complaining that oh no,
he's making a complaint and then dismissing his own complaint by saying whatever, it's a video game. It's like, yeah, there's scripting.
Well,
what
okay, I think what he's doing is the whole thing is like when there's one or two contrivances for the sake of is the gameplay has to happen, it's fine. But then contrivances for the gameplay keep happening over and over and over again. It's like this
He's
isn't
not
a story.
Yeah.
It's a series of plot beats that are connected with, flimsy excuses to facilitate a game.
I don't think he's making that claim, at least as a...
No,
I don't think he's making that
what
claim.
Wesley's trying to get out there was like, if you're trying to be charitable, okay, it's just a starting area. Okay, it's just one person. Oh, okay, it's just this area. Okay, it's just this. Okay, it's just this. It's like he's trying to highlight if you're trying to defend it legitimately, there are these criticisms that you must address. And it's like, I'm just not going to address them because the entire point is that I'm trying to play as this. But then he isn't. He's trying to have it both ways, where he's like, this is very silly. Like he's putting too much effort into the boon thing, putting too much effort into this. It's like someone comes up and talks to you. Yes, this is a scripted sequence. Why is this a bad thing that someone comes up and talks to you, and then it's followed by someone trying to get into the gate? I believe technically that script can trigger without the guy talking to you.
Yeah, he doesn't.
They are triggered at similar times.
Yeah.
Because it's an area, player in area trigger script, but they are not technically directly related to each other. You can have the guy come to talk to you, and you could just completely ignore him completely, as long as you're not within his detection range. Whereas the guy walking up to the gate to get shot, as long as you trigger that will happen.
Yeah.
So it's not they're happening at the same time. It's that, yes, when you walk into two scripts at the same time, they both happen at the same time.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they have to happen at the same time. This isn't the game contriving itself to make these two events happen at the same time. It's just
this is just he moved far enough forward to facilitate both of them going off at the same time.
Yeah, they're just kind of close to each other.
And now one could argue, oh, that's just a slight quirk of the way the scripting system works. But that's not as bad as saying the script/game is contriving itself for these two scenes to happen at the same time.
Yeah, I would say.
You know what does do that? New Vegas. It does do that because certain script things happen only.
You
if
said
a
New Vegas.
certain
Do you mean
thing-
something else?
Yeah, New Vegas. No, you wanted an actual example of New Vegas. You can say the grannies. They will only show up. They literally spawn in the minute you exit that door. For example, in the cybernetics for Fisto, if you have Wild Wasteland, the grannies show up. There are many aspects of scripting that require something to be happening, right? The funny thing with the grannies is that can trigger if a quest isn't active. But there are some scripts that can only trigger if you trigger a specific line of dialogue, which then can lead into a separate script, right? Certain things can only happen if you hear a specific line of dialogue. This is the way that most scripting works in a Bethesda game. There's a zone that you walk across to trigger the script, or it's tied to a piece of dialogue. You've got cases where, for example, you will say a line of dialogue, and then that will trigger the script, so you get interrupted out of text. You say a thing to the king, and then now a person spawns in to run up to the king and say, boss, pacers, this. They're doing their narrative framing through scripting. New Vegas does it, Fallout 3 does it, they all do it. It's how well they try to blend that into seeming natural.
Yeah.
And I guess when they happen at the same time, it seems more artificial, but they're not guaranteed to happen at the same time. For example, I think there's a specific thing that can happen in, I think it's Kimball's quest, where you can stop his assassination. Where if you do one thing, it will trigger another thing to happen. So that, like, you go up the guard post and you kill that guy. If you hadn't killed that guy and waited, the next thing wouldn't happen. But you kill that guy, something else will try to happen. So you have to stop that one as well. That one doesn't happen until you kill the guy that's on the sniper's nest.
I don't know.
Each one is set to happen.
You mean the Bob on the vertibird?
Yeah, I was about to say. I don't know if that's a thing.
There's another guy that happen. There's another guy in the crowd that happens.
Oh, the guy with the knife.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
I think that's the engineer who sets up the bomb on the vertibird.
I don't think he goes up if the sniper takes his shot, because the sniper kills him, right?
Right.
So if you stop the sniper,
so
then
he's like the
engineer
backup
happens, he gets gunned down, and then the bomb happens. So that is a specific scripting happening, but that's also what would make sense in the scene, right? So you can have this contrived scripting while still having the quest work in a natural way. So it's not just, hey, well, the game is making two things happen at once. It's no, you made the game make two things happen at once. But again, let's hear the next point, because it's not that much. It's like,
one thing I would like to say is that I think to some extent that this is the order of operations of the interaction with the guy and then this happening is the intended effect, because you go in, talk to him, and you're like, hey, you've been introduced like, hey, this needs a fee to enter into this strip, right? And then you see this happening, you effectively see what happens when someone doesn't pay the fee. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's giving you extra context so that the
Yeah.
person isn't lying. And that is obviously, there's some intent there, but if
Yeah.
they wanted that to explicitly happen, they'd tie it to a piece of dialogue that you say to the guy, which if I recall correctly, isn't the case.
They don't. I'll actually say something on this as well. Usually, when I get to the strip, it happens in the opposite order for me. I usually see the guy get gunned down first, and then I talk to the guy at the gate.
It would be better. New Vegas would be a better game if you saw the guy, if one script happened first and then he stops you. It's like, whoa, you'll get shot. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not. So just fucking saw it.
Yeah, but like even then, like the guy's giving you additional context to explain why it happened and how you.
Yeah, it still works that way. Because if you just see the guy get gunned down, you're like, why the fuck did that happen? Then he comes up like, yeah, if you don't pay the fee, bad things will happen. It's like,
yeah,
oh,
I think it's the specific.
Yeah, that
framing,
makes sense.
It's the specific framing of the dialogue he says, which is like, whoa, slow down there. If you do this, it's something like that.
Yeah.
Where you just saw the effect, so he doesn't need to tell you to be hesitant. Just like you're going to be hesitant because you just saw someone get gunned down, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what he says, so
I could pull it up, but it's not that relevant. It's just, hey, again, even if you were to concede this is a tiny fucking nugget of weird gameplay scripting in the the entire world of Fallout 3 doesn't make any sense.
Well, my point was
the
more
entire
that, like,
plot line of the simps in Fallout 4, they have 3 contradicting explanations for how synths work.
My point in bringing that up was he's complaining about it being contrived that you talk to the guy and then you see him get gunned down. But my point is, that's like it can literally happen like the complete opposite way.
Yeah,
like, it's not
it
guaranteed
can
to
happen
work
the
like
opposite
that. That
way
was my
around.
point.
But the elaboration wasn't that your point is wrong. It's that a better game would have let you do more. So, like, as always, these games aren't perfect because you can think of examples where I could think of an extra line of dialogue or a skill check that could fit in here. And it's like, is it imperfect for not having those? In some cases, yes. In some cases, even New Vegas falls down and makes you have like 1 or 2 dialogue options when 3 or 4 would be better.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go.
Gang of Elvis impersonators, and people act like this isn't a joke because the game itself takes the faction seriously. That in and of itself is a joke.
What?
Okay, before we get to Kree's point, is okay. I think we need to go back a bit because like he's kind of blending points together there. Let's go back a bit to about there.
Like he's trying to make the point that the kings are inherently silly because they're Elvis impersonators, and so they shouldn't be taken seriously.
Let's
because of that.
Yeah, let's get the full point because we went from the 2 things happening at once to Elvis impersonators. It feels like a jump. You're like whatever. It's just a game. Elvis impersonators.
Okay, like really the timing, whatever. It's a video game. As you keep going, you find a gang of Elvis impersonators, and people act like this isn't a joke because the game itself takes the faction seriously. That in and of itself is a joke.
What?
Yeah, it's like okay. We could just go and watch, listen to Kree's point, but yeah, like this is the discussion me and Wesley had with someone else, where just because something feels silly to us from an outside perspective doesn't mean it's meant to inherently be something that you're laughing at.
I mean,
maybe it's something to shock you that like gives you a bit of a rise when you first think of it, but it's not meant to be something that you're going to be cackling at every discussion you have with the people. It's hey, isn't this a bit quirky? It's a bit quirky. It's a bit surreal. It's a bit
like,
different.
Haha, Elvis impersonators. Oh my god, they're trying to defend people from a broken system.
You guys will have to continue without me for a moment. Be right back.
Yeah. I would say the main thing is that it's kind of like going into another culture, because effectively you are, right? And going into a post-apocalyptic culture, and then being like mocking something because you find it weird. You know what I mean?
I would say that like from a meta perspective, there is definitely like a joke in the Kings, which is like, yes, they are Elvis impersonators. From our perspective, it is definitely silly.
Yeah.
Like the game, I think, knows that to us it is silly, but it still fits within the world, and you could still believe that they would exist because they give actual reasons as to why the Kings would exist how they do.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
so yeah, it's silly. There's a joke there, but like they're not just the joke. It's a
meta joke.
They are more than the joke.
Yeah. There's
Which
the
is why
obvious
which is why I love the Kings personally. They are more than just the joke of a gang of Elvis impersonators.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously there's the out of universe joke where it's like, ha ha, Elvis impersonator gang in Vegas. Isn't that funny? Ha ha ha.
But then
in
you
the
actually
same
talk to
way
them and you
that
delve into their history and
in
it's like,
Fallout
oh,
2, the
I
Yakuza having a
understand.
line where like
We're talking over each other,
living
brothers.
a coward is better than dying
Do that
a
much.
warrior or whatever.
Yeah, we
It's
do
like,
that a lot.
Yeah, it's funny that the Japanese LARPing guys aren't actually following Bushido. Ha, that's funny in a meta sense. But it's like, in universe, the Yakuza and the Kings are taken exactly as seriously as each other, even if there's less content for the Yakuza.
Right.
They're a
Even as a
serious
Yakuza-
gang with serious goals and serious objectives that will fuck you up if you cross them.
There's a Yakuza in New Vegas, or are you talking about a different game?
Fallout 2 in New Reno.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The Yakuza gang.
Oh,
Well,
in
even
San
as
Fran,
a
right?
kid, sorry, even as a kid playing Fallout New Vegas and stumbling across the Kings whenever I first played, I didn't look at it as like a oh ha ha a joke. Obviously, that it from from like an outsider who didn't really know much about the Kings, like they were. I figured that it was a cult of personality, but even then, I knew that this is the world of Fallout. There had to have been a reason for Kings to be the Kings,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and
because I expected there to be a reason for their existence in the world. I didn't pass it off as like, oh, it's just a stupid dumb joke. No, no.
Yeah, the king, if you talk with him, he tells you after Mr. House woke up and kicked people out of New Vegas, and he and his gang found the house of impersonation, like the place where it's at, and they took up the identity of the king because one, it's identity that they could unify under because
it's a cult of personality.
yeah.
There's
Because
also a
lot
bit
of
of
the kids, a lot of the kids that look up to them want to be them, and a lot of the old folks just thinks that they're just ruffians, but they're just helping out the community.
Yeah.
There's even the well right next to the fort that the kings monitor because if nobody's guarding the well, then it's just going to be taken over and abused over time. So they had to regulate it and make sure it's maintained.
If
So
I
everybody
remember
has
right, one of their
drinking
big
water.
concerns is the NCR regiment in the area taking over it and like giving preferential treatment to NCR citizens is one of their main concerns.
Yeah, and I think the Kings and the NCR wanted to work together, but Pierce, I think his name was,
Pacer.
sabotaged it. Yeah, he sabotaged
Pacer,
it.
Yeah, I don't like him.
Yeah, I don't like him. He pretty much just sabotaged the whole
Sees
deal.
them as like colonists and whatnot.
Yeah.
So he tries to sabotage things. Like there's actual like depth to the Kings if you actually like, interact with
actually talk with them.
Pay attention to what they're talking about and what they're doing.
I like the Kings a lot. I actually really like the Kings a lot. So this point kind of pisses me off a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't blame you.
Because when I first played Fallout New Vegas, I thought the Kings were a joke until like my second playthrough where I took the game itself seriously and not play it as a Bethesda fucking game. Like actually playing it as a Fallout game, like a Fallout game was supposed to be played. Yeah, paying attention.
You were a Bethesda tard.
Yeah, I was a Bethesda tard.
Well,
my first game was Fallout 4, and then 3, and then New Vegas, and I fell in love with.
I think you gotta be nice to Llama. We were all children at one point.
Yeah.
Damn.
No,
but
I
still are.
The other thing, like, let's all be honest here.
Metaphorically,
we all have hyperfixations, either on Fallout or something else. If the world ended tomorrow, like, you're more likely to gravitate towards people that you have some familiarity with, and you're going to try to find something to like build an identity around that group.
Yeah.
Like, if the nukes fell tomorrow and there was a Star Trek convention going on and all the people there survived in the basement, and they're all wearing Star Trek get-ups, they're probably gonna like develop some kind of like, oh, we are the Federation, and they're all gonna wear red.
I am Adolf Hitler, commander of the Third Reich.
Oh, God.
Also, little known fact.
I am
Adolf
God.
I am Adolf Hitler.
God damn.
But yeah.
Old.
But yeah, like even as a kid, I didn't see it as a joke. Like obviously that you know you could kind of like see the reference, but like I didn't go into it being like, oh, so it's just a dumb Easter egg, blah 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 action. Okay. No, I was like, okay, well, there's got to be a reason for it to exist, and there was a reason for them to exist the way that they do.
Yeah.
Like the Khans. Oh, it's literally a reference to the Mongolians, the Great Khans.
Yeah.
But there's more reason to them than that, than just being a stand-in for fucking Mongolians.
They're a dirty people.
Holy
They live.
Mongolians?
They live in tents.
Yeah.
I fucking hate the Mongolians. Hi, welcome to Shitty Walk. How can I take your order, please?
Please.
Oh my god.
She actually, the NCR really likes Shitty Walk.
They also have shitty veggies.
They love the shitty chicken.
For
the
fuck's
shitty
sake.
pork.
God
No,
damn it.
no, you gotta
Shitty beef.
add it to the. You want extra shitty chicken? You like shitty pork?
Goat servers. Everyone, turn your attention to Goat server. Go into movie night text and make fun of Kree.
Oh, what's happening? What's
he's
happening?
Doing a movie night. He's doing a movie night. Everyone,
damn it.
start posting memes.
Lol, Lamau even.
I'm posting pony memes.
Me too. Gay.
Do I have any memes on my phone? No, I don't. I don't. But I will post this GIF.
Raping kid.
Raping key.
I just thought this whole thing's gonna have to get edited out for the upload just because we're waiting for Thief for so long.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the fuck! God damn it, Lord, the fucking goat with the hot dog. God damn it.
Where's the goat with the hot dog?
Oh god damn it! God damn it! God damn it!
Look, I just got back. I did do something.
Freeze
I
the
don't know
movie
what the
night
fuck
channel.
I'm
We're
Yeah.
harassing him.
Yeah. Oh, if Pagan's joining it, he has the happy Fluttershy. Oh, God damn it, Ace. Fuck it. I got my
I guess
40s
I have
on
one
the
more
cheek.
thing to say on the Kings thing, which is
Yeah.
just like, if the Kings were in a Bethesda game, they would literally just be Elvis impersonators, and there would be nothing behind it.
Yeah.
Like that is
Pretty much,
all
yeah.
it would be. Like they'd come up to you and they'd be like, "Hey, good mama, you smell good looking," and then that'd be like the whole interaction.
But it's almost as if there's far more to that.
It's almost like, you know what? No, they wouldn't even just be Elvis impersonators. They'd be like fucking raiders. They would be like always hostile. You wouldn't even be able to talk to them in a Bethesda game.
Yeah.
They'd just be weird raiders, and it wouldn't go any.
God,
deeper.
they would. That would be the situation. It would just be weird raiders.
Like maybe
Kind of
at
like the
most they'd have, like,
Oh wait.
They have like a couple notes yelling at each other about who has the best haircut.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh wait. To be fair, the in Fallout 4 you had the
Raider faction.
Yeah.
Go more deeper than just the generic raiders in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
Outside of like the one group called the Rust Devils in that one DLC. or
Rust
the,
Devils in the
raiders at fucking
the Forged,
World,
yeah. No, you're thinking the Nuka World DLC. Forged is base game. It's the Abernathy. I think it's Abernathy Farm.
It's been forged in base game.
Yeah.
Well, even the Vipers and the Jackals have more depth in them in New Vegas.
How did I come back?
Because they have outposts that you could go to.
How did I come back? And you're still in the section of the
We
video.
were waiting for you.
we've been
continue without me.
Yeah, we've been to be fair, we've been ranting. Yeah, to be fair, we've been ranting a lot in regards to this, and then we started the side quest of harassing Kree in the movie night chat.
That's good. Yeah, imagine like we continued for a couple seconds without Shadow because he left and came back. You could have continued without me. That could have been. I could have been gone a lot longer.
Fair enough.
Just for
Alright,
one
let's continue.
day.
You think Fallout is serious with a group of Elvis impersonators in the game? Yes, actually. See, in order to pretend that the Kings are purely silly, stupid joke material, you have to ignore everything about them, from their quests to their role in the world to even their lore.
That a serious faction is a bunch of Elvis impersonators is goofy. It's silly, that's the intent. Clearly the writers, again, started from the premise of, we want...
It's meta humor, you retard.
I like how Kree says the simplified argument that's against the Kings, right? And then he goes immediately into establishing counterpoints, right? To say that, no, they're not just a silly joke faction,
But no,
right?
they're goofy. They're goofy. The original intent was that they're goofy, so you can only interpret them as goofy.
Damn, I didn't know he was part of the fucking development team.
You could ask Avalone, hey, I get that the Kings were meant to be a little bit of a meta joke because isn't it funny that you got Elvis impersonators? But do you think that they're a joke of a faction? He would say no.
Has this man ever heard of the concept of taking a goofy idea?
You completely cut off, brother.
You cut out, yeah. Isn't it basically the case where like pretty much anything that's not real is in some way surreal, is in some way goofy? Like if you would like, oh, it's a school where you learn magic. Oh, that's goofy. A school of magic. That wouldn't exist. That's very silly. Not a single character in like the entire game makes a joke at their expense for being Elvis impersonators. Why? Because the whole point of the fucking faction is that people have forgotten who Elvis is, like, directly, and they see him as just some sort of paragon, some icon to be worshipped, so much so that people made fucking a pseudo-church to try to just emulate him.
I find it funny that Kree was like, the Kings are only a total joke if you completely ignore everything about them, and then he immediately went to ignore everything about them.
Yep, that's exactly what I was pointing out.
It's like,
alright,
the developers got
right.
slightly silly.
Because there are Elvis impersonators in Las Vegas, and I think that's funny. And then they worked from there to make a real faction. It's the juxtaposition of it is absurd, and it is.
The problem
I
is
don't get what his complaint. Like, yeah, you come up with base concepts, like this is how story writing works. You start with a few major points you want to hit, the general theme and tone, the morality, the messages, major characters that are going to play a role, like who the who is of what of like people and factions and everything, and then you after you get your foundation, all your fundamentals down, you work backwards from there to fill in the world. That's how most story writing works.
My other issue with what he was saying is specifically the whole a developer wanted Elvis impersonators because Elvis impersonators are also in Vegas, and that's funny. That's funny. It's like, what are Elvis impersonators in real life funny as a concept? Are they absurd? They're not absurd because they exist. It's like, oh, but now it's the post-apocalypse. It's like, yeah, let's say you take Las Vegas as it is right now, killed all the people but left all the buildings and all the books and all the recordings and jumped forward 200 years, and you had a people that could barely speak English stumble upon Las Vegas. How do you think they would treat it? They would go fucking insane about all, like, look at all these crazy buildings and all this food and these chips. Was this their form of currency? It's like, there's this person, there's this church to this man called Elvis. Like, it's played seriously because in essence it's trying to deconstruct idol worship and the way that we see ourselves and our idols. Now it's like, although you're being very namby-pamby and serious about something that's clearly just a joke about fat Elvis impersonators. Ain't that funny? When you think of an Elvis impersonator in real life, you think of a fat, disgusting man that probably officiated a wedding between two drunk people who actually hate each other. Whereas you think of the Elvis impersonators in New Vegas, they're mostly serious people that are trying to help their community. They are more serious than real life. They're less absurd than reality. They're just
Truth is
people
stranger
wearing
than fiction.
clothes and doing impersonations, not wearing clothes, doing impersonations, being really obese and officiating weddings. What wedding does the king officiate? Not a single one. That's more absurd, and it's real.
I wonder if there's like a mod. There's probably like a mod that does that, just to
No,
bring back
I
that
get
like gimmick.
I'm still hung up on his gripe about how like they write this, because it's like, does he think when people are writing something they start from like some nebulous start point and then write an organic history that explains the exact minutia of every decision that led to their current state in a piece of media?
No, he heard
Before
that one
writing the actual
statement that
state itself.
yeah, he heard that one statement. It kind of wrote itself, as meaning the stories actually write themselves. And if you write the story, that means you've had to contrive it into existence.
You know what? This is the kind of guy who thinks the Starship Troopers movie is an effective satire of fascism just because the writer said that's what he wanted it to be. Like, he doesn't actually look at the movie. He just sees an interview of this is supposed to be a critique of fascism, and he was just like, it's an effective critique of fascism. It works perfectly.
He is stupid in one way doesn't necessarily mean he's stupid in the other way. Okay,
But like, it's
however,
the exact same energy.
he did
I
make
get
the
ya.
intent argument. They intended it for it to be a joke, and all other stuff came later. So it's the original intent that's all that matters. And since what's his face intended
that's what
for
I'm
it to
trying
be a
to say.
satire, then that's more of a point. But I wouldn't just say, oh, because he thinks this, he thinks this. Let's see.
It's kind of funny, but if you came into it like me, expecting this very serious
Also,
game,
Ace, I think, echoing.
Yeah. Just go to push to talk, brother. It's okay.
Poor guy can't talk. We've
laptop in my mouth.
He's got a laptop
and I'm
in his
also
back
doing
pocket.
multiple other things while.
Wow, we're not his main priority.
game with masterful writing, this is all just hurting the believability of the game. It's
Wait, I'm sorry. Did he say it doesn't have masterful writing?
Hold
He
on,
didn't say
let's back it up.
Masterful, but I mean,
He
pretty
said
right.
that the Kings hurt the believability of the
started
game.
from the premise of we want a gang of Elvis impersonators because there are Elvis impersonators in Las Vegas, and I think that's funny. And then they worked from there to make a real faction. It's the juxtaposition of it is absurd, and it is kind of funny. But if you came into it like me, expecting this very serious game with masterful writing, this is all just hurting the believability of the game. It's unimmersive. It's hurting the verisimilitude, and it made me have a bad experience. Not.
I don't know.
So
I think he doesn't know what. Yeah, I think he doesn't know what a post-apocalypse civilization would be like.
I'm struggling to think if he actually has a suspension of disbelief, because I know he likes Oblivion, so he has to have, to a degree, some suspension of disbelief. Or was Cliff Racer Fly totally believable to him? It's like, no, that one's a joke, but that's fine because it's a one-off. Like, or does he think that Oblivion is good because it's all just wacky Lord of the Rings and oh my god, it's Sean Bean? Don't you know, guys, it's Sean Bean. It pulls me out of the experience. I just keep hearing Sean Bean as Martin Septim or Patrick Stewart as the Emperor until he dies. Spoilers. Like, it feels
it happens in the first like 10 minutes of the game.
Unless you, yeah, yeah.
Like, there's a degree to which I know you don't believe this. You're just doing this to be a contrarian, I think, because it's like you saw Cree's video where he covers that. You saw some other videos. Maybe if I was going to be bad faith, you saw that Patrician and Cree were both on EFAP together, and because of your hate boner for Patrician for quote unquote getting something wrong about Oblivion, then you must now attack Cree. Again, bad faith, probably not doing that. I don't want to attribute a motive where I don't have evidence, but there's a degree to which, hey, do you genuinely believe this? Do you genuinely believe that seeing, because they don't even look that much like Elvis when you see them? It's just he's got the hair. Like the first one you see, Pacer, he's got the hair and he kind of looks like one of Elvis's images. But most Elvis impersonators, they have the full fucking white rocker dude, right? They look fucking all the same. But not a single character in the game looks like that. You got good clothes in a building that is safe and secure, has multiple floors, multiple beds. It even seems to be worshipping some guy. You're a group of people, a tribe, a gang, whatever you want to say, and you find a shared fucking icon to represent under, and it gives you motivation to go about doing things. But hey, it was Mickey Mouse, so we must find it inherently unfunny that they're wearing the big Disney hat. It's like, yes, it's going to be more silly the more absurd the thing you pick. But even then, I don't think it's fair to say, oh, you picked a silly concept and you wrote it well, and I'm taken out because I just know Elvis. Like, if you strip the context of knowing Elvis, right?
Yeah.
Not saying that everyone has to strip their context of reality to play a game, but if you play a game, if you played in Vegas and someone's never heard of Elvis before, you just think, oh, they found this place that was dedicated to this guy. They give their reasonings to why they imitate him. It's because, well, he must have been real important if he had people wanting to pretend to be him. To paraphrase a line from the King. So, like,
right.
It just seems very relatively serious. I think what's more absurd is some of the, like, obviously Wild Wasteland stuff, or you know,
which is not
certain,
getting a joke behind a joke perk.
or you've got things that aren't behind Wild Wasteland that are a bit more inherently silly. Like, I think Oliver Swanek is 100% intended to be a bit of a joke, and that's why part of the community sees him as a joke. This is a insufferable loudmouth person who's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, even though in that situation, if you were the sole survivor of a place and you were allowed to keep your legs, you'd be equally as excited. It's more serious when you think about the context, but like how loud he is and the delivery that the voice actor gave definitely makes him feel like more like something that's meant to be a bit entertaining as you walk into the town that's been destroyed. It gives you a bit of levity before the darkness of, yes, we burned this place to the ground and killed all the people.
Yeah, it's absurdity, levity, like, hi, yeah, you won the lottery, dude, and please leave me alone. And then you like slowly scooch past the weirdo and then walk in there.
You've got
like,
crucifixes, burned corpses, see these weird larpers that are coming up to you. It's like, oh, he's got a furry hat on, isn't that funny? It's like, okay, like it just feels.
I mean, that's
like
more
contrarian and the most
tribal.
bad faith interpretation of what you could possibly do to try and downplay the silliness of the other games and up.
I mean,
play,
we're not even
upplay.
like, talking about his point at this point, so let's just continue.
Yeah, let's get back to it.
You mentioned the crashes and the poor gameplay, and every time you went to a casino, they want to take your guns, and obviously, if you're anything like me, you just kill everyone, and the game's too easy, so it doesn't matter. You're just able to kill everyone because they're really weak, and as long as you put points in guns, which is nothing.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm kind of interrupting a thing there because I was a bit befuddled by his confusion that the door with a barricade behind it can't be opened.
Yeah,
I think he was
crashes.
and pointing the other side, but God, that is what that looked like.
Getting like very angry, like, oh.
Yeah, like maybe the barricade behind the door means that you don't go through the fucking door, numbnuts. Do you want to open the door that you still want? No, as in I'm talking about this guy. It's like maybe the like, and then seeing bad gameplay whilst having that clip on screen makes me think, is this the bad gameplay you're talking about?
Yeah.
So obviously not, because you're just talking about a bunch of different examples, and like the thing you said before that, which was the crashes. It's like, yeah, but the crashes have been better, and ultimately it's the responsibility of the person publishing the game, which would be Bethesda, to make it not crash anymore. It's not the responsibility of Obsidian anymore because their contract's over. Bethesda should, if they're selling you a product, make sure that product does not crash. It is fully the responsibility of Bethesda now that they make it not crash. Now, could it be as simple as sometimes installing 2 mods? Mods shouldn't be needed, but Bethesda are selling you the product, not Obsidian. They just made the product. You should be blaming Bethesda if the game is still crashing. They somehow managed to
Obsidian for how it released, not what its current state is, because they actually did release fixes, but Bethesda has not continued to fix it as hardware and software have meaningfully changed in like the more than a decade since the game came out.
Yeah.
Need we remind the 10 years that Fallout 3 was unplayable because they did not remove the game for Windows Live requirement?
I still can't play it. Like, for some reason, I have a weird glitch that like no one else on the internet seems to have, where specifically internal cells, the second they load in, crashes my game and soft locks my computer, and I have to restart my whole PC.
Damn, they can detect that you get no bitches. Sorry.
Yeah, you're hilarious.
The thing that fucking just caught me off guard is like, oh, he's like so annoyed that these casinos are acting like carrying around fucking huge ass loaded weapons, so they ask you to take them. It's like, oh, that's so fucking annoying. I'll just kill them all.
Yeah. To quote, Russian Badger on his video on New Vegas, they don't want some bumbling random fuck off the street to come in with a bunch of weapons.
That's like, because that's unimmersive. That just pulls them out of the experience.
Oh,
the casino, not
casino acting like a real casino.
Yeah.
So unimmersive.
It's almost like security is being pulled here. It's like they're
just because obviously. I interrupted a bit. I will back us up so that we can get more of that context about the casinos.
Yes.
Let's go to
believability of the game. It's unimmersive. It's hurting the verisimilitude, and it made me have a bad experience. Not to mention the crashes and the poor gameplay, and every time you went to a casino, they
Just quickly, I love the way he says, "I had a bad experience."
In regards to the Kings, because he's still talking about the Kings in that part.
Well,
but yeah.
he said not. That pulled him out of the experience. Not to mention, it's not that the Kings did this. It's like this is extra stuff that he's piling onto the. He's already refuted the Kings by saying, it was intended to be silly, so it was silly, and it pulled me out. And then also other bad things happened.
Right.
Yeah.
You're
want
right.
to
You're
take
right.
your guns, and obviously, if you're anything like me, you just kill everyone, and the game's too easy, so it doesn't matter. You're just able to kill everyone because they're really weak, and as long as you put points in guns.
So in other words, he openly admits that he's a murder hobo.
Also, New Vegas has the exact same balancing that Bethesda games do in terms of the difficulty, where you take more damage, you do less damage. So he's kind of admitting that he's not playing on the hardest difficulty, nor is he playing on hardcore mode.
Admittedly,
he's not even playing on normal. He's probably playing on like very easy.
3, at level like 35, the enemies would be just as hard to kill. Walking around in suits and ties as like a Brotherhood guy at level 1 would be.
Yeah, the health scaling is absurd in Fallout 3. That's the biggest problem. That everything.
Yeah, which isn't a thing in this. They just want the level they're at, which is appropriate for the difficulty of the area you're in. So yeah, a bunch of like hotel casino guards with like little sidearms, maybe an SMG or two. I walk in full Ranger regalia, anti-material rifle. Who's winning that fight?
But if we be charitable,
he's being a murder hobo.
He's in what should we call it? Repcon? Yeah, he's in Repcon right now. So he's showing footage of when he did Moon and the quest that he skipped over in his little and then. If we just say that he gets maybe one upgrade, he's rocking like the default caravan shotgun. He's rocking basically default gear. He's going into the casino with not a lot to his name, not anything overly powerful. And if you're on hard mode and on hardcore,
let's let him finish this whole argument before we continue, just to make sure we're not misconstruing any of this.
Doing that, you can just go kill Caesar as long as you have some ammo and you have some stim packs. The only real challenge to deal with was all the damn invisible walls. But that's a.
Oh my god! I'm going to kill this person. Did not, in the year of my Christ, 2025, make the fucking New Vegas invisible walls argument in a video that I would watch on the internet. It's a fucking not real argument. If you are such a little whiny baby that you have to go onto the middle of the mountain with no content on it, and you can't just go around the fucking invisible wall or on the fucking routes that exist in the game, you're a fucking retard. Oh my god.
In all my years playing New Vegas, have run into a single invisible wall that was not a world barrier. You want to know what it was? I was in the canyon where you find the crashed alien ship, and I was being chased by a Deathclaw, I think, or something. I managed to climb up onto a rock, and the middle of the rock, for some reason, had an invisible pillar in the middle of it that I couldn't walk to the middle of the rock. But I could walk around the perimeter of the rock.
Yeah, the only cases of the invisible walls,
I would never go under any other circumstances.
They purposefully put like every single invisible wall in a place that you have to go out of your way to awkwardly jump with the admittedly not great movement mechanics of New Vegas onto things that you sometimes can't even jump onto, that you only ever really encounter when you're trying to circumvent most of the game. Like, for example, it's notable that if you try to kind of bypass the Cazadors and the Deathclaws at the same time, you might bump into an invisible wall. That's usually what might happen if you're trying to jump up to not have anything attack you. But that's your own fault for going into what is clearly marked as an inaccessible area, because it's a sheer fucking cliff.
Yeah.
Every single invisible wall is like on a rock.
The mod XRE cars. Like, for the best experience with a car mod, you need the invisible wall remover. Why? I'm not going to drive this on top of some stupid cliff that is a sheer rock face that there's no way to actually get up to with a car.
The only thing I would
say... Why is everyone so obsessed with the stupid, invisible wall thing?
The only thing I would say is, hey, there's that big section of unused terrain that would be really great to drive around in a car in, but it's blocked off by, a car wall and invisible walls. Maybe get rid of that one. because that one is an inaccessible area that's been blocked off with an invisible wall that is a really open wide space for you to do tricks around in a car. That would be the only case if someone argued you do that because there's an inaccessible area that's just empty for you to drive around in. That's fine. But they all make the same argument because this fucker is obviously trying to defend Bethesda here. He's not saying that Fallout 3 is a good game. He's not said that yet. But he's trying to defend them. When they do the same fucking thing, the Capitol ruins, you have to go through a load zone to get inside. Do you know how they stop you from going inside? Invisible fucking walls in the middle of the map. Fuck off. It's a fucking fake complaint about New Vegas. Shut the fuck up.
All right. Well, also his whole point, like, oh, the hardest part of killing him, like, was the army of like massively over-leveled Praetorians not at all a problem? Like
the
I
enemies
guess
that
if, like,
can
they're not
one tap you on hard
aggro
mode
to
if you're not
Caesar
like
yet, and you
scaled
walk
up.
up and shoot him in the face is not very
Like,
hard. Congratulations, you gotta fight his Praetorians now.
I would say we shouldn't be trying to go for hardest difficulty as a point, but I think, like, at the very least, normal.
He argued about the difficulty.
Yeah.
You can't argue difficulty and then say, well, I played on easy mode. It's like,
Yeah.
because you get like a fucking 2 times damage multiplier. And you...
Yeah, I'm saying, like, at the very least, instead of using
also,
hardest difficulty, like, look at
if you
normal
go
as
to
a
the
reference point, is what I'm getting at.
legitimately, they take away your stim packs. So, like, yes, you have to kill them, but they do take them away.
I have had games. Where I'm like level 35. I'm wearing T51. I'm walking out. I'm gunning down legionaries with a Gatling laser. I get to the tent and get instantly gibbed by Praetorians.
Mhm.
Like, what world are you living in where the Praetorians aren't hard?
No, he's taking the criticism that you and a companion can like kind of solo Caesar and in his tent in his main fort, which is, to be fair, like that doesn't seem reasonable for you and like a companion and your pet to be able to do. But he's blowing that out of proportion and saying, "Oh, the hardest thing about this was the invisible walls that I didn't encounter because they're not present."
Right. But I have a couple things to say about. I guess the first thing is like when you get to the fort, they don't immediately take your stims away. You get into a dialogue where you can choose to give your stims away. Otherwise, you trigger a fight, right? So you can technically go to the fort and not give up your stims. You just have to fight your way out or through.
Right.
If you do that, right? And also, like I was saying, there are builds where you can cheese the Praetorians. The main one I'm thinking of is like just hard shotgun specialization. Although that requires a fucking DLC. Because you need
requires a DLC, requires being able to
get
get into specific things, requires having a better gear. There's a degree to which,
Yeah.
like, yes, if you exploit the game, you can trivialize the difficulty. It's just
If
like,
you-
yeah,
if you have a
can do
specific
that
ability,
in
if you have good
can do that in
equipment,
literally
sure.
every game.
Yeah,
And yes, the people
but
who
it's
call
like-
the game perfect are wrong when they say that because they're just being hyperbolic. You're also retarded when you do the opposite direction. You say, "Oh, this game has all the bad." Like, I still want him to clarify what he meant by get bad gameplay. Because if he genuinely means when he got stuck on that fucking door in the clip, I'm gonna go fucking mental.
I think he just means that, like, unless you download the just some mods, like the movement and like gunplay is clunky.
It's not though. The movement's a bit awkward because of the engine, but even then, it was perfectly fine.
Yeah, but again, it's a fake complaint because the same people who complain that, like, oh, you need just some mods in order to make the movement and shooting fun in New Vegas will then continue to play stock 3 and not complain about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's also like,
which doesn't even have a
of all
companion
the
mod that
things-
fixes the majority of the problems. You gotta
And my
like download a dozen broken mods and try to fix them if you want
And
to
my
fix those
problem
problems.
is that he didn't even say the gunplay is worse than Fallout 4, the game that came after. Which would be stupid. The game that came later should improve on the previous game, even though it doesn't actually. I'll save that rant because I've done that too many times recently. Also saying that the broad gameplay, he doesn't say gunplay, he says gameplay. So what? Walking around, shooting, talking, skill checks, fucking looting, like. Again, when I look at him failing
I
to
don't
loot
want to
two
assign
contain,
motives to him, but
yeah,
he really does strike me as the kind of guy that says gameplay is hard mechanics only.
When I see him failing to loot those 2 boxes when he says bad gameplay, it makes me think he's just retarded. In the nicest way. In the nicest way.
Background gameplay has any like.
I
meaning,
know,
really.
I know that. I agree. It's just it's really hard for me to disconnect from bad gameplay and seeing him with bad execution
We
as
ranted
him
about
being
like
bad.
the Praetorians and invisible walls, which is the points he made. So let's continue.
Yeah.
I would say, like, God damn it, I lost my point.
You know, I went back and played it off stream by myself with lower expectations and different expectations, and I played it more like a video game. I wasn't analyzing the writing so much. I didn't care that there was a guy who thought he was a ghoul and how ridiculous that is. I just laughed at the ghouls shooting up their rocket and going to the moon. It was funny, and I accepted that it was not serious and that
They don't go to the moon. You didn't play the quest. They don't go to the moon. They don't even intend to go to the moon. They don't intend to go to space. They wear the spacesuit, which is a bit silly. They go in rockets that are a bit silly. Him thinking he's a ghoul, yeah, he's delusional. It's a bit silly. Delusional people
There
are
are
silly.
people who are convinced that like that they're meant
That's
to be
not-
blind and blind themselves.
Yeah, okay. You picked the right
Anorexia
example.
is a thing. Like having a physical disconnect between what you physically are and what your mind is perceiving you as is a thing. It is a known like mental illness.
Yes, he could genuinely have cognitive issues. You also convince him, and he is just as upset as you would be if someone was playing into your delusion.
He's from a vault where everyone else was turned into ghouls and died. So like I'd imagine when everyone else was ghoulifying and he managed to get up before that happened, it probably skew his perception of reality a little bit.
But no,
you know?
we're crazy because we're partially defending the guy who thinks he's a ghoul, even though I admitted it's still a little bit silly. But no, that means we're crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I could be entertained by it. And that I could be entertained by it. And I did actually really love it. Okay, now that we had that very long aside, now let's get back to the
Oh, I also
Did
remember
he
the
just
other point. I wanted...
did he just actually do that? No, like look at the you fool!
Oh,
you
yeah,
fell
yeah.
for one of the classic blunders. You fell for that broken railing and you got stuck there. Have fun
Yeah,
getting
he
out.
fell through the funny hole. Yep. I do want to point out the
Admittedly,
infernal
they shouldn't have made that place because people generally get stuck there and have to reload sometimes.
I do want to point out because it was another thing that we got on the other discussion I wanted to have. His first time playing this was on a fucking stream. Fuck off, please. Like, if you want to get a genuine experience, don't have the expectation that you have to entertain other people or talk to other people and distract yourself from the thing so that the only things you remember are the notable flashy things. Not saying that's 100% what he did, but when he said, oh, when I'm not streaming it and being analytical about it, it's like, you don't, what do you mean analytical about it? What, it's like, people said it's good, it's got good writing, it's got good gameplay, and you think they're all wrong, even though you actually like the game now because you find it wacky absurd, even though, like, if you want to genuinely experience something, don't distract yourself with a Twitch, YouTube, or whatever stream because you're not going to get the proper experience. You're not going to literally see the thing because you're going to be, on occasion, looking at your chat or hearing a fucking stream notification from Big Dick 79. Hey guy, I've been finished my job thing. You want $5?
Funny thing, it's funny that you bring that up, considering the fact that I'm doing my first playthrough of Gears of War 1 in that manner. That's what I was streaming it to.
And the thing, I don't
Yeah, but
think
that's a linear shooter. Like people aren't gonna like skew you like, oh,
No,
you need to pick this option because it's the funny dialogue option. You're like,
I mean, even then, there's a degree to which I think you're not getting the proper first time experience. Even then, like you're going to be slightly tainted. But to be fair, in the nicest way, you don't get that many viewers, so you're not going to be engaged.
Yeah, it's true.
It's basically a solo playthrough with people.
Hi,
that
all
are
5 people
occasionally
listening to us rant about this idiot.
Yeah.
I mean that in the nicest way.
Oh
You've
yeah,
got the
I know.
convenience that you've got a record of it, and if someone is like, "How you enjoying it?" you can share your current opinion without having to do it. So I'm not 100% opposed to it, but when you say that, oh, the first time I played this was I streamed it to people and I was trying to be analytical, I was trying to see the flaws. It's like, yeah, you can find the flaws in anything if you're going out of your way to try and find the flaws.
Yeah.
It just felt like I was trying in bad faith, but now I'm being good faith, and actually I like it because it's dumb.
Yeah. Side note: is there a way to actually get out of that spot that he fell into, or no?
Yeah, it's just hard to jump out of. I've seen
The
people
one he
like,
fell into,
give up as they
yes.
left.
There's another one that's up higher that's even awkward, if not impossible, but he didn't fall into that one. He fell into it.
Which is a
You know
bad
what?
part of the
Everybody
game designers admit.
else who
Yeah.
talks about Fallout is a fucking psychopath.
Take it easy, it's just Fallout New Vegas.
Bitches be out here thinking that LARPing as some legionary on the internet and sucking Obsidian's dick is gonna save that Fallout fandom.
No,
Dude, You're not nailing.
It's funny because I actually agree a lot with what this guy's video is talking about, but his complaint is that, yeah, all of the content creators around Fallout are insane, or they're just reading a wiki or reading a terminal from a game. So they're just reading text from the game to you. So it's really boring. But he even makes this point in the most insane way possible. I don't know if it's just Zoomer brain, but there's meme after meme, and I understand about 9% of them. So it's just total madness. Yeah, he's got a point about Obsidian fanboys. They had 18 months. That doesn't mean their game should have as many bugs as it does. I know people are going to hate me for saying this, but Warcraft 3 The Frozen Throne, that's an expansion pack. That took them 9 months to make. And you could say New Vegas is a full game. It's not an expansion pack. Really? It looks a lot like Fallout 3. I'm not even going to do a...
Oh my
He says
fucking
he's
God.
about to say I'm not going to do that, but 30%, 30% of the content in Fallout New Vegas was kit bashed from original content. 70% is completely new. There is more in New Vegas that is new than was old. Now one could say, oh, but the engine. Yes, you know what Bethesda did in their infinite wisdom? They didn't make an entirely new engine for Fallout 3. They copied and pasted the one they used for Obsidian, and they added their shitty shooting that was bad, that they had fucking press releases saying that they might. This is great. We were just loading. We had a build of the game just called Guns that we'd load up and play because it's so fun. And there were insider reports, I believe, or outsider reports. There were reports that they were trying to counter fucking Call of Duty. They thought their gunplay was that good. So shut the fuck up.
They thought their gunplay could go up against. This is like
Call
what,
of Duty and
2009?
Call of Duty and Halo were mentioned as like things that they could compete
they thought
against
they could go
in regards
up
to gunplay.
against Modern Warfare 2 and Halo 3 with Fallout 3's gunplay.
Yep.
Now,
Wow.
whether or not they were serious about that, whether or not they were serious about that, and it was just aspirations, whatever. But still, the fact that they thought with their shitty bullet come out the side of the barrel gunplay thing that they made.
Completely forgot that that's what happens. That's what fucking happens.
The spread on some of the automatic weapons comes out at almost like a fucking 45-degree angle. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I swear to God, fucking Marathon 1 is better gunplay than Fallout 3.
I'm pretty sure it does.
Maybe.
All right. Continue.
Is there any weapon in Marathon 1?
I'm not even kidding.
Is there any weapon in Marathon 1 that you can aim down sights?
No.
Oh damn!
I don't think
Fallout
so.
3's got it beat.
Wait, maybe the
wait.
Because it's the rockets too.
Most of the weapon sprites are centered like Doom, so you're halfway
Fallout
there.
3's got it beat because you can aim down sights on snipers specifically.
I think rockets can be ADS.
Anyway,
I don't. Yeah.
About I'm not gonna make
whole
the
thing where I do them side by side, but they look the fucking same. They didn't make a game from scratch. They took Fallout 3 and then built upon that. They had 18 months when they had a base game to start with. Other games don't get that, and they take.
Other games don't get.
That they didn't know how to work with the fucking thing yet, the engine, and they had to learn a lot.
Bethesda had to teach them what to do. So despite being taught by Bethesda what to do, they somehow did better systems. Some visuals look better in some cases. They take the systems Bethesda already has and make them better. They again, 30% of the assets are from Fallout 3. The rest are new for Fallout New Vegas, according to I believe Sawyer.
I'm just.
A lot of Fallout 3 shit.
I'm fucking baffled by the statement of most games don't get 18 months of development time. When you
No, I don't. Hold on. Yeah,
multiple years of development time for every game they make.
Hold on. I don't think that was the claim that he was making there.
He was saying that most other games don't get that much time, not related to Bethesda, and also don't have a game to work off of. Which, when you look at many things, they do. Hey, did you know that there's Skylanders code in the not Twinsanity in the Crash trilogy?
Yeah, because isn't that still using the?
Because they're using the same engine and there's assets from Skylanders. Turns out when people are making games, they reuse their shit because it's easier than doing everything from scratch. You don't know game development. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Side note: Call of Duty uses Quake's engine.
Did you know Guilty Gear Strive has fucking Goku in it because they made Dragon Ball Z Fighters in the same engine? There is Goku in the code for Guilty Gear Strive. Shut the fuck up. Nobody makes games from scratch except like fucking indie devs.
And even then they don't because they don't make their own engine. They're usually using some other engine. Engine available.
Again, he was saying making a game from scratch. You don't have. They're not having a game to work with. Engine is different.
True.
If you're using
But
Unity,
also,
Unreal, or Godot, you're making your game from scratch.
Right.
But like the thing with indie games is normally with indie games they don't have a publisher, so they can take as much time as they need most of the time.
Yeah.
Like bar budgetary restrictions and whatnot.
Yeah, it's usually like a side project hustle that they tend to do. They don't tend to full
Yeah.
send it.
Again, that's not saying like, oh, all games should be made by indies. It's just me making a point that pretty much no one makes games from scratch nowadays unless they are a brand new developer, which is what I would consider most indies to be, because they don't have any material to copy from. As soon as they make their second game, they're going to be copying shit, because why would you reinvent the wheel?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love how
waste of
this
time,
guy
it's a waste
used
of
the
time,
stupid
you stupid-
argument of, oh, Fallout New Vegas is an expansion, and he used an example of an expansion game that took a couple of months, even though New Vegas is an entirely new game. It just has assets from the previous game.
Yeah, there are some
it has new-
slight. There are
Barely
there are
even.
scripts here and there that are copied and pasted. There are general format things that are copied and pasted. But even then, Bethesda didn't make a new fucking system when they were making stimpaks, right? It was just, this is a health potion that restores health over time. We've had that since fucking Morrowind on the same
Yeah.
engine. So it's just a repackaged fucking health potion. That's all it is. You can go into the code and read that every single perk effect or effect that applies to a character temporarily or permanently is all considered magical effects. It's not like they made... The one thing Bethesda does deserve some credit on is transferring from the 2D perspective of 1 and 2 to Fallout 3. That they deserve some credit, and the assets that New Vegas used, they deserve credit for that. That's sure. But like, they didn't just make an entire game from scratch. They copied over a bunch of things and retooled
Right.
things.
We've gone over this point several times at this point, so
Back to the point.
Yeah.
What, 2 to 3 years? So doing it a little bit faster when other games are building up from a lot less than they started with. And on top of that,
That's
the
not how
things
that
they
works.
decided to change. They put a bunch of effort in changing the gun noises. I don't even want to get into it. I love Fallout New Vegas, so I feel stupid for criticizing it, but the people who really ride Obsidian's dick and praise Fallout New Vegas for being the best game ever, like, they're full of shit.
I also want to point out before the Emily clip happens, he said that if he puts a screenshot of Fallout 3 up and a Fallout New Vegas up, they look the same. No, they don't. One has a green tint.
Is that even want things to get better, and it serves absolutely fucking nobody to be pushing this historical revisionism that is only gonna lead things to get worse. If you are legitimately a fan of the games, regardless of which iterations of the games that is, you will actually shut the fuck up with this absolute bullshit.
That is the second YouTube video that I've seen talking about how serious of a franchise Fallout is and how everyone is an idiot if they think otherwise. I mean, you heard right there, you should shut the fuck up if you disagree with this person. The first one was Cretosis, and...
Flavor.
Yeah, I mean, let him make his point. Maybe he's got some revolutionary information. Maybe he brings up the master.
He seemed to just completely strawman the entire point. Enclave Emily...
Okay,
Oh,
just
dead
in case
naming.
he doesn't
All
read
right.
this out.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Not dead naming, excuse me, but
Fucking misgendering.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've only heard people say Fallout isn't serious in the context of defending the show/modern games. They say that as a way to defend the jokes, and I get where they are coming from. Wrong. Comedy has been a large part of Fallout since 1998. I doubt anyone believes that Fallout is literally never serious. Nobody said that. If the point of your videos was to say the comedy of the show sucks, I agree, but that's probably... No, okay. The point of the video, if you actually listen to the words being said, is that even in cases where things aren't 100% serious, typically the game tries to be serious. And usually when you criticize Bethesda for cranking up the amount of unseriousness, the amount of jokes, the amount of absurdities, people will say it doesn't matter. Fallout has always been unserious. It was never serious. They genuinely say that it was never serious. Not that it is never serious at all, just that it was never serious. That they downplay these serious moments. They downplay the story of Fallout 1 having practically no silliness to it at all. They downplay so many things because Fallout 2 had Monty Python references. That's usually the go-to. Every single YouTube shot you'll see. It's like, Fallout was never serious. Norte, I think, is the one that Cree covers. He'll pull up, did you know there were talking cows as a reference to Diablo in a game partly inspired by Diablo in terms of it being a CRPG?
Showed of like a serious and grounded Fallout would never work.
the thing is that it's pacing effectively, because if it's just constantly forever serious all the time, then it's just going to be kind of this draining effect on you when you're playing it. and
Joss
now
Whedon gets
Bethesda,
screwed, like,
yeah,
crack
yeah, let
Joss
me
Whedon
finish.
gets crap for his whole Marvel thing, which is elaborating on your point, where it's like, oh, you can't have any seriousness now. Everything has to be broken up with a joke.
Yeah.
Where what Joss Whedon was going for when he made that quote and make some of his better movies was that you don't have misery all the time. People get sad. Break it up with a bit of levity here and there, so that the person doesn't feel depressed. So the person feels more remembers some enjoyment out of the thing rather than just feeling sad and fucking miserable all the time.
Yeah, effectively that.
And even in Fallout 1, your rare TARDIS reference, or this is a Scientology thing, is few and far between. Even in Fallout 2, with the Monty Python references that happen one time per save, anyone who says they've seen the same one more than once is lying. That's not in the code.
I mean, glitches can happen, but like...
Sure, but like it's not intentional and it's a glitch. It's not something that is intentionally meant to be seen multiple times.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure when you see it, it sets a flag to true so that it's not meant to trigger that scene again. So it reads from that flag. I'm pretty sure it's the way that the script is coded.
Like, the thing is, Fallout, or at least like the, like 1, 2, New Vegas, are serious games with moments of levity, and Bethesda games are kind of just goofy. And people who defend Bethesda look at the moments of levity in the serious Fallout games to go, oh, actually, nothing here is serious.
Like to give some credit to Bethesda, they do try to have serious moments. I don't think they intend, for example, your father's sacrifice to be haha funny. It's a bit funny because of the animations, but they don't intend it. It's meant to be this tragic sacrifice. So is the ending of the game. No, this is your destiny. You must sacrifice yourself. They don't intend that to be a laugh. It's like this super mutant is telling you to go kill yourself because he doesn't want to get icky.
The thing with that is Bethesda's just kind of incompetent.
That's just shit execution.
They intend for seriousness. Fallout 4 has intent for seriousness. When Lucy shoots her dead mum in the TV show, spoiler, she.
No one cares. It's a shit show.
Did they add a laugh track? Do they want you to laugh at her putting down her mother that's been alive for like 20 fucking, well, not 20, but for several years, tortured in the state of being a ghoul and locked up by her lesbian life partner? Probably not. Like, they have moments of seriousness. They understand that there is seriousness in the setting. They just go the wrong direction. Their balance is on the fucking funny meter
wacky and weird.
more than it's on the serious meter. It's just silly.
Effectively, kind of turning Fallout into a Borderlands style comedy where it's like
flanderizing Fallout. Yeah. They're taking the few, like, this is always the case. When everyone says it's always been silly, you point out that it was few and far between. That New Vegas expressly tries to demarcate the more absurd things behind a trait. They try to treat things seriously. They try to engage with how things would be. But Bethesda's like, nah, fuck it. Let's put a kid in a fridge. Fuck it. Simps have 3 different explanations depending on what scene we want to script right now.
At least showed what other people said on screen, that people think that Fallout has always been partly a dark comedy, which is obvious. Yes, there are serious moments. There's slavery, there's crucifixion, there's dark themes all over. But there's also a holy hand grenade. There's a Pinky in the Brain reference in Fallout 2. There's a moment in Fallout New Vegas, which is a game that these guys love so much, where you get a lobotomy, and then you talk to a robot with your brain. You're talking to...
It's Old World Blues.
Listen.
Fallout's not serious because Old World Blues.
There's a moment. There's a reference.
Wait.
There's a he points to individual things. Like if you try to he lists out general cases like slavery, crucifixion. It's like these happen multiple times in multiple situations. The holy hand grenade in New Vegas is only available in one location if you have a specific trait. Yes, and in Fallout 2, I think it's also tied to a special encounter as well. So like it's a one of a kind thing, I believe, if I recall correctly. So it's similar to that. It's just not demarcated behind a wild wasteland trait.
Here's the funny
thing. You could ask Avalon, hey, dude, if you could, would you remove most of the jokes? And I'm pretty sure Avalon has answered that yes, we went overboard with the funniness. So like, if we care about the original intent of the developers, like he said for the fucking Elvis impersonators point, then original intent, yeah, we fucked up there. We want it to be more serious. And even then, you can quantify how much it's unserious, and it's like
we're beating
it maybe gets to 10%.
To your own brain, and you don't have a brain.
I want to nail down something on the Old World Blues point. You go to a place filled with crazy people, and they say crazy shit.
Well, yeah, but the lobotomy is a bit beyond just the crazy
I know
shit.
the lobotomies like.
He specifically points out.
I'll
He
also point out
specifically
this.
points out the
It's
lobotomy.
only silly goofy on a meta sense. If you were a person transported into a Saturday night horror like freak show like that, you would be terrified. Yeah. Oh, the suits with skeletons inside of them is funny. Yeah. Not if you're trying to be. Not if you're being
Yeah,
stuffed inside one of those.
I
suits.
agree, but there is also a degree to which most of the dialogue in the game is kind of like that you can do back at the scene is playing it off as more of a joke than serious. There are serious moments even in Old World Blues,
I'm not gonna
like the guy
defend Old
who's
World Blues as purely serious or anything, but it's like
yeah, like the guy who's sad about his dog being dead. Like even the funny, wacky, haha one can have its serious moments.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna say like Old World Blues is kind of made to be wackier. That's kind of the point.
Wow, the thing that specifically cordoned off a section to say this is where we're going to do all the jokes. Don't want the jokes? Don't go here.
Yeah. Pretty
All
much.
right.
Don't want the jokes?
Continue.
Don't select Wild Wasteland.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Talk
But no,
about the
I
wacky
have to nail down the Old World Blues
stuff
thing
when you-
because it's just like crazy people say crazy shit and no shit.
Yeah, you said that, and we elaborated. You don't have to say it again.
pick that one trait, Wild Wasteland or whatever.
Lord
You know, that
repeating
trait
himself
is
as
not in
always.
Diablo 1. In Diablo 1, you can't pick a trait to say, hey, I
Anyways,
want
it's
Diablo
Alzheimer's
to make this
awareness
joke.
month, guys.
You know,
It's
I wanted
Alzheimer's
to
awareness
actually
month,
say,
guys.
eat your vegetables and brush your teeth.
Eat your vegetables and brush after every meal.
Not for him to say that backwards, so 20 years later, people on YouTube can record it and then play it backwards and say, oh, look at this crazy Easter egg I found.
Oh my God, really? You're going to bring that up? I'll tell it quickly, but basically it was not made by us. We had a design doc. They didn't follow it. They made a teddy bear quest. I was pissed. And so then that's really it in a nutshell.
And finally, the boss of the game, Narkul, who had zany voice lines that you could access.
Hi, I'm free to confront the little banished little boy, Diablo. Hi, everybody, and I'm free to reward you, little mortal, with these Aerosmith tickets. You'll be getting backstage passes. You'll get.
Everybody, it's me, Markiplier.
Steven Tyler and the whole band. This Friday at the Coliseum. Thanks for getting me out of there.
That's a great video by Dark Lord Dash, and it highlights what happens when one creator switches to another. Diablo 1 was a serious game with one tiny Easter egg, but Hellfire added a whole bunch of silliness, a guy in a cow suit, and more, and the original creators hated it. That's not the case with Fallout. I mean, maybe Tim Kaine hated Fallout 2, but Fallout 2 is included in the games that people love. And by people, I mean these weird
It's not an
YouTubers.
original thing
Fallout
with
New Vegas
Fallout,
is included
even
as
though
one of the
Avalon
good games.
hates it.
And so these people making these
Haynes also doesn't hate Fallout 2. He just left it because it wasn't something he wanted to work on because he thought Fallout 1 was a complete story in its own right. So he left the team. He doesn't hate it by any
Okay,
means.
no.
Also,
that
isn't
doesn't
he
matter. That's
Isn't
not
he
his argument.
implicitly agreeing that Fallout 1 is serious then?
Yep.
If he's trying to
Yep.
make the comparison that if the original developer didn't want it to be funny, why doesn't Tim Kaine hate Fallout 2? It's like, aren't you then implicitly agreeing that Fallout 1 was originally funny? And most people do concede that Fallout 2 went a bit overboard. It's like you
Also,
didn't
by his
watch
own
Creed's
logic-
videos.
By his own logic, we're able to, again, further demonize the TV show because Chris Avalon, who made 2 in New Vegas, went on a whole rant online talking about why he doesn't like the TV show, giving actual examples about why the show is bad in context to Fallout 2 in New Vegas.
Wait,
Oh,
he
yeah,
actually
that's the
did.
Chris Felt of the TV show. Yeah, he did. He
Yeah,
did.
he wrote out a whole review where he
Yeah,
talks
he
about
went
all
a
the
huge
problems
blog
the show
about
has.
it, yeah.
That's great.
Not all, but he goes into pretty comprehensive detail about his issues with specific, like,
We
aspects
have
of
a
it.
definitive, objective example of one of our authors that we like saying the new stuff is bad, and we don't like the new stuff, and we like the stuff he wrote. This guy here, Knight, is making stuff up that never happened to somehow try to be a gotcha.
All right, I'll be back as
Fallout was never
ASAP, so.
serious videos, pretending that the tone of Fallout changed so dramatically going from Fallout 2 to 3, or from 3 to 4, or from 4 to the TV show. It is not the same as what David Brevik is talking about there. I totally understand a creator looking at their serious game and then the sequel made by someone else when you told them not to do it, they just made a ridiculous game anyway. That's infuriating. And I get it. I get the sentiment. These Fallout fans are pretending that.
No, they're not. Because again, Fallout 2 was more funny, but it was not just wacky nonsense all the time. Even in the case of Diablo 2,
Yes, too many
most
of the
of these
random
things,
events were jokes.
yeah, most of these things in Diablo 2 are secrets. Like the fucking cow level. It's a secret cow level. It's meant to be a funny little Easter egg. It's not
Most
meant
of
to
the
be
funny
something.
things in 2, like, I want to say like 60% of the funny things in 2 aren't something you'll encounter during mainline play because they're on the event table for random encounters.
You could go your entire game without ever seeing the Monty Python thing. It's not even, I'm pretty sure, it's not even weighted like the Skyrim, heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard, which happens every time you install the DLC for Skyrim, because it's weighted at 25, which is like so much higher than all the other ones. Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard, vampire hunters. So there's a degree to which, hey, yes, it got a bit more silly. That does not mean you crank it up to 11. And to Fallout 3's credit, to a degree, it doesn't try cranking it up to 11. It tried to basically be its cringy little slapping the toys together, doesn't treat it as seriously as it should be, but for the most part, they're trying to go for a specific aesthetic and ambience with the whole wasteland. It's all miserable, everyone wants water and food. And then you've got absurd things like the 10-penny slasher in a Tranquility Lane. You've got Little Lamplight, which I
If
think
classic
they intend
Fallout
to be
is
a
the
bit fun.
Arma series, then Fallout 3 was the Battlefield series, and modern Fallout is Call of Duty.
Yeah, and then obviously
That's what
Fallout 4 they crank it up, and Fallout 76 they crank it up, and the TV show. I'd actually, you could probably argue the TV show is less absurd and less wacky than Fallout 76, just with the amount of content in 76. But I'd also agree they probably crank
There's
it
not
up
an
with the
alien
TV show.
invasion several
Yeah.
times a year
Yeah.
in the TV show.
So 76 cranked up the most, and then they pull back a bit for the TV show. But we want them to pull back too. Listen, I would prefer if Bethesda made more games like Fallout 3 than Fallout 4 and 76. I would prefer that, even if I think it's bad. I would prefer that rather than this wacky, absurd nonsense they're currently in. But let's continue.
That is not what happened to Fallout. Unless you're arguing that's what happened from Fallout 1 to Fallout 2. And yeah, it's different people made Fallout 2 than the people who made Fallout 1. It was the same company. It wasn't Bethesda, and you can't use that narrative to shit on Bethesda, to hate Bethesda, and so it's not a popular talking point. But
You spit. That guy spit on me, so I can't be mad that the other guy stabbed me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not to mention that there was overlap between the development teams. It wasn't a lot. It was there.
Yeah, there's some people there. Obviously, the main original core identity, they weren't there, but for the most part, Avalon did a relatively fine job.
And they learned their lessons from their mistakes, and the next time they got a shot at it, they made one that was more in line with one. So
and they demarked their funny little jokes behind Wild Wasteland. Like, how can you see?
He hates Wild Wasteland. I keep that in mind.
Yeah, but even then, like, it's better than not just leaving the stuff in there, you know. Like, there's a degree to which, like, hey, maybe you take what a person did and then what a person did in the future to judge how they thought of the first thing. If someone stubs their toe and they go around not trying really hard to avoid all furniture, maybe they didn't like stubbing their toe the first time.
Yep.
since Fallout 2, which was literally 1998, Fallout has had a very jokey tone. It's still dark. There's still tons of dark themes, but it is partly a dark comedy. It's not a lie to say that.
Okay, so let's look at examples of Fallout having a goofy tone. Fallout Tactics, that was a goofy tone, right? I mean, the tribals poke the robot that was about to hack them apart, and there's a scene where a anti-tank flail almost tears a woman and her infant child apart. But you can find an animated Vault-Tec mascot, so that makes it not serious. Okay,
But you see, previously he said it's always been dark comedy. Now he said it's partly dark comedy, so he's backtracked from his position, which when most people say Bethesda has made it mostly funny with few serious moments, and he can fall back into his Martin Bailey. He's got it's always been unserious. Actually, no, I only just said it's partly unserious. You can't complain about it being partly
right, of
unserious.
course, right. No, but let's look at other Fallout games real quick, just to drive the point home. Fallout 3. Fallout 3 is goofy. That's made by Bethesda. Famously where people are, at least narratively, they're supposed to be dying of thirst and begging in the streets for money or water to live another day, and where people are being eaten alive by super mutants, and where the
Or even
Enclave
other
is
people.
ethnically cleansing people. And
The
there's
Enclave also
slavery
ethnically
and
cleanses
child
people. There's
slavery
slavery,
and
child
rape.
slavery. Yep. There's so much of this stuff, but nah.
Oh
because,
no, but Zukov's place exists, and you
yeah.
can blow up a town with a nuke.
Even then, blowing up the town with a nuke, I wouldn't necessarily say is meant to be funny, haha. They give you minus 1,000 karma. They make everyone hate you. I mean, they make the person who wants to blow it up like a kind of absurdly asshole-ish. Like, I think they want you to think that that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. No,
That's the problem. When we're trying to think of the silly
okay,
stuff in
Fallout 4,
Fallout
we
3,
finally
it's
got to the
difficult.
game that's goofy, and let's see what the main plot's about. Your wife is killed, your child's kidnapped, or thrust into a wasteland that is completely alien to all of your pre-war sensibilities, and you're cast out into this harsh world to try to find any trail of your son who was kidnapped. Along the way, you meet desperate groups with serious missions, such as the Brotherhood trying to protect technology, the Minutemen trying to rebuild society and protect settlers, the Railroad trying to free slaves, and the Institute trying to rebuild the achievements of the past. And you discover that no, you weren't chasing around your infant or 10-year-old son. You were, in fact, chasing a man who was 65 years old and on his deathbed. And you've lost your entire life with your son in the process. Yeah, that's a goofy game.
Dedicated sarcasm button.
Ah, right, of course. 76. That's just goofy.
I mean,
I'm not
we
gonna
can
pretend
kind of drop this. So going into the Fallout 4 thing was like, because you can describe the story in that way, and that was the intent behind it being serious. But they put so much more wacky shit in. Like, go
there's
do a quest
obviously a lot
finding
more wacky shit in 4,
like
but like
because it kind of loses the point here. Where it's like, yeah, you can kind of make these arguments if you miss so much context about the games. If you and then he's back, like I said, he backpedaled. It's partly dark comedy. It's like you know the dark in dark comedy still means it's kind of serious. You're meant to find levity in the inappropriate treatment of dark or sensitive subject matter. That's why it's dark comedy and not just comedy. But you know what? You know what Bethesda called it? They called it a wacky gonzo adventure. That's them themselves saying that it's a wacky gonzo adventure.
That there is silliness in Fallout. In fact, you can go to the very first clip of this video. I'm killing a guy with a hatchet, and the way he dies and explodes, and the way people's body parts explode as you shoot them, even without any extra perks on, it's insane. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. And there's a lot of moments throughout all of the games that are like that. I don't want to go through every example because I'm not a Fallout expert, but all the way since Fallout 2, there has been a ton of silliness. That doesn't mean Fallout is bad. That doesn't mean Fallout.
Also, he's kind of
Having
defeated
gore
himself there
is
because
silly.
yeah, Fallout 1 also had gore, bro. You've kind of fucked yourself over because yeah, it also had absurd gore.
Don't you need bloody mess to
Bloody mess is just to like immediately give someone, but you can explode their head,
you can
explode their limbs
dismember
without bloody mess.
people without bloody mess, but bloody mess specifically causes them to give and explode in the gore.
Yeah. So when he's like hitting them with a hatchet and the dude's head explodes, that's what he's talking about. Not I hit him with that axe and he immediately turned into all Gibbs. So yeah, he's correct there. But I mean, again, gore isn't like gore. The gore being slightly absurd doesn't like this. This falls back to Mortal Kombat, right? Mortal Kombat has absurd gore. You kill someone with a fatality and 5 rib cages pop out. It's still the thing that invented the video game rating system because people saw that and thought, "Oh God, I don't want my kids seeing that." If you can agree to at least some degree that there's content a kid should not be watching, it's inherently going to be more serious than content a kid is allowed to watch. Right? I think most people could agree with that. And if you are gradually less and less having this more serious adult-only content, there's going to be a degree to which it becomes more and more kid-friendly. Doesn't mean it's meant for kids. I'm not saying that Fallout 76 is meant for kids. Nobody be that stupid. But there's a degree to which they make it more general. They make it softer. They have less
10%
references
of Fallout 1 may be appropriate for kids. 80% of Fallout 4 may be appropriate for kids. There's still stuff that in the games that I'm not going to let my kid play it over.
Like, Fortnite is still guns and violence and stuff, but they get rid of the gore. They get rid of these elements. Like, Fortnite is the like nth degree to which you take down this like softening of all these rough elements so that kids can play it. And it but anyway, back to the
That doesn't mean Fallout can't be serious. It has tons of serious moments. It has tons of serious themes. And I think sincerity in video games is important, and it has gone downhill. But these YouTubers are being dishonest when they paint things in this way. In specifically the Fallout
But again, he's falling into the same
None
thing
of us
where
deny there's jokes.
Cree says it's going downhill. Fallout 2 went too far in his own video, to which this guy will say, they're being dishonest. They're saying that Bethesda invented comedy and that Black Isle did nothing wrong.
Universe in that franchise, sincerity has gone down. Sincerity went way down from Fallout 1 to 2, and then it has hovered around that same level for all.
Side content.
I don't even get.
on a
I'm not
random
even going to
loot
let him
table.
finish that statement because, dear lord, it's hovered. Fucking World of Warcraft raid bosses, like multiple alien encounters, not just a reference, is all the same as, hey, the aliens, as a joke, have a picture of Elvis. We made fun of Scientology. We put talking animals in the game. This is the exact same as fucking psychic space aliens and people turning into werewolves. It's just hovering.
Exactly the same.
Again, most of the
No
really
different at all.
silly stuff in 2 was on a random event table that you may not encounter anything from.
The rest of the games, except maybe a little dip with Fallout 76 in the show, but it's just that. It's a little dip. It's not a complete change of tone. Both of those things still have tons of serious moments, even if they don't have moments where you like kidnap a kid and sell them into slavery, or trick a kid to follow you to get captured by slavers, or themes of rape or other really serious topics. Crazy Easter eggs don't make a game a joke, but a trait that you can select at the beginning that adds a bunch of Star Trek and Star Wars references, that is kind of silly, combined with all of the other goofiness throughout the entire game. All of the games and the TV show have serious moments, serious, dark, messed up moments, and they all have goofy, silly moments. Fallout 1, I've never played, so I can't really give much feedback about that.
Well, he's played. Wesley's played it. He just hasn't finished it.
I have played it. I've gotten up to the boneyard.
Also,
Nice.
You've gotten way farther than me.
I do know. Well, to be fair, he made a criticism about people just reading off wiki pages and terminals, so that would be contradictory to his own position about making a position about Fallout 1. He can't talk about Fallout 1 because these people just read wiki entries and don't actually play the game. Or he doesn't say that directly, but he makes a criticism of people just reading wiki pages and thinking it's all serious. But to be fair, him saying I never played the game is leading into a point. Let's hear the point.
No,
that you can
him
select.
describing Wild Wasteland. Oh, it's just a bunch of
fair enough.
Star Trek references when it's a lot more than just that. It's like, oh, it's just a bunch of Star.
Well, it's a lot of referential
You're
humor.
cutting out again, Ace.
It's a lot of variety in its reference. Just isn't just Star Wars and Star Trek.
Well, yeah, I mean that's
That's
like,
a pedantic
it's going
more than
against
anything else.
against the spirit of the criticism, which is like it's a bunch of referential humor that is not beneficial to the game's tone, which is the point. Him misspeaking and saying just his misspeaking just saying Star Trek and Star Wars.
Behind a perk that you can not to take.
That's the thing. Is there even okay? I'd have to go through the Wild Wasteland list. Is there even a Star Trek reference in any of the Wild Wasteland stuff?
I don't think so.
There's Indiana Jones. There's an old card game thing. There's obviously
Maybe there was like a red shirt kind of thing, like, and that was the reference. But
what's the Star Wars reference?
The only Star Wars reference I can actually think of
is Ben and Owen.
Right, the two skeletons set on fire. You've obviously got Monty Python stuff. Because the Star Trek reference I know is in Fallout. No, but there's again. So the Star Trek reference is in the Fallout 2 where they've got a crashed Sal, which is like, or is it Fallout 1? There's one of those two. There's this crashed.
But it's a cut one because you were going to get a phaser from that. But
oh, it was cut. Okay.
The only like bonus to taking Wild Wasteland that would make it a thing you would take as anything but a otherwise detrimental perk to see jokes is if you want to find Zayton weapons, you need it on. Because the only way to find the Zayton pistol and ammo is to have Wild Wasteland on.
Wasn't there also
so in that one very specific case, to my knowledge, I could be wrong, I will admit there may be others, if you want this type of weapon, you need Wild Wasteland. Otherwise, Wild Wasteland gives you no bonuses of any kind like the other perks do. You are wasting one of your 2 slots for traits at the beginning of the game to take a joke.
There is another potential one that can
wasn't there like some dialogue related to Wild Wasteland, or is that only in like mods?
It's in,
okay, so the one Star Trek reference, I got the Star Trek reference in New Vegas. It's when you speak to Ambassador Crocker, he can say, "I'm an ambassador, not a doctor." Damn it, I'm an ambassador, not a doctor. Which is obviously which I mean, is a Star Trek reference implicitly, but I mean, it could just be something he says in universe. It's just a bit silly, so they put it behind Wild Wasteland.
Also, the other potential benefit for taking Wild Wasteland is you can get resources from, so they're tangible.
Yeah, I mean, you can get some stuff, and you can get the special Gauss rifle and the special grenades, but for the most part, it's
the Gauss rifle is without Wild.
No, sorry, the special alien blaster instead of the Gauss rifle, right? Whereas for the but like the description basically says, for people who don't care about serious storytelling, is essentially the paraphrase. So it's like, yes, this is for if you want a bit of fun. That's it. Having a option to turn on the fun kind of points to them not wanting that to be part of the base game, so you don't consider it as much. And also, a couple references don't make the game a joke, but isn't the entire point that, like, he's kind of backtracking, right? Fallout 2 made a huge dive and everything's hovered at the same level, but you just said that a couple of references in Fallout 2 don't make the entire game a joke.
The closest things to returning original devs went, no, we went too far. We're going to backtrack it. And make it
again,
more
that's
serious.
it's especially unfair to say that New Vegas hovers at the same level of Fallout 2 when they go out of their way.
No, but he
to
considers
backtrack.
the perk existing as it hovering, so.
And all the other stuff in the game, as he said.
Yeah.
At the beginning,
that
adds a bunch of Star Trek and Star Wars references, that is kind of silly. Combined with all of the other goofiness throughout the entire game. All of the games and the TV show have serious, dark, messed up moments, and they all have goofy, silly moments. Fallout 1,
Mute your mic! Oh my god.
Oh, I think that's Shadow there. Shadow, is that you? Yeah, Shadow, you're fucking but fucking mute yourself for a second. Because you are getting it like kind of like the static effect.
Oh, it was like somehow not all the way plugged in for some reason.
Yeah, like
okay.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, okay. So my apologies. I wanted to ask.
Okay, hang on. Edit this out after I make a noise. That way you know where to stop. And now. Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to ask the question in regards to.
Happen again.
Fallout.
Keep
Yeah,
talking, it was only once.
yeah. In regards to Wild Wasteland, isn't there dialogue options in regards to that perk? Or
yes,
okay.
Like I don't know if there's dialogue you choose. I know there's things that happens because of dialogue. I think there might be some Wild Wasteland dialogue you can pick, but again, it's just some joke stuff. But to his point about all of them have these funny things, and I haven't played Fallout 1, but
never played, so I can't really give much feedback about that. And maybe it's true that Fallout 1 has no jokes, has no goofy moments, no silliness at all. But I've seen enough about Fallout 2, I've played enough of the others, that absolutely every other Fallout past the first one, which is coming out at 30 years old, is not fully serious. That it's only...
Oh my lord! Again, like this Fallout. Like, yeah, Fallout 1 has TARDIS in it. That means you can't say it's now just all jokes. It's just so stupid. It's just,
I've made this point before. Fallout is a mix of comedy and serious. However, with that being true, it is like 30% joke, 70% serious, and even then, if a Fallout game was 95% serious with 5 jokes, or 95% jokes with 5 serious, the one that's 95% serious would be more of a Fallout game than the one that's 95% jokes.
I'd even argue that something that tries to be 100% serious and has levity rather than like let's say we remove all references, let's say we remove all slightly absurd factions, you could still tell a Fallout story in a Fallout world without any levity at all. It would be a bit depressing, it would be fucking a bit antithetical to, because the entire idea of Fallout is about how, you know, men's propensity for violence does not change. We are going to kill ourselves over and over again, right? So that core concept can be carried through with a bunch of other stuff, and you say, oh no, actually, because it has laser weapons that couldn't possibly function, or super mutants that couldn't possibly function, that means it must be inherently silly to 1% degree. I think that's bad faith. Like his position, like this, the fucking single drop of fucking the single fucking shit flake in your meal that the FDA says it's fine because it's not going to affect your body is different than someone taking a steaming pile on your food as you're eating it. it's about proportionality. It's about ratios. And even if Fallout 1 had references, right? Because his entire point is, I don't know, but it probably does. And every other one does. It's so strange to say that there's a clear jarring difference between Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, despite him never playing it, and then everything hovers. Everything just somehow got the exact same ratio. Except Fallout 76 and TV take a slight dip. A slight dip. The difference between Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 is larger than the difference between Fallout 2 and the TV show, or Fallout 2 and 76. That just seems absurd to me. But hey, maybe because the percentage of this video is absurd, that means the entire video is absurd, right, guys?
Partly serious. That there's tons of humor and a lot of jokes and pop culture references totally thrown in and intermixed within the game. The show, I didn't like the Fallout show, but that show, you can't say it's bad because they put in jokes. I don't like the jokes, but I'm also an old man. I'm clearly...
Most people don't say that.
Yeah. I was about to say,
Also,
like,
age doesn't affect your ability to understand comedy. Many old people like fart jokes, and fart jokes are silly and basic.
Not the target audience. It was freakishly popular, and the most of the people online complaining about it are probably my age. Like, sorry, Grandpa, it's for the kids. It's not for you. And yes, I know it's rated whatever,
I'm
but
like
it's for
23. I hate it in every way imaginable.
Meme Knight hates it. He's like 19.
17-year-olds. It's for the 19-year-olds. Nobody cares about your 45.
Oh, fucking hard red. Meme Knight's 19. He said it's for the 19-year-olds.
You're not important anymore. Take care of your kids. Don't you have bills to pay, dipshit? All right, enough of the Fallout to joke or Fallout to serious or not talk. That's not
This
really
guy
important. The
thinks
point of
that
this
if
video
you're
is
in your 20s, you have enough money to raise kids.
So
in this
how
fucking
long has he
economy.
spent on the whole seriousness thing? And that's not the point of the video. Enough about that. I think maybe you should have
We're 12
drafted.
minutes in a 16.5-minute long video.
I'd have to skim through rather than jumping us back, but I swear we've been on this for a lot longer because we've been covering it.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure the Elvis part was like maybe 5 minutes into the video.
That's part of his main of this big argument, though, of just Fallout not being serious.
Well, actually, no, because he also started with the names of Sunny Smart, Goodsprings, Boone.
Yep.
The people getting shot. The other thing that I forgot to mention.
It was the conversation of morally gray, and then saying Sunny Smiles is a funny name.
No, so Sunny Smiles and the Goodspring stuff is funny. Boone is goofy. Then he said another thing was goofy. Then talking about obviously the Kings, then leading into a more diatribe about disliking the game. But actually, I like it because of funny thing. Most of this thing has all been about the seriousness or the lack thereof in Fallout New Vegas or the games as a whole. So it's a bit weird to make most of your video about how actually it's totally all unserious, guys, except maybe the first one because I haven't played it, to then say, that's not the point of the video. Let's go to the last 4 minutes to make my point.
They're all insane. I think I've shown enough evidence on screen that Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and Fallout New Vegas are thoroughly and deeply loved online, and that Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and the Fallout TV show receive insane amounts of hate. People really hate them on the internet. But guess what? What do you think made the most money? We can go online.
Oh my fucking god.
Just because it...
You make money, so
one point I want to make.
No. Pro tip
Mods
here, kids.
castrate this motherfucker.
No, pro tip here, kids. I
have
don't
more
care about how
money.
much something made money. I am not a shareholder. I am not the CEO. I just don't give a fucking rat's ass about how much it makes. Stop bringing that up.
He's saying that people on the internet don't like Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, but I mean it's got an 80% very positive on Steam, so clearly.
Outside,
maybe you need to specify.
Clearly, he's talking about
Emily
YouTube in that regard.
If I go to any other Fallout server I'm in and talk about how much I hate modern Fallout, I will get lambasted.
Yeah,
and likely banned.
It's like, wow, these people that I keep seeing who are negative towards the thing, again, ignoring the fact that 2 of the pre-videos he showed are direct counters to Matten, who's being positive about the games. Again, ignoring that. You saw the negative content, and that means you are now saying that broadly all of YouTube just hates the shit. How many Let's Plays of Fallout 3 talking about how good it is are in there? How many fucking praises of the game are out there trying to either counter Cree or counter Emily or counter anyone? This video in and of itself is proof to the contrary. All of the games are loved. Whether or not the games are loved is irrelevant to whether or not the games are good or serious or unserious. That's an objective measure that you can quantify. Now, whether or not you find a joke funny, subjective. Whether or not you think a joke is well told, regardless of if you find it funny, subjective. With some objective measures in there, a bit like timing. But for the most part, yeah, people are going to be telling you if they dislike a thing. And a lot of people like Fallout 3. Doesn't make it good. A lot of people spent money on Fallout 4. A bunch of people unreasonably spent money on 76. The Fallout TV show got streamed by millions of people, I think. And it's got 2 more seasons coming. Doesn't mean it's good, but let's see the rest of it. It made money,
I hope
so...
the third season gets cancelled after the second season bombs. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, maybe. But it's already been, like... what's the word? It's not confirmed.
Greenlit? Or is that...
Not greenlit. It's like they put the money down for it, I think. It's the word that they use for that.
And see what people are playing now, what people are watching right now, what made the most money. That's just something that's out there, that information. And sure, the numbers aren't all exact, but I think we all know what the numbers are, even before we look. Let's just take a quick look at some sales estimates and some Steam charts for current players. Fallout 1, back in the day, this amount of sales, 600,000, was a smashing success. It was huge, it was great, it was awesome, and people loved it. That's why Fallout 2 came out. Fallout 2 was still pretty much a success, but getting way less sales is obviously not a good thing. Diablo 1 then turned into Diablo 2, went from 1 million sales to however many Diablo 2 got, blowing it out of the water. And what's worse is that then they spent more money on things like Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, and that completely bombed, and it was an awful game. Tactics was okay, I guess, that's what I've heard. But still, all of them combined are just barely passing 1 million in sales. It is not until Bethesda buys the IP and makes their own game. Brotherhood of Steel tried to make it some action-y RPG, less serious game, and nobody cared. Bethesda was actually able to make a good game out of that and got over 12 million in sales. People loved Fallout 3. Not really my kind of game. I didn't really like it. The first one I liked was Fallout New Vegas. Another smashing success by Obsidian. And if I want to say my favorite thing about Fallout New Vegas, it is that you can kill everyone. That is really what makes it special and unique. People talk about the writing or the gray morality. No, all that's bullshit. You can kill anyone. And that makes it special. That's why it is actually a legendary game. Fallout 4.
The murder hobo is really happy about being a murderer. Yeah.
The part that stands out to him the most is not the writing, not the not all this. It's there's no essential. Woohoo!
Really?
How fucking shallow can you be?
Hey, remember, this is the guy that likes Oblivion, so maybe he got really frustrated that he couldn't kill Martin Septim or something, so now he likes New Vegas that he can kill them. Also, he finds all these jokes insufferable, so he can just kill them all. Also, like, he's kind of doing the point of address, like, wow, look, without Bethesda, it wouldn't, but, like, look what happened. Bethesda was 76, kind of. He's going to point it out when he gets down there, but, I mean, maybe, just maybe. Oblivion was really successful. Bethesda make a new game. A bunch of people are going to buy the next one, regardless of quality. And this is back in what, 2006? So I think 2005, 2006 for Fallout 3. So there's a degree to which 2008. Yeah, 2008. So 2008 because I think 2006 was Oblivion. It could have been 2005.
Right.
2008 Fallout 3. The market's got a bit bigger than 97. Also, so which he pointed out, 600,000 copies back in 97 was a success for Fallout 1, so much so that it made Fallout 2. So that was pretty good back then. Nowadays, we get to the period where, for example, I think it was Final Fantasy 15 selling like 16 million copies wasn't a good thing, I think, or something like that.
The constant thing you hear about where like, these games, they sell like 5 to 10 million. That's still not good enough for.
Now, usually that's because of inflated budgets, but also there's a degree to which the gaming landscape is larger nowadays. It's easier to do this. That isn't saying that Bethesda didn't, pump out a banger to most people. Again, 80% on Steam. People like the game despite its flaws. But again, the sales estimates and success don't measure the quality of a game. It just measures what people like.
Because
and people can.
By his logic,
McDonald's is.
Be complete shit.
Yeah, I mean, he might address that. He did say that Fallout 76 made a dip in comparison to Fallout 4, as opposed to Fallout 2's massive crater. But let's say Does this mean that the best food on the planet is McDonald's? Does this mean that the best drink is Coca-Cola?
No.
Probably not. And if he doesn't agree that those are the best food and drinks, he shouldn't be using this metric. But let's see.
It out of the water, and Fallout 76, well, it actually was considered a massive flop. And these are sales from 2018. And recently, after the show came out, it's actually been getting a lot more sales. And you can tell by the player numbers that it's actually doing pretty well now. So if we look at the Steam chart,
11,000 players for something that's supposed to be this huge, online multiplayer game with like lots of people and servers. They were supposed to be.
I mean, if the servers are actually big enough to house a substantial part of that community,
like Bethesda.
Isn't it like 24-person people per server?
If I remember, it's something like that. Yeah.
Like, it wasn't the whole deal. Like Bethesda said, "Oh yeah, the players will run the."
Also, I just want to point out his own chart.
They'll be crafters. They'll be gun runners, etc. 11. You can't do that shit with fucking 11,000.
I mean, Foxhole does that like about the same number of people. So
yeah, to be fair, you can make a reasonable economy type thing without a huge amount. 11,000 would be fine. The issue is that 76 doesn't have these systems actually in place, and
yeah, I added the caveat.
Yeah,
with very tiny.
I mean, no, they have the systems in place, just none of them that actually encourages specialization. They have like. You have your storefront you can put on your little player house.
Yeah, that's different. So with I'm pretty sure you don't get to define the value of the thing.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It's not like a. Do you?
Yeah, you get to decide what you're selling.
Yeah, you could decide the price. Like I played 76 back before I started hating it, and the economy is really bloated. Last time I played it. Because a lot of this
everything's
shit costs
cheap because there's so much money in circulation. Money's worthless.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, protracted. It has those systems. It just doesn't do.
Yeah, but I like how okay, 4 and 76 came out in a period of time. They're newer. They're going to have larger player bases by virtue of being newer. This is true for any franchise, effectively. New Vegas and Fallout 3 came out around the same time. And and New Vegas has magnitudes more players than Fallout 3 does.
Yeah.
Also, I do want to point out, I'm going to get the chart, because I think I can find a chart.
I think to some extent, Tales of Two Wastelands probably also has a factor into why more people are playing New Vegas over 3. Because
you could just play Fallout 3 in New Vegas, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see. Can I pull up?
Better.
Okay. Here's an example for you. Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind sold 4 million copies. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion sold 9.5 million copies. So 9.5 to 12.4. Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim sold 30 million copies as of 2016, but according to Todd recently, I think it bypassed 60 million, or maybe even more. I'd have to pull up a separate chart.
He's probably including all versions.
Fallout 4, however, has sold, it says 12 million here, he's got 25 million. So you go up to Skyrim, and then this sudden drop-off. Wait a minute. What happened? Bethesda's just doing banger after banger, it's getting better and better. But Fallout 4 gets less copies than Skyrim? How could this be? How could it make less sales? Does that mean it's worse? Does that mean Bethesda's fell off? Like, because he's trying to defend Fallout 76, be like, oh, and most of the fucking resurgence for player numbers, even for New Vegas, is because of the TV show. Turns out most people move on from series. It's only really the people who are dedicated that stick with the series, so that's why the numbers end up fucking falling down. But I think if I pull up real quick the most sold games Wikipedia, I'm pretty sure Skyrim is on the list ever since Todd updated the numbers.
What would you say, like top 10
So
or something like that?
Skyrim is at 40 million. 40 million. And that's however, according to Gaming Bolt, Skyrim has sold over 60 million. However, the Wikipedia says that whilst Todd says it's 60 million, that's contentious because Todd Howard lies. That's funny. Wikipedia has Todd is a liar. So 40 million to 60 million sold copies of Skyrim. That's a big drop off, right? That's 15 million drop off. There's not been a drop off bigger except 76. You'd expect it to get more copies than Skyrim. Like I said, it sold a lot in its first 24 hours. It's just a lot of people noticed that voice protagonist. A lot of people noticed the things. Word of mouth was like, oh, this is kind of not as good as the previous game, New Vegas. But anyway, back to his point about how actually 76 is good because it has 11,000 players.
Again, nobody's playing Fallout 1 and 2. Really, it's not until New Vegas that you get a decent amount of numbers. Now, I don't want to say no one. For this old of games, these are actually very, very, very popular. Both Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and Fallout 3. Very popular for this old.
You could get it. You could get it for free. Not even just free weekends. You could get it for free.
He just called Tactics Fallout 3.
No, he didn't call Tactics Fallout 3. That's not a case. He's talking about the numbers
I don't want to say
being
no
read.
one. For this old of games, these are actually very, very, very popular. Both Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and Fallout 3. Very popular for this old of games. And New Vegas.
He called Tactics Fallout. He called Tactics Fallout 3.
I'm thinking that he's looking at 477 for Fallout 3. That's
because he's talking about how old they are. Right. So they're crazy pop. Which, to be fair, maybe he's meant to be talking about Fallout 3. He just didn't select it probably. And
Yeah.
I would be charitable and say maybe he's talking about Fallout 3 because Fallout 3 is also old. It's like
We're making him out of them all here. Continue with the
17
video.
years.
Nobody likes Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. More people like these games. From the only objective measure we have, they are better games. And
That's not the only
the
only objective matter. My man.
Money and player counts. Fucking hell.
Remember, this is the guy that said that Patrician is wrong about Oblivion because he got a formula wrong, which that would be an objective measure. It's not just objective measures aren't just player counts, my buddy. He can't be wrong about something. You can be objectively wrong or right about the contents of the game.
it is crazy hearing so many YouTubers act like their opinion is objective reality when they're talking about these games. People don't want to play Fallout 1 and 2 right now. It's a
Again, that's not what objective reality means.
So
People
I
can
want to
still
point
make a
out for Fallout
decision.
1 and 2, I at least do this, and I'm sure many other people do. Most people who play Fallout 1 play it through modded launchers that let it run on modern systems better because, oh, the only reason you can play 1 and 2 is because Bethesda maintains it so it works on modern systems. No, they don't. No, they don't. You gotta run mods to make those work too. Sorry, everyone who says the only reason you can play 1, 2, and Tactics is because of Bethesda. You're wrong. Most of those
Also, the
launchers,
versions they give us censored too.
most of those launchers, if you own Steam, will not activate Steam and tell Steam that you're playing that game.
Yeah.
So you can be playing it, and it just won't let Steam know you're playing it. So those numbers are. I'm not going to say.
Well, to be fair, he did say that the numbers are inaccurate. So let's say they are 1,000 instead. They outnumber Fallout 3, but they're not going to be outnumbering pretty much every other game in the series. Like New Vegas, for the most part, most people are going to be launching it in a way that it recognizes on Steam. Even if you do modded, it will boot up and still be recognized. So even if we were to give Fallout 1 and 2 the New Vegas numbers, which they won't have because they're older games, whatever, even if they still get 3 times outranked by 4 and 2 times outranked by 76. So his point still stands.
And I will admit, 1 and 2 do not promote the wandering that 3 onwards does, and Tactics is a fairly linear game that once you finish it, you've played it, you're done. So their numbers are going to be inherently lower because they don't have the perpetual wandering value that 3 onwards does. So a lot of the people who are like 1, 2 Tactics fans are just playing New Vegas right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Old game, and maybe the writing's great. Don't care. I'm not going to go back and play it. You can, but people really just want to watch a YouTube video about the master. They don't want to go play Fallout 1. I think in conclusion, the point I want to hammer home is that people really love to hate watch content. They're watching content that hates Fallout 4, that hates Fallout 76, that hates the Fallout TV show because they don't like these things. But this cocky attitude of calling yourself an elitist because you like a different video game, sorry, that doesn't make you elite. I could.
That title's it's not usually self-prescribed.
In the case of New Vegas calling himself New Vegas, in case of Kree calling himself an elitist, it's usually in the fact that people call him an elitist.
Yeah.
And usually when people adopt the title is that, wow, you want the game to actually, have good writing. You're such an elitist. People adopt the label because people use it as an attack. So it's not that, oh, I'm so elite. I'm a PC master race because I play New Vegas. You're a simple plebeian. I think you're a plebeian
being an
because your
elite means
arguments are
having good writing and,
poorly worded and poorly argued, not because you like the game. People like bad shit. I like playing Junkrat in Overwatch 2. I don't care. It's still bad.
I use the blanking on the name of it, the Medigun in TF2 that has like 4 different little charges. It's a terrible Medigun.
No, it's not terrible. It's the vaccinator
Compared
is
to the other
broken. It's
3, come on.
awful. The vaccinator is awful to play against. It's
Hello-
like the strongest thing in the game because the only thing that you can't counter is melee damage. The vaccinator is awful to play against, so much so that it can counter cheaters. It can counter cheating snipers. The
That's
vaccinator is broken. It's just not as
hilarious.
consistent as the Uber charge or the like. If you said quick fix, I'd be like, okay, fine. But you said the
I
fucking
also like the quick
vaccinator.
That's-
I also like the quick fix.
That's
Jesus Christ, dude.
that's hilarious that it can counter bots. That's fucking great.
Everyone hates the vaccinator specifically because it turns off most of the gameplay because it makes you 80% resistant to all damage, pretty much except melee. And because of the way it works, you
In
get
my
those multiple
experience, most players don't even use the thing, and most
Well, yeah,
metagames-
because
casual lobbies,
because
yeah.
either they're not good enough to actually utilize its skill, or they think that it's a sin to use because the vaccinator is crazy. Like I said, the headshotting snipers giving yourself 80% resistance to bullets so
Okay.
that the sniper goes from
Oh, wait,
150
regardless,
damage
my point is
to like 30
I
is
like
crazy.
shitty things too that either are
You guys
that
forget
way
one
because they're
major
objectively
thing
bad
about
or
the
because the
vaccinator.
community rejects them as a whole. I admit that this thing is not good or is otherwise rejected by the community as a whole. I'm just like, I just think it's neat.
Yeah.
But people do this because they hide
I derive
identity
personal
so much
enjoyment
to
from
this
using
thing
this
that they
weapon that
like,
everyone
and they
says is
go,
ass.
"Oh, this is bad." Then
I'm going
that
out
means
of
that
my
shit
way. If I ever encounter you in TF2, Wesley, which will be hard because different server regions, if I ever encounter you, I'm going out of my way to fucking demo night you or fucking market garden you because fuck you, vaccinated.
In my defense, I only run quick fix and the crossbow, so.
Say, oh, I like World of Warcraft, the Burning Crusade. That makes me an elite person. Well, actually, I liked Wrath of the Lich King. I'm a Wrath baby. Or I love Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, and I hate Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. That doesn't make me an elite person. I don't have an elite opinion. I just don't like those newer games. I think Warcraft 3 is the greatest game ever made. Okay, why would anyone else care about that?
I mean, surely if you think it's the
Cringe.
greatest game ever made, surely other people should care because you want them to experience great art, right? If you think something is truly great, you want more people to at least experience it, yes? No? People should just ignore your opinion? This entire fucking 16-minute video is just your silly opinion that should just be ignored, and also is a negative video about a topic matter, so it's actually just negativity farming so that people will watch the video. We're doing it now, after all. Like,
Pretty sure he complains about negativity farming in a second here, so.
he just said previously that people
Well,
have
I
a
just
negativity
get
bias,
it,
but let's
so
see.
I didn't
These Fallout
experience the
YouTubers are
horrors you guys
absolutely
just did.
batty, and I think even more insane is the viewers. This is what the viewers
Oh,
want. The viewers
stupidity,
want
rather.
people who will shit on everything that's newer than Fallout New Vegas and shit on Bethesda. And I guess it's popular because apparently Starfield sucked. I didn't buy it because I'm not an idiot. It didn't look good to me, so why would I buy something like that? But this is a pretty low effort video on my end, but I just wanted to get it out there because it's been in my thoughts a lot, and this is
Also,
Yeah,
I want to point
very-
out that he finds either he finds that people are idiots if they bought the game, or they're idiots for not agreeing with him, or people saw games that they themselves thought bad but bought it because they're idiots. It's like, no, either people thought it looked good, or I'm not an idiot just seems silly. I didn't.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. He's going in and effectively making himself elitist because he's calling everyone else idiots. It's insane.
I'm not an idiot because I made an informed opinion about Starfield through a totally legally acquired copy. I met a man in India. He sold it to me at an Indian GameStop. Okay, it was 100% legal. Okay, I streamed it for 9 hours for everyone to see so we could judge the content. Okay, I have an actual informed opinion about Starfield. And I'm also not an idiot because I didn't pay for it. So I didn't just prejudge on marketing material.
Damn, I missed the rest of the video. That's fucked up.
This is tangential to what I normally talk about. I normally talk about the Elder Scrolls, and obviously that is under the umbrella of Bethesda, and I've been looking into Fallout games, But honestly, this community, I guess if you could call it that, is so toxic and gross and weird.
Oh, there it is. Toxic.
Also, toxic and gross and weird. I do want to do one quick search here, real quick. I want to do. Can you beat Fallout 3? And I'm gonna look. 1.5 million views, 3.2 million views, 2.9 million views, 2.7 million views, 2.1 million views, 3.2 million views. Turns out people kind of like watching Fallout 3 content on YouTube. The only reason that one of these people isn't uploading more content is because he fucking died.
Damn.
This whole negativity bias
Squad?
is fucking nonsense. The whole can you beat genre isn't about calling the game shit. They're neutral or positive content. So,
It's literally
where's the
soft
bias?
content farming. So
yeah.
Where's the bias, guys? I thought everyone only liked negative content in the Fallout fandom.
That I don't think I'm going to do that. I might play a
Literally
little bit
just
more
like
of New Vegas.
trying to have fun with the product in a way it's never wasn't
It's-
intended to be.
But that's clearly negativity.
On my own to have some fun, but I think that's going to wrap it up. So back to Morrowind.
It's almost like he's just hoping.
Wait.
Liking a very flawed.
Why
piece
back
of
to
media.
Morrowind? Why not back to Oblivion or Skyrim? Why back to Morrowind?
I think we may have like not had a whole like a complete statement. Do we go back?
Let's go back. I want to go back to the Elder Scrolls section because I want.
Is the viewers. This is what the viewers want. The viewers want people who will shit on everything that's newer than Fallout New Vegas and shit on
I went back
Bethesda.
a bit
And I
far.
guess it's popular because apparently
Yeah, it's
Starfield
fine.
I didn't know that
sucked.
Fallout
I
3
didn't
was-
buy it
was,
because I'm not
newer
going to see it.
than
It didn't look
New
good to me, so
Vegas.
why would I buy something like that? But this is a pretty low effort video on my end, but I just wanted to get it out there because it's been in my thoughts a lot, and this is
What, are you
this is
streaming it somewhere?
tangential to what I normally talk about. I normally talk about
Or
the
you just
We're
Elder
simply
on
follow
we're on
yourself?
watch together. Don't just randomly speak. We're watching it. We're doing Naga, guy. Look at the thing at the top.
Yeah, pay attention.
So, Daggerfall, Morrowind did awful and incredible, but that's negativity, guy. Why are you only getting 6.5k views? Also,
Can I
when
beat
did he do his-
Morrowind with my fists?
When did he do his patrician videos? Let's see.
I love how this guy acts like literally if we go anywhere and say we're Kree fans in the Fallout community, we will literally be ostracized and banned. He acts
remember
like we're the majority.
the
He's a fucking
true S Fallout L subreddit like fucking hates Kretosis, downvotes
Scrolls and
anyone that
obvious-
says he has good points. This, and this. That is wrong. I want to just pull up real quick. The Old Knight 5 months ago. Petition is wrong about Oblivion. That he made, or Maldavius Fig Tree Man versus Mob. Does he deserve this? It's like, oh, you jumped on the fucking slot bandwagon, my guy.
Steve, can you get an off-the-cuff race tier list?
Of the Elder Scrolls franchise, or playable races.
Just do. He did Morrowind. You do Morrowind.
Oh, when I do Morrowind? Oh, in terms of
No, like-
gameplay, or just like
no, look,
okay.
no, look.
No, he has a
Morrowind race
racism in my
tier list.
Morrowind. Yeah.
Okay, so
It's a race tier list.
off the cuff, best races are Dunmer in top, with what's the word? With Nord second, then third Breton, fourth Redguard, fifth, Wood Elf sixth, Ultima seventh, Imperial eighth. Did I say Orc already? Orc ninth, Khajiit. No, Argonian 10th Khajiit. There you go. That's my off the cuff.
Man, this human
I keep the beast races at the bottom.
Man, there's this fantasy game with so many.
agree,
You first. You
agree.
first.
The G and what's the opposite of supremacy? Inferiority, I guess.
Yeah, I could
Khajiit
probably
inferiority.
negotiate around like Wood Elf or something, but in terms of like Dunmer is best, most of the human races, then I think Wood Elf, then like Imperials, because Imperials are kind of like I just don't like them, and then all the other elves.
Not
and
racist. I
then-
just don't like them. Simple as.
and then the beast races is basically the gist of that. Dunmer get a pass because they call me an Noir, my Noir. But okay, so he usually makes Elder Scrolls content. Fallout
See,
fans
that
are
is
crazy.
under the umbrella of Bethesda, and I've been looking into Fallout games. But honestly, this community, I guess if you could call it that, is so toxic and gross and weird that I don't think I'm going to do that. I might play a little bit more of New Vegas on my own to have some fun, but I think that's going to wrap it up. So back to Morrowind.
play your part. My bitch a choosy lover, never fuck.
Okay, just in case that's copyright. Let's just jump ahead.
I think the N-word was about to say.
Just more fucking outro.
Yeah.
So it's very funny. Again, like I said, Mitten Squad, like 3 million plus views. Fucking Nurbit also doing Fallout 3 videos, millions plus views. It's like Kree's biggest video is like 1.1 million views. I think maybe even not even 1.1. That's his biggest video. After 4 or 5 years, his biggest video is 1 million, whereas Nurbit gets like 1.5 in like a couple months.
But Thief, you don't understand. If you like Fallout 3 and 4, you're not an actual Fallout fan. You're just a normie.
I suppose so. And I mean, if you look at the content he was making,
I mean,
it's just, the content he's making is just challenge run
base.
videos, right? I would see the challenge run videos and basic just almost slop analysis here and there to just be, I don't know what niche I want to fill, and I see Nurbit in the Fallout sphere, Jabbo in the Fallout sphere, fucking Juve in the Elder Scrolls sphere, and not wanting to get any bigger in those things. I'll stick to the thing I like, which is Elder Scrolls. Yeah, Doug, but he's more of a streamer focus, and then the videos eventually get uploaded to YouTube, rather than because obviously Juve and Jabbo have the streamer focus with the videos uploaded to YouTube, but they happen more quickly, I believe. Other than the high detail editing.
There's
But
also that one slop challenge runner you guys watch. Like just super dull shit.
there's like just background noise for Elder Scrolls is doing pretty well. Mickey D was doing it for a while, but kind of themed it more towards modded content, and he's come back. Like it's a bit crowded. There's more room. There's room for him, but there's a degree to which it's like maybe you want to pick a niche that you're better at, because this is you're not good at argumentation because this is bad. Your challenge run content is like in the 10Ks, when that's not exactly great for challenge run content on a channel that's already regularly getting that amount anyway. So maybe try and don't go into something that's, if you want to go into like explaining the systems of these Elder Scrolls games, then maybe that's a niche you can try and expand on. But just most of this video was make a position, then backtrack from that position, then backtrack, but then reinforce the first position again, without really arguing why that position is the case. Saying bad gameplay as though that answers anything when it doesn't. Just saying bad gameplay. When Kree, at least like 99% of what he says, he will give evidence on screen or elaborate on what the point is. It's bad gameplay because of this. It's bad gameplay because of this.
Kree will go into autistic detail to explain
Now,
why.
That's why his
now
videos are, like,
obviously,
6 hours
obviously,
long.
Kree makes longer videos. So okay, well, Uncle Emily makes shorter videos, but still tries to at least back up her claims, so that when she says something, it's not just believe me because I said so. It's believe me because look example. Believe me because this.
You know
And
what?
he tried
you know what I
giving
think?
examples, but most
You
of
know
it's
what?
just. Oh, go ahead.
You know what niche I think this guy could fill?
What?
McDonald's cashier. Here's a job application.
Bro, we're doing because he's an old man. Remember, guys, we're just Zoomers because we like meme content. Just put the McDonald's in the bag. Ohio Sigma Riz Skibbity.
Shut the fuck up. Nothing but years.
He said he's like an old man in his 30s or 30s.
I'm gonna be turning 30 this year.
He doesn't
Is
understand
anyone
comedy.
in this call currently in their 30s?
Damn, Grandpa.
I'm 30.
No,
That's
you
not
said you're turning
30s.
30. You're not 30 yet.
You don't
Yeah.
sound like it, Ace.
Wait, shit, Ace, you're older than me?
I was born in 95.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, Ace sounds
Why
like
do you-
a teenager, but apparently
why do you
he is
act-
the oldest one in the call.
Yeah.
Why do you act like a child so much? This.
He's just matching the energy of his own voice. That's all.
Yeah.
Ace, were the dinosaurs around back when you were born or something?
Nah, that's
really
Calvin.
need to know.
I was born around the
That's
mammoth.
Calvin.
Ace is just
No, 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 no,
developmentally
no.
disabled. He's like the
I
woman.
think
He has the
I think
mental
what-
age of 12 years old.
Hey, Grandpa, can you tell us about when the United States bought Kaiser Permanente?
Wait a minute. So you would have? Did you see the Twin Towers fall, or you were like a stupid baby?
I was
Or
6
stupid
when
topic.
the towers fell.
Yeah, did they be in the TV on the big fucking thing and be like,
Was
"Look,
it on
kids,
like
we're gonna be
the TV television box? You know.
Did you
I
see?
think they vaguely mentioned it on the day.
Did
You know,
see
back when
Or
they
did,
had
or, did, or
TVs
did
back
you
then.
did you come home to your parents saying, Ace honey, sit down, okay? These two buildings that you don't care about blew up.
Oh my god.
The funny thing is I actually watched it as it was happening because I woke up in the getting ready to go to school. I think it was getting ready to go to school and shit, and I was walking into the living room, and there it was. The second tower just got hit by the plane, like live, and then
What time did that happen?
God, I think it.
Okay, Google. When did the second plane hit? Let's see if it
Was it around 9 o'clock?
timeline. Yep, it does it for me.
Yeah.
Hell of a search, huh?
Second plane. Okay, I don't want to subscribe to your email list. I just want to know when the plane hit.
So,
Yeah.
did you see when Charlie Chaplin took over Europe?
So flight
Yeah,
11 crashes at 8:46, and Llama was there. He
Yeah, that
crashed
was
the plane.
those are the fun days.
9:03 a.m.
Yeah. Well, I would have been like 2 or 3 years old when all this happened.
You were flying the plane, my friend.
Yes, I was Goo Goo Gaga. I'm flying the plane into the
I was
sky.
like,
Doing it for the
Well,
76
wasn't flying
virgins.
the plane, he was the plane.
so I think that
I was in kindergarten when the
Me- I
bear in
think
mind
that
they can't
ends.
arrest you for terrorism.
Yeah, I think that ends both the videos. And Shadow, if you'd like to end the recording, unless anyone wanted to fucking put anything at the end other than 9/11.
my head was.
Sayonara,
Sayonara,
Sayonara. I'd like to thank my mother and my father and the Academy for allowing me to be here today.
Say when. Say when, Shadow. We
So,
don't know. Stop the recording.
I have so many slurs I need to get out. Come on.
All right, thanks to the people who watched Nagger, not another goddamn rant. We'll be signing out.
The triumphant.
Bye. Have a great time.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
You've had your laughs. Now wash your ass.